Good morning for everybody. Welcome to the first Geopolitics Congress. Mediation and Human Rights from CCAMI. In having you here, we are very happy that we have reach a goal of almost 500 online subscribers. We have a 20% share of the African continent. Of those, among those 500, which makes us very happy, then, although we are here among few friends, only 150 online, we are reaching continents. I thought for months about what I was going to say to you. I couldn't write until yesterday, midnight. It wasn't possible. I have a lot to tell. So I think I'll start with the simplest. Not everyone knows our history. So I'm going to tell you a little about our story, that you can understand how we got here. CCAM started with a purpose, my search for a purpose. And one day I was talking to Marcos Joaquim, who didn't arrive, he'll be late, who is the creator and founder of the Shei Institute, that you will hear a little later about him, seeking my purpose, and he asked, "Why don't you help me with Shevin?" And from that, after some conversations, came the idea of CCAM that was born to be an institution, a company to provide sustainability to the Shei Institute. That's how we were born. Our first intention was to become unemployable. Qualified technique for refugee immigrants who, for some reason, were outside their countries and could develop a qualified technical activity, acting as mediators, arbitrators, negotiating advisors. CCAM is the first chamber of conciliation, arbitration, and mediation, interculturally aimed at refugees and immigrants from Brazil and the world. This happened 2.5 years ago. After that time, we went around the world. We went to see in the world what was happening and how that we could make our purpose develop. So we did the first launch, a pre-launch of CCAM last year in February in Paris. On the first Brazil Mediation Day, that our VP this year, together with Marina Gouveia, did it in Paris. They're already going to the third one. We went to Vienna, CDRC, partnership with our incredible Thomas John. We went to Paris again. We went to New York with the incredible Luciana Dremel, who is here too, and we went to see in the world what things were happening. After 2.5 years, we managed to get here to this point, that we are officially launching CCAM in Brazil. I don't even believe it, so immensely grateful. CCAM is immensely grateful. I would like you to were aware of the greatness of your act. CCAM is officially starting today in Brazil. Our path is long. I was once asked, but why Brazil? We have a lot of problems here, right? But Brazil is a plural country. Brazil is a country of opportunities. Here in Brazil, we welcome refugees, immigrants with open arms. We tend to be a country with fewer problems regarding miscegenation, because we are a miscegenated race. For the Indians, all of us here came from some immigrant, some refugee. Then Brazil might be the best cradle for a company that thinks this way. Why not Brazil? We have a lot of good people in Brazil. Several of these mediators that I mentioned here are top-notch Brazilian mediators. Brazil is a country of peace. Brazil does not wage war. So despite all our problems, the soil here is not fertile only for planting. Our soil is fertile for all these virtues, and they are up to us. Sow in the correct way. So after all these gratitudes, I'm going to talk a little about what we concluded after 2.5 years. What is CCAM? CCAM is a social business. It's a company. What's my dream? I have a dream. I have a dream. My dream is that we can develop this business social in a self-sufficient way. Today, CCAMI has outlined 4 products. We have a product that will work through projects that are our core, that our intention is to train as mediators, refugee and immigrant arbitrators and conciliators, and this product is already worked on, so it can be purchased by companies that have investments in the ISG line. We will have a gateway here. We have a follower here in Iguacu for the girl who is here. We'll be responsible for our door in Fogué, Iguacu. That we are going to open a door there. We are working to be able to serve the judiciary, other people who need a solution. The extrajudicial resolution of intercultural conflicts. We have the CCAMI Academy. We are having to train so many people that we launched a product, an education business that relies on international partnerships with ICFML, so that we can develop this line and have training. Suitable quality for all those, not just those who will pay for the courses, but those who will work with us on our projects. And we will have a premium line of products of international negotiation that counts on many of you, incredible and excellent mediators, negotiators that you will follow throughout the day. My dream is for these products to work interdependently. I was fortunate to have teaching about interdependence pacification many years ago from my guru, Lumagant, Lama Michel Rinpoche. Interdependence is in everything. So our goal is to have a more profitable, can support less profitable products, and with that we can develop the object. The purpose of CCAM in a self-sustainable way, without depending on external money, donations, or anyone, so that it can perpetuate itself and can do its job, regardless of whether or not there are people directly connected or alive. It stops to be a force in itself. This is my dream. My dream is self-sufficiency, an independence of a company, and that it can bring not only to Brazil, but to the whole world, all this quality that we sought across borders. Interculturality is not simple, but it is beautiful. It is diverse, and it bears fruit when we are able to work with it. You will see throughout the day people more qualified than me to talk about interculturality. Then I hope that this feeling I have spreads among all of you. Since it came to pacify society, our ultimate purpose is to be able, through this interculturality, to assist in the pacification of communities and foreign immigrant refugees who for some reason are outside their countries, because a pacified society is stronger, it is more fertile. It's the best place to live. I think that's what I had to say. I'm very happy that we're all here. I really appreciate all this dedication. I think our day will be incredible. We have a wonderful team. We're here at your disposal. Thank you very much. I'll call everyone so you understand. A little. I'll do the institutional part. So, we're open, right? The Congress is generally open. I'll call everyone to the table. A dear woman. I won't read her resume because I didn't bring it, but a dear and incredible woman. The president of Benazira de Oco, who many know, others don't, but she's also here at the Shei Institute doing incredible work.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. We are all very happy to see all of you here with us this morning. We can feel the joy in the air. Well, let me take a seat. I would like to thank CCAMI for inviting me. I'd like to thank all the organizers for putting this event together. And also, I would like to thank you, Fabiola, and congratulate you for embracing this initiative and really building this initiative that has a huge potential to bring incredible benefits to the entire international community and also the Brazilian institutions. It is a great pleasure for me to be a part of this project. As Fabiola said, I am an attorney, a founder of the Shei Institute. The Shei Institute is a think tank that aims at protecting the rights of the refugees, but it is a think and do tank. It has its academic side that is geared towards research and education, and it also has the do side to it, which is more hands-on. It is more related to advocacy and fostering public policies that aim at protecting the rights of refugees, inclusion, equity. As Fabiola said, the Shei Institute was created by Marcos Joaquim, my partner and the vice president of the Shei Institute. He had this vision inspired by the arrival of 7 Afghani women that were refugees here in Brazil. I believe many of you know about this story when the Taliban regime took over Afghanistan. They were judges there, and they were persecuted because of the decisions that they had passed against the Taliban regime officials. And there was a movement all around the world to help those judges, and that movement brought those judges to us, and on that occasion we had the opportunity to help welcome the judges here in Brazil, and we then created the Shei Institute with the goal of not only welcoming people like them, but also to advocate for public policies in the defense of these people's rights. We had that initial contact with a problem that affects the entire world, and we decided to put our minds together to find a way to address the situation and put together some sort of initiative that would support the refugees, but that would also provide improvements to the legal framework related to this matter. We became part of the council that assists the federal president cabinet, and it has members in the private sector and the civil society. And in the council we discuss matters like this. And that's when I had the chance to meet Benazira. You're going to hear more about her story. It is quite amazing. And from them on, we started working more on the public policies, structuring policies to help us in this effort. Since then, the Shei Institute has assisted in a number of different projects. It is a not-for-profit organization, and therefore it has to deal with all the challenges that come with it. And the support provided by CCAMI is absolutely critical. We also have an academy, the Shei Academy, just like CCAMI has one. And our academy is also dedicated to providing qualification, education, skill building to the refugees. And education is in the very DNA of the Shei Institute. Valuing the professional skills of refugees is essential for us. And for all of you, I am sure. And we really identified that problem in terms of adapting the educational background that refugees already come with. All of that experience cannot go to waste. And of course, we want that to be sustainable. We want refugees to feel valued and appreciated for the professionals that they are. So that is the vision that we had. We wanted to appreciate the refugees for the incredible backgrounds that they already come with. And the Shei Academy is a platform that is related to the rights of refugees, migration rights, for example, and also gender issues as well, with women empowerment. And since we started with the 7 Afghani judges, we have that very strong side to what we do as well. And we promote education for refugees as well, because they are the very foundation of what we do, and they lead all of our efforts. They really take center stage in everything that we do. We have held seminars, we have published several materials that are open to public consultation. So we consider this initiative extremely successful, and it has been growing more and more, and I encourage all of you to take a closer look and check our materials. Another opportunity that was promoted by the Shei Institute was a collaboration with the Refugee Company Forum. We are a member of the forum. Our firm is also participating in all of the causes spearheaded by the forum. The forum is an initiative by the High Commissioner Office at the UN together with the Global Compact. And this is an environment where we discuss how to help refugees find their place in the labor market and the importance of diversity and how important it is to bring different cultures into any company, how rich that experience is, and it's a win-win situation. You provide benefits to the refugees, providing them with good professional opportunities, and the companies, on the other hand, will also win because they will implement and incorporate a wealth of different experiences. And since we're talking about partnerships, I would like to mention a few that we have developed over the years, especially with universities. The Shei Institute was created in Brasilia and then it expanded to São Paulo and other regions. We have a partnership with the UNB University in Brazilian and also CEUB, which is a private university. We have a partnership with the PUC University and the FAAP University here in São Paulo. We have a partnership with international institutions as well. For example, the Refugee Institute, and we also have a partnership with other international organizations, as I mentioned, the UN, UNESCO. So you can see that the Shei Institute has forged a number of partnerships and relationships with different organizations from all over the world. And now I would like to talk about some of the activities that we have been conducting at the Institute. And then I'll turn it over to Benazira. And we're going to share this material with you as well so that you can read more about the Institute and the governance, our footprint as well. Bena is going to give you more information about that. In this material, you can see that we have been participating in the council, as I told you. We have been working on the existing legal framework, promoting different public policies as well. Sometimes you have the legislation per se, but it is not implemented. As Fabiola said, Brazil is very good at welcoming the refugees, which is very much related to everything that we do. However, we have structural challenges that demand this kind of effort and initiative and also investments. It is not sufficient to have a piece of legislation. We have to work on implementing that law in the real world. And the last pillar that I would like to touch on is providing refugees with employment and economic opportunities. This is related to the initiatives that are still to be done, including mentorship programs. We have one together with the refugees. They provide mentorship to each other. They disseminate information about their own culture. And I'm looking at Gabi over there. She helped us a great deal with our program that was created by our refugees. They created a booklet when the World Cup took place in Qatar. And this booklet talks about what can be done and what cannot be done from a cultural standpoint when you promote such a big event in a country that is completely different from ours, and how to encourage people to um, get used to that culture. Refugees and migrants have that experience that they can share with others. There's also a booklet called Getting the Deal Through. We asked the refugees to write a chapter on Qatar, about how to forge governmental relationships with Qatar, which is completely different from the situation here in Brazil. And those initiatives were all spearheaded by Shei, and they yielded great results. And there's also an initiative related to validating diplomas. We provide direct support to the refugees, and we also try to influence the creation of public policies to help refugees, having their specific situation in mind. The people that are displaced unwillingly, they don't have the same access to documentation that other people may have. So all of those particularities have to be taken into account. In our initiatives, we also provide support to entrepreneurs, refugees that are entrepreneurs, and help them find their place in society. And with that, I'd like to wrap up my part and turn it over to Benazira Joko, our friend and our colleague in our struggle. I'd like her to tell us a little bit more about her story and what we do together hand in hand at the Shei Institute. Thank you. Good morning. Well, first of all, congratulations, Fabiola. Whenever I have the opportunity to be with such wonderful people that we can learn so much from, I always think about the Brazilian anthem when it says that these nations, sons and daughters, will never shy away from a fight. And having the opportunity to share this space with Fernanda and Fabiola, I cannot help but think about that. Indeed, Brazil is a country of opportunities. If it weren't the case, I wouldn't be here sharing this panel this morning with all of you, much less having the opportunity to speak in such a great event. Before I talk about the Shei Institute, I have a very brief presentation. My name is Benazira Joko. I'm from Guinea-Bissau, a country located in the western coast of the African continent. And I am a former refugee. I am now an adoptive daughter of Brazil, if you will. And I'm here to share some more information about the opportunities that I found here in Brazil. Many people ask me about my experience as a refugee, as a migrant. But Fabiola said when she was introducing herself that she is a daughter of a refugee. And I am as well. Nothing can be given to us if you don't fight for it. It is important, therefore, to provide refugees the center stage and allow them to be protagonists in their own causes. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the firm and Marco Joaquim, who's not here yet, and also Fernanda, who saw me in the board, and she came to talk to me. She asked what my name was, and she took me to her firm. And actually, the Shei Institute already existed at that time, and it was such a great honor to get to know the initiative and meet such incredible people. Paulo, my partner, my friend, he's that person that works around the clock very hard to help other people. Now, I like to tell you more about the partnership. I can talk on behalf of the Shei Institute, and I speak for everybody at the Institute when I say that we are a tool for social transformation. It's impossible to aim for a better society without thinking about education. As Paulo Freire would say, education is the key for transformation. Not only the transformation of individuals, but society at large. And education is precisely what allowed me to sit here where I am right now. We must believe in education and its power. Education can change people so that they can change the world. Please bear with me. Technology has its quirks. I think that we have already talked about the activities of the Institute. Now, let me tell you some more about the projects. I am the leader of many of the Shei Institute's projects. As my colleagues said, the Institute is headquartered in Brasilia, but I am based here in São Paulo. And here in São Paulo, we have huge population of migrants and refugees. Although there are many institutions that work on this cause here, but we need more and more people and more organizations so that we can reach more and more people, because every single day refugees arrive in Brazil at the airports and the borders, the ports. So the more people we have to work with us and help us, the better. We have a partnership with the UNHCR, as Fabiola and Fernanda said. And at the Shei Institute, we participate and organize and give opportunities with other organizations that invite us to speak in their events. We take the refugees with us so that they can occupy those spaces physically, but also because they can promote their own initiatives. For example, there's an entrepreneur fair, there are gatherings that we promote as well. It's very important to give people the opportunity to be heard. We need to see immigrants and hear about their struggle so that we can be more active in our advocacy initiatives and have a more inclusive society. You won't be able to encourage the creation of public policies if you don't have that first-hand experience. It is impossible to work on that without really knowing what the refugees think and what they go through. So here at the Shei Institute, we provide the opportunity for people to meet each other and hear each other. The people that had to cross the seas to be able to participate in these opportunities. And I provide that bridge, that connection. I help these refugees take part in conferences, seminars, not only here in São Paulo, but in the whole country, to encourage and foster the creation of public policies based on what they have to say. We also have workshops. As I said earlier, I'm always learning from other people. I am a lifelong learner. That's how I see myself. I learn all the time through education actions and forums, seminars, conferences. That's just how I am. I have that eagerness to learn. And when I learn, I try to share my the lessons that I just learned with the groups of immigrants that I know here in São Paulo and other states, so that we can help them do more, and they in turn will help me do more. And with the workshops that we have with SESC, for example. And by the way, very soon we are going to offer 200 scholarships to immigrants and refugees. So that's what we do. We always think about entrepreneurship and providing educational opportunities.
uh, with advocacy. Now, talking a bit about the expansion here, our goal from 2025 or from 2016 to 2025, as you can see, we have topics related to protection, economic justice. And here in Brazil, I work in two axes, employability and education. These are two axes that go hand in hand. We have economic justice, labor, emphasizing on gender, as it was said by the founder and also lawyer, that is our advocate. It's very important to talk about advanced trails. I don't like to read because I get lost, but for those who want to take a picture, and we are going to provide the slides later on to CCAMI. And I think, well, so I'm coming to an end in my presentation. But before showing the video, as Fabiola said, today is a day of emotion. And Sakami has gone to so many countries, created and founded by a Brazilian. So it had to be headed in Brazil. So we are very moved and happy to understand the Brazilians who are looking for us. We came to this nation that has not only received us with open arms, but Brazilians are here to teach us and guide us and to tread this path together with us, especially the office that is devoted to the advocacy part and teaching us. And I would like to bring a message and also emphasize the partnership between CCAMI and the Shei Institute that represents the combination of two forces. The resolution of conflicts starts with the strengthening of people, while CCAMI works to mediate and to solve dispute and build bridges, be they legal or diplomatic. Shei works to strengthen the individual, especially women and people and families that live in vulnerable sites. When somebody arrives in any country, this person is in a vulnerable situation, especially those that are not part of the Brazilian countries. When they come to Brazil, the first roadblock they face is the linguistic barrier. My message today this morning of Thursday, a bit cold here in Sao Paulo. At this point in time in history, more than ever, we need humanitarian leaders, people who see human beings before they see the borders, the face before the document, and the story between this necessary place. We have to choose this, the peaceful side, 200 years of diplomacy. We have always tried to safeguard peace. Peace is not the absence of conflicts, it is the presence of justice, of the cause and care in each of our actions. Inclusion is a political act. Each empathy gesture is a sign of peace. And at each project that values life is a form of resistance. Thank you very much, and I hope we have a great event. So now we are going to show a quick video. Thank you. I would like to thank these incredible women. I'm going to call two other women. So we are in the last part of the institutional part. So we have here with us Julia Nogueira. She is our trainer, our instructor, the mentor of the practical part of the refugee courses at CCAMI. Good morning, everyone. Similarly to Fabiola, Fernanda, and Benazira, I'm very moved today. Although this is the official launch of CCAM in Brazil, this is not the beginning of CCAM. It has started over 2.5 years ago with the idea conceived by Fabiola, for which I fell in love immediately. So we both of us are tax lawyers, and we met in a project that we are still involved. That is the extrajudicial methods for tax disputes. So even before Sekami, we were looking for peace talks and peacekeeping in our area because we believed in this possibility. So when Fabiola had this idea of this, it told me the story about the 7 Afghans that were here in Brazil and were welcomed by the Shei Institute with this marvelous project conceived by Shei Institute. Nothing could be more welcome in the society that we live today than a project that tried to welcome the immigrants, refugees in a moment that they are mistreated in so many countries, and so that we could really give voice to these individuals, give them a profession, a purpose, and to bring peace to other communities. So this is a passionate project at first sight for all of those, and I was also attracted to this passion. So initially, we did the training course for the 7 African lawyers. They are wonderful women, and they are in the first generation of women judges in Afghanistan, and they did a great job there. Unfortunately, due to the context of that country, they had to leave their country and come to Brazil. So it was very important to empower them so that they could have a professional activity consistent with their training. And after that, we decided to expand and replicate this training of refugees and immigrants in Brazil. And I was charged with coordinating this project in Sao Paulo. I'm neither an immigrant or refugee, but I'm from Bahia, and I was also welcomed by Sao Paulo. And Sao Paulo, in addition to being part of Brazil, it is essentially an extremely welcoming country, and I was a beneficiary of this welcome by Sao Paulo that's built by immigrants from all over the world and immigrants from the northeastern Brazil and several parts of the country that are always welcome to Sao Paulo. And I can witness to that. Exist for those who are from Sao Paulo and from those who are from outside Sao Paulo. But Sao Paulo, it's a city that welcomes people, especially those who are willing to work. So then I became very happy to coordinate this project in this city that has received me, and it's the ideal place for this type of project and has a vocation for welcoming people. So, in this context, it's very important to talk about encounters. And these encounters make a project such as this possible. When I have an innovative and visionary project, what we need to do is to find people who believe in it. Without them, nothing happens. And our first and essential encounter we had was the meeting with Biblia Aspa, that is an institution in Sao Paulo that over 20 years welcomes, gives training for immigrants and refugees from everywhere around the world. The Biblia Aspa offers scholarships and courses from different trades, but mainly what it offers people is a home, a family, and it couldn't be a better place than having this first project at Bibliassi. And I'm here, Maricela Esposino, she could stand up and receive our applauses. Valentino, who is the general coordinator of Bibliasa. And from the very first moment when we scheduled a meeting with Bibliaspa and we asked for a meeting, they received it with open arms. And we had the happy surprise to know that they know each person by their names, each one of the 200 immigrants and refugees that go there every day, have breakfast, lunch, and they meet, make friends, and take courses. And each one of these individuals is recognized not as a student, but as a person. And the stories are incredible. The family, the environment that is created there. So this was very important to have this meeting, and we are very thankful to them. When we took this project to Sel and Tino, they immediately understood the importance of intercultural mediation and the need for it, both in terms of a training to them and also a project that would bring mediation as a reality to the community to solve the conflicts they face at Bibliaspa. People who go there take their conflicts to them, and sometimes they don't have enough training to resolve these disputes with disputes with neighbors, employers, in their families, business contracts, all kinds of conflictual situation go to Bibliaspa, and they say, well, we are faced with these problems, but we don't know how to solve them. And they had the ability to indicate people from that community that it would be capable of taking the course. Not anyone can be a mediator. In addition to having a specific training, they need to have a vocation, and they have to be people to can hear and listen to people. And this is the most important thing. You know, they have to be wise people that know how to advise others without interfering excessively in that conflict. They have to get to know their culture immediately. In the intercultural mediation, to offer this openness and understanding is important. They have to be leaders in their community. Salentino have nominated marvelous people who took our training. They are here today, and I would like to honor them today because they are the soul of our project, and they offered what's most important to them, their time, their life history. And Nasiri, please. Could you please stand up and receive a round of applause? Nasiri is from Afghanistan. He's a lawyer, and he's very wise and has taught us greatly. He's been in Brazil for a few years, but is very grateful to Brazil. That really moves us, and we are very thankful for your coming to Brazil and to be able to count on your wisdom, to have you as an intercultural mediator. Abayomi, could you please stand up and receive a round of applause? Abayomi is a Nigerian, he is an accountant, an English teacher, and he's very wise and a great sense of humor. And it was, something that surprised us in our mediation solution. So we are very pleased to have you among us. Hiba, please, could you please stand up? Hiba is from Morocco. She's an innate community leader. She's loved by everyone at Bibliaspa, and she already works as a facilitator vis-a-vis the immigrants and refugees. And she was a housewife, a mother, and coming to Brazil, and she has become a professional. The intercultural mediation came to add to her experience and has crowned her experience. Hiba?
Oisha, please stand up. Oisha is very young, as you can see, but she is very wise. Thanks to her experience as a refugee, she speaks Portuguese perfectly. She is a dedicated young woman who will have a brilliant future for sure. And she also was a great fit in our mediator program. So thank you, Aisha. This process was so rich for all of us. The first stage was online, and it was a great opportunity for us to hear from such experienced, seasoned mediators and professors, many of whom are here with us today. I'd like to thank them by name because they dedicated a lot of their time, knowledge, and experience to give us online classes adapted to intercultural mediation, which is a very new subject. I like to thank some of them who are here: Andrea, Ati Alipur, Gabriela Asmar, Gary Bernberg, Ricardo Ricciani, and Shona. Thank you very much for your incredible dedication to our program. The BibliAspa team was essential as well. We had in-person classes. Professor Sabrina, she's going to speak right after me, so I'm going to skip this part. She's going to give you more details on it. And it was also very important to have the CCAMI team at BibliAspa every single day, because they taught us about the culture behind intercultural mediation. Many people don't know about what it takes to provide that type of service. Marcela, where is Marcela? I think she hasn't arrived yet, but Marcela Lopez was a great part of our team. She was there every single day talking to the BibliAspa people so that they got to know the culture a little bit better, so that we could implement the second part of the program, which was to work on actual mediation, work on actual cases with the supervision of the professors. And Joyce was very important in that stage. And Joyce is here, but I'm sure she's busy. But thank you very much, Joyce. I'm sure many of you already know her. She was there all the time, working with the different schedules, trying to bring the actual mediation cases to reality. We learned a great deal from this project here in São Paulo. It brought us a wealth of experience. The biggest challenge was to implement mediation culture and bringing the different parties to the mediation setting. Our mediators have a very solid background, a very solid education. They are perfectly capable of conducting mediation. However, we need the parties to be engaged in the mediation so that it can actually become a reality. So to finish my part of the presentation, I'd like to invite all of you to become partners in our projects. We are going to continue working with BibliAspa. We have already started another project with an institution called Compassiva here in São Paulo. We have already started our visits to Compassiva, and we are open to other projects and replicating these programs in partnership with other companies that need our help and that are willing to fund these projects. Because I think that these projects can be a great fit in their ESG projects, bringing more education to immigrants and also building peace through mediation in the intercultural community. So come talk to us and become a partner. We are ready to replicate this project all around Brazil and the world. Thank you. Now I'd like to turn it over to Sabrina. Good morning. I am very moved as well to be here. It is a great pleasure to join all of you this morning and participate in the launch of this beautiful project, CCAMI. My name is Sabrina Ornos. I am an attorney and a mediator, and I was in charge of the hands-on in-person classes here in São Paulo to assist our students in our program. And since the moment I was invited to be a part of this team of the great professors that you are going to get to know a little bit more throughout the day, I knew that this project was in line with my purpose, which is disseminating peace in a multicultural setting. I'd like to tell you more about our journey, our story together, so that we were able to get to the graduation of our first class of mediators. After they took the online classes with all the professors that Julia already named. They had classes with me on Saturdays with hands-on bilingual classes. We had training sessions on violent communication and mediation simulations. And we also gave them education and more information about the preparation phase for a mediation case. Those classes took place in Bibliaspa, an institution that supported the project since the very beginning. Bibliaspa is headquartered in a very comfortable place that was very welcoming to all of us. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Bibliaspa team, Stella, Tim, who are also here. They were very friendly, extremely helpful to all of us. And it was a huge privilege to get to know each of the students that are here with us this morning. It was an honor to be there with them, our students, coming from all walks of life, coming from Nigeria, Morocco, Afghanistan. And I had the chance to witness their genuine interest in learning this new profession. I watched their enthusiasm and how much they believed and wanted to know about mediation and its potential to build peace and facilitate dialogue and enable communication in such diverse environments. Julia introduced very well each one of them. I had the honor to be with them throughout this journey, and I echo your words and the adjectives that you used to describe each one of them. I had the honor to teach and learn from this incredible class that I am very proud of. And now I can see the gratitude, the motivation, the passion in each one of them when they talk about mediation in their own communities and disseminate this new resolution method to reach a more peaceful way of solving the conflicts in the different challenges that they face. They are the peace warriors. They are building a new life here in Brazil as refugees. And they are building that new life with a lot of grit and energy. And the entire CCAMI team takes a lot of pride in that. I'd like to state my admiration for all of them and thank them as well. I'd like to thank Marcela, Joyce, and Julia, who were there in each class, Riciane, who believed in me from the very beginning, and in particular, I'd like to thank Fabiola for having this pioneer of vision and the courage of never giving up. So thank you. I'm very grateful. I'm very happy, and it is a pleasure for me to be here to celebrate with all of you. Thank you. I think we now have a video, right?
A CCAMI, ela é um negócio social, é uma empresa que tem como objetivo trabalhar na solução alternativa de conflito. Então, a gente vai atender pessoas que estão em conflito, que queiram solucionar, e também o judiciário. Então, nós estamos fazendo um trabalho lá para o judiciário, quer dizer, para que o judiciário, nos casos interculturais, nos casos em que tenham pessoas de outras culturas, ao invés de tentar conciliações internas ali dentro do judiciário, mandar para a gente tentar solucionar, porque eu parto da premissa que é mais fácil se solucionar conflitos com pessoas que sabem do que está sendo tratado.
Para ser mediador, não apenas a pessoa faz uma formação técnica, mas é importante também que ela tenha uma aptidão, né? Uma aptidão principalmente para ouvir o outro, uma sensatez para encaminhar os conflitos. Então, tem que ser pessoas que passam confiança, que são bons ouvintes.
foi um momento quando chegou essa proposta de a gente poder criar um projeto onde a gente ia entregar dignidade humana para refugiados que chegavam até aqui ou que chegam em qualquer lugar do mundo, para que eles possam ter a oportunidade de serem treinados para ser mediadores de conflitos, né? Para que eles pudessem atuar nas suas comunidades ou fora da comunidade, mas essencialmente ser um agente de transformação e de pacificação social.
Okay. Meu nome é Abayomi, eu sou nigeriano, tenho 45 anos, eu sou cristão, eu sou contador. Foi muito difícil encontrar trabalho como contador. E meu diploma, eles falaram que eles não aceitam, tem que fazer validação. Aí, por causa dessa pandemia, demorou o processo, mas se não conseguir ficar em casa sem fazer nada, tinha que buscar outro tipo de trabalho. Aí eu comecei, fui em abril esse ano, e eu já aprendi muitas coisas, e eu gosto do curso, me ensinar como ter paz entre as pessoas.
Meu nome é Riba Nasseri, sou de Marrocos, tenho 26 anos. Sou mãe de 3 crianças. Lá eu estava casada, dona da casa, com meu marido, cuidando dos meus filhos, mas eu nunca gostei. Bom, ser mãe, bom, mas eu acredito que eu posso fazer uma diferença. Não vou fazer uma diferença muita no mundo, não, mas eu posso fazer muita coisa. Então, quero estudar, quero aprender, eu gosto de aprender idiomas.
My name is Nassiri. I'm from Afghanistan. I'm 50 years old. I live in Brazil since 2023. I graduated from Faculty of Law and Political Science in Afghanistan. I have a background of law. First, when we came to Brazil, it was very hard for me, for my family. If you leave your country, it is not easy. You left everything behind. Come to the new country, the language is different, the culture is different. Finding a place to live is not easy. It's also different. Adaptation for the new culture takes time. At the same time, the mediation gives me lots of hope for the future, and also the most thing I thought with myself, okay, if I become a mediator, I may help lots of people. I think it's a good opportunity for me to do or to be a good mediator in the future, and also to help and support the Afghan community who are here in Brazil, and they have some conflict or problem.
Mediação é importante, tem muitos benefícios, tanto para a pessoa que faz, quanto para as pessoas que recebem essa mediação, porque mediação traz, para mim, traz paz entre as partes.
Essa área ela abriu portas para mim, porque hoje eu trabalho com defensora de direitos humanos e facilitadora dos serviços públicos e agora mediadora, que eu me formei já. Sim, então estou muito feliz.
Eu sonho para crescer, eu estou começando agora, eu sonho para crescer, para poder fazer mediação em qualquer lugar, né? Seja empresa, seja sociedade, seja entre qualquer lugar político, né? Fora do país até.
Que as instituições normalmente têm uma linha transversal e que tudo roda nela, né? pensando qual que é a nossa, eu acho que a nossa é a paz social.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Luciano Goulart to the stage. Many of you already know her. So thank you and welcome. I am very touched by everything that we have been doing here today and showing you what CCAMI has been doing for 2 years now, so that we could finally meet here this morning with all of you. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you who are here in person today, watching us online, all of you who have to leave your families and cross the ocean to be here for this bigger purpose. That's what CCAMI is about. It's about more than us individually. It's about helping your neighbor. It's about believing in the power of human beings, in the power of our lives. We're going through such crazy situations, right? The world is upside down, I would say, but we cannot lose hope and faith in human beings. And CCAMI is precisely about that, about believing in human beings. When Fabiola contacted me through Fernanda, and then I met Julia, Katia, Joyce, and everybody in the CCAMI team, it was a gift that was handed to me. I had already worked with immigration in the United States. And I thought at the time when I came back to Brazil, I wondered, when will I have the chance to work with immigrants and human rights again? I'm a corporate lawyer. When will I finally have another chance to work with that? And then CCAMI arrived in my life as this huge gift. So I like to take this opportunity to thank everybody involved, our mediators, who are my friends. And as Fabiola said, they believed in our purpose. I'd like to thank the professors in the course, which was the first step that we took, especially each of the professors that I worked closely with, and Ricardo Ornelis in particular. Thank you so much. Please stand up, Ornelis. He designed the entire theoretical part of the course and helped me think about how to invite the other professors that we named. It is a pleasure for me to stand here and see this room full of people who believe that there is a better way of solving conflicts besides going to court. I'm going to read from this text that I wrote that represents what CCAMI is and represents for all of us. And, you know, I have to wear glasses at some point, but to read, I don't, so I'll have to remove my glasses. We are starting the Congress now. I am opening the technical part of the Congress. This is a space between what has been and what can be. We are opening spaces. We are taking the time to breathe among the noise all around us and listening to people who believe that we can find peace. This is not an event, it is a calling for all of us to look at conflicts not as a crack, but as something that can be bridged, because that will help us get to the other side that may be brighter than where we are right now. It is an ethical response to a time when human beings are wearing out and are getting lost in algorithms. Now, exile is no longer a metaphor, and dialogue is more than just trying to find a common ground. It is about listening those who were never heard, finding dignity where the system cannot reach. Here, the concrete in Sao Paulo breathes, and here there is room for everybody coming from faraway places, speaking different languages with different pains, but still who are able to dream. Here, the foreigners become our brothers and sisters. Taking refuge here is not a reason for shame, it is rather resistance. We are here to translate the immigrants' souls as they sell their products on every corner. Activists, lawyers, judges, and mediators are here writing new justice grammars. Not the justice in the courts, but the justice that we can find in our everyday lives. The world is bleeding through its borders, but we are here to thread a needle and build a seam through all of those cracks. We are transforming tables in round tables and walls into mediation. For every one of you who had to cross the ocean, come to a different time zone, thank you. Thank you so much for believing that the law can extend beyond laws and regulations, who believe that we can still get together. That's what CCAMI is about. It is about a language and translating something that doesn't have a name yet. Like art and literature, we can build connections, and we're trying to find meaning and make sense of noise, finding a bridge to cross borders and build dialogue. CCAMI is calling for us to hear different voices, not to erase borders, but to transform them into opportunities to meet other people. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to join you. And now I'm going to read from the bio of Professor Singh.
It's very difficult to say that. É muito difícil. He's a renowned international mediator and educator, specialized in complex commercial, organizational, transnational, and cultural disputes. He holds a PhD in law from the National Law University of Delhi, an LLM in dispute resolution from University of Missouri, Columbia Law School, and postdoctoral fellowship in dispute resolution from the Mitchell Hamline School of Law, and LLB from Nassau University of Law. An award-winning educator, he has trained more than 5,000 professionals from 55 countries and is widely recognized for his work in advancing conflict resolution, leadership, and change management on global scale. Professor, the floor is yours.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Sukhsimranjit Singh. I am a judicial arbitration and mediation services mediator and arbitrator based in San Francisco, but I work globally. And I'm also a board member of International Weinstein Foundation. And I'm so happy and pleased to be with you today, just for a few minutes. First of all, I congratulate you on your inaugural convention on conflict resolution focused on culture, CCAMI. What a terrific time to establish, to launch, to prosper as a global body that is focused on culture, on resolving conflicts across culture. It is needed. What is needed is a place where we can have a dialogue, an organization that can make us think who we are. What is our cultural heritage? What is culture? How do we speak across cultures? You see, you and I, all of us interact on a daily basis with many cultures. Whether you are a judge, you are an attorney, you are a student, you are a mediator, or you are none of the above, you constantly engage in cross-cultural dialogue. It is better to pay attention to it now than later. Governments across the world are engaging with each other across national cultures. Now, it is time for us to improve our cross-cultural fluency. In a few months, in fact, maybe in a couple of months, I'm publishing my first book on cross-cultural intelligence. So I've studied this subject of culture. And here are my 3 top tips for you. Number 1, culture is about curiosity. Ask questions before you judge the other person. Number 2, culture is about learning. With curiosity, the first point. Number 2, in learning, I want you to engage in dialogues, in exercises, in conversations, to learn, to simply understand what the other person is. And number 3, culture is about respect. Any culture in the world, be it people speaking Portuguese or Italia or Hindi, we can connect with the heart if you speak, engage with respect. And don't be afraid to say you're sorry when you make a mistake. I am so pleased that today you all got together at this opening of a wonderful dialogue, an international convention on intercultural dialogue. To me, that's a dream. I apologize I couldn't be with you today in person, but I promise next year I will be. I give you best of wishes, love, and care for an amazing convention. Thank you again for inviting me to speak.
Now, I would like to invite someone who is very special, a great friend of mine and many of you, one of the greatest lawyers that I know around the world, and the best Austrian lawyer that could ever exist. So we have Natasha here with us. Natasha is an Austrian lawyer with over or several decades of experience in the resolution of complex dispute, acting as mediators in business conflicts in sectors such as technology, science of life, energy, and intellectual property. The head of investigation where she analyzes cases involving insolvency, fraud, and white collar, and with a sound training in the law of insolvency from the University of Vienna. She contributes for the development of mediation of the board of directors and an office of IBA in Austria, and delegate of the IDR and arbitration at ICC. Muito obrigada por aceitar o nosso convite.
And a word of, but I did, by the way you looked and the way you talked. And I think that's the starting point of what we're going to be doing here today, which is communicate across borders, across languages, across so many things, simply by listening and understanding. So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me. And I'd like to thank more than just Riziani for the kind introduction. I'd like to thank everyone who was on stage here today earlier. So Fabiola for that amazing energy. for making all of this happen. I don't know how she does it. The same goes for everyone else. I was inspired to listen to Fernanda and Benazira and Julia and Sabrina. And also, this is challenging, Sukshum Rajit, who gave us, I think, a really important message for what we are going to do here today. I'm coming back to his number one, be curious. And perhaps also number two, engage. I'm here to lead you through this program and not only to thank you, especially for the institutional introduction, but perhaps do something else. I am not from Brazil, as you can tell, but I would like to thank perhaps Brazil, my first time here, and I've gotten to know a bit of this country for its diversity, for its openness, for bringing forth the people we see here today, for welcoming the people we see here today, and also to create that open-minded culture that we would like to see all over the world in terms of acceptance and also in terms of embracing new opportunities, making something new where from the substance we have to build on, and sustainable, a point that has been made several times, use all the diversity that comes in and build it into something more powerful. I believe that CCAMI is more than just a project. It's been referred to as a project a couple of times. I've had the pleasure of seeing the work of CCAMI in Paris, in Vienna, and it has been outstanding. This is an institution, together with Shei Institution, that has a greater goal and a greater vision, and to my mind, is looking to the future of mediation, rethinking mediation, and harnessing the power of mediation for a number of things that we might not have yet thought of. So beyond the classical concept of mediation. Mediation, I think Fernanda called it a think tank and a do tank. And I love that idea. This is what we're here to do today. But in order to do that, we need to go back to the starting point and think about what is mediation, what can mediation do, and how can it inspire us. And you will see that the next point on our agenda is an inspirational keynote on exactly that topic. And it's my great pleasure to be allowed to introduce the keynote speaker who will have to bring to the table both an analytical mind and some practical experience. Somebody who has perhaps, how shall I put it, seen and worked cross borders. And so it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Zachary Kalo as our keynote speaker. I believe I may say that over the years, I've worked with him as a colleague in the International Bar Association, and thus I know that he's qualified both to bring to the table an academic mindset and also a practical mindset. If you wouldn't believe me on that point, I just point you to his CV. Professor Kalo has worked as a professor for many years at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, but has recently received a calling to work at Touro University in the US. He's worked at numerous other academic functions at other universities, and nonetheless finds time to practice law at Caliban Haggerty and also Shellstraat. Moreover, he also practices as a mediator in Gulf mediation, which brings mediation to the Middle East and provides an outstanding service in that region, developing mediation in the Gulf. So if you won't take my words, take his CV for it. And I would say, Zach, the floor is yours. Thank you.
hope you don't mind if I sit. Otherwise, I'll be pacing, and you'll be tired of watching me go back and forth for the next half an hour. Thank you to Natasha, my dear friend and colleague, for those far too generous words. It's a dangerous thing to invite a professor to speak for 20 minutes without a whole lot of limitation on what is to be said. So let's risk this journey together. And I was asked to be inspirational, which I don't know if is really my nature in general, but I'm going to try to be inspirational. But the real inspiration today was in fact with the stories we've already heard. There's very little that I can say that will inspire more than what is being witnessed here today: the history, the stories, the passion, the investment, the people and the stories behind this. So anything that I can say and do is really just a refraction of something far more beautiful than the words that I could share. But I want to take a few moments and maybe amidst what today will probably be a very practical conversation to maybe offer some big picture thoughts. And in particular, what I want to reflect on is the vocation of mediation. And in fact, what Natasha mentioned a moment ago about CCAMI being more than a project, I think is a very apt way to begin this, because it seems to me, having seen this initiative develop, that CCAMI is, among other things, a vocation, in the sense that it's not just about performing certain tasks, but it is rooted deeply in a calling, moral calling and a human calling to be in the world in a particular way. And so it's maybe with that background in mind that I want to reflect on what it is that mediation is, and what it is that we as mediators do. And this is an audience where I probably don't need to convince you of the intrinsic values of mediation, but I want to maybe step back from the way that conversation often unfolds. So many of you who've taken, say, a 40-hour training course, maybe with Andy over there, you've taken Cedar's mediation training course, and you'll learn about why mediation is good, right? It's efficient. It parties control, right? It saves costs. It saves time. Right? And these are all good things. But I want to sort of pull back even a little further and explore mediation as a vocation, a word that I choose very intentionally to speak not just to mediation as a profession, or kind of work, or a task, but as a calling, right? Something that maybe leads us into seeing something about who we are individually and collectively as people. That's my hope today, is to use a reflection on mediation to try to learn something about ourselves. And it seems to me that mediation is having a moment, right? Many of you have been working in this area for years, and something has happened in the past decade, and a coalescence of energy around mediation. The Singapore Convention, laws, institutions, CCAMI, right? I mean, mediation is having a moment. But I want to sort of reflect on how this phenomenon tells us not just about where we are going as mediators or as mediation professionals, but what it is that we are doing. What phenomenologically it is that we do when we mediate. And it's my hope that we might begin to see in this moment, if you will, the inbreaking of something bigger. And so I want to give some thought then to what mediation rightly understood is, and maybe also what it is not. So let me begin as a professor might be apt to do by quoting another academic. I want to talk about a now maybe somewhat forgotten thinker from the early 20th century, an American political theorist and theologian, Reinhold Niebuhr, who wrote a very important book in the 1930s, in the midst of all of the tumult of that age, trying to figure out the foundations of a social order and what it tells us about ourselves in the midst of this very disruptive time. And he used two phrases that I think are quite apt. He talked about the children of light and the children of darkness. And the children of light for him were those who believed that love and goodness was enough. Right? Our politics, our institutions, our problems could be healed if we just loved enough. And the children of darkness were those who believed in power, in self-interest, that politics, society is reducible to these baser aspects of human nature. It's all about power. Now, he was talking about this in connection with the great political debates of the age. Liberal democracy on one hand, totalitarianism on the other, and trying to figure out in what can we ground a sustainable social order. But I want to propose, just as a little bit of a twist, that maybe this kind of typology of the children of light and the children of darkness can also help us to think a bit about mediation. So the children of light, as we might think about it in mediation, these are the apostles of mediation, right? That mediation is all we need. And that mediation, moreover, is not just about resolving conflicts, but it is about transforming realities, transforming relationships. Right? All you need is love, if you will, as a kind of mediatorial idealism. Right? And I think there's a problem with this, that it doesn't fully wrestle with the fact that some of our conflicts, some of our problems, some of the deepest ways in which we are broken as human beings, as societies, may not be resolvable, at least not without the force of a judge or at times the violence of a sword. And so sometimes our capacity to really understand the needs of another, to give as well as to receive, is simply not possible. Tragic, but true. Now, the children of darkness, when it comes to mediation, might be those who simply resist mediation. Right? It's a soft skill. It's ill-suited to resolving our disputes. You might describe this point of view as being cynical and resisting the idea that real reconciliation, real healing is possible. That behind the rhetoric of harmony and goodwill is power and injustice. I think there's something else to this as well that I want to mention, and I've often tried to find out why some people are deeply entrenched in their resistance to mediation. I think part of it is that, especially if we're talking about lawyers often don't want to concede their unique role as the guardians of justice. Right? That lawyers view themselves as technicians. They master a language, they master a craft, they operate within institutions of power. They are the guardians and they are the gatekeepers. And so to withdraw control to a different kind of process is in some sense to, if you will, undermine the sole supremacy of the law, the power and the force of law as how we resolve disputes. I think there's also something else at work here, and this is what I want to reflect on for a moment, that maybe one of the reasons why we can be uncomfortable with mediation, and here I mean mediation very broadly understood, is something deeper. And it's a very understandable human impulse to want judgment. We want to be vindicated. Parties want to be vindicated. They want to be named as right. They want a determination. They want a judgment. Sometimes this is selfish, right? Sometimes this emerges from the most selfish aspects of who we are. Sometimes it comes from a very good impulse to, if you know the phrase from the Hebrew Bible, to avenge the blood of the innocent, right? It emerges from a desire to have right proclaimed. But that impulse to judge, to have an ultimate resolution to our conflict is deeply rooted in who we are. But I think it also exists in a kind of complicated relationship with mediation. Right? We crave not just settlement, not just compromise, but we want judgment, we want truth declared, we want right restored, we want wrong to be punished. And so both of these ideas that I've put on the table, I think, disclose truths about who we are, and also what about mediation, what about mediation might be. But they also didn't acknowledge all of the complexities. So the children of light, as I've borrowed that phrase from Niebuhr, recognized the really human impulse to want to move beyond justice towards reconciliation, to see in some ways the inbreaking of love into human affairs. The children of darkness see a very real human impulse to want vindication, to want to be declared right. And I think the problem with this is that most of the time, we don't operate in these poles, but we operate in the messy space in between. A place where conciliation on one hand and judgment on the other, where love and justice dance in very complex and irresolute ways. So let me propose this, just as a starting point to our reflection. The vocation, to return to that word, the vocation of mediation, or maybe I should say the vocation to mediation, is best found in this space between, this messy, complex space between. And it's here that we might encounter the true nature of what it means to mediate. And so in exploring this, let me mention what I think is one of the most interesting and compelling moral aspects of mediation. And it's about control. So if we go back to that cedar slide, sorry, Andy, but you're here, and I'm going to borrow you. If you go back to that cedar slide about the virtues of mediation, one of the things you'll see is parties get to control the process. Right? This is presented as a good thing. You don't allow your conflict to be decided by someone else, by a judge, by an arbitrator. You control the outcome, and that's true, right? And that's a good thing. But I think it also misses the other side of this story, which is that at its best, that giving up of control, or that, let me rephrase that gaining of control over process also entails a giving up of control. By which I mean the following: you are giving up a claim to ultimacy, right? You are not only giving up the fact that a judge or an arbitrator will render a judgment, but you are forsaking the ability to be declared to be right. And I think that's an interesting phenomenon that goes to the heart of what I want to see as the paradox of mediation. Because you're entering into a process that very likely will, by its nature, lead to a resolution that is not and cannot be an ultimate vindication, but simply a pragmatic compromise. So in the gaining of control, parties also give up control. And this letting go of judgment, this letting go of the thirst for a declaration of right, I think in naming that phenomenon of mediation, we encounter something about who we are as human beings. Because our human nature also exists in this liminal space between. We are neither beasts nor angels. We don't simply want justice or peace. We operate in this awkward space in between. And that is why mediation, as an art, is perhaps the most human of arts that befits the complex nature of our humanness. Because to be in this space is to recognize the good of peace, right? To simply have peace. It might be a peace without reconciliation. It might be a peace without transformation. It might not be a peace that is filled with love. It might simply be peace. But to acknowledge that is to recognize that mediation is itself a deeply moral good suited for who we are as limited creatures. So I guess what I'm saying is that in seeking settlement, simply seeking peace, in accepting compromise, this rests on a recognition that we as human beings thirst both for justice and vindication, and love and transformation, but also just peace. A simple, pragmatic, limited peace. And that's something different than winning. But that's okay, because to acknowledge that feature of mediation isn't to view settlement as a lesser outcome. It's rather to seek a result that is proper to our humanity. St. Augustine, the great 5th century Christian thinker St. Augustine spoke about a similitudo pacis, the semblance of peace. It's a beautiful phrase, the semblance of peace. And he said that the peace, which is the peace of the earthly city, contains a semblance of peace. It's not ultimate vindication, but in the limited good of just living together, finding ways across our differences to live together is itself a good. It's what Augustine called something dear to us, something that we desire, something that is to be sought. And it's a good in itself, right? Peace is simply a good in itself. Tranquility is better than war. But this peace is also augurs towards something bigger. It augurs towards those ultimate goods, the goods of love. And so in kind of closing down, I'm watching this clock tick very, very, very dangerously towards zero. To start to close down, what I want to propose then is that the vocation of the mediator might be seen as in part to be a guardian of this limited provisional peace. By withdrawing from the disposition of judgment to simply seek peace, perhaps again without reconciliation, without transformation, it might seem to make mediation a quite modest vocation. Right? Maybe more modest than we would like to think it is. I think our impulse often as mediators is to think that we are participating in a transformative process, which sometimes we are. But sometimes we're just guardians of peace. Maybe mediation can, and in certain circumstances is a site of transformation or bringing about a new framework of understanding. But sometimes it's just a mechanism for achieving a provisional peace. But this modest vocation, as I've called it, also allows mediation to disclose something powerful about our nature. Because it's in this very modesty of recognizing what mediation is and is not, what it can and cannot do, that I think it finds its power. The disruptive power of disclaiming the ultimate for something that is limited and provisional. And let's not forget that modesty can do big things. There's a beautiful Jewish phrase I've always liked, tikkun olam, to repair the world. And I think we can conceptualize the vocation of the mediator as sharing in part in that vocation. It is part of just, I don't know if that's a sign. I can talk loudly over it. I don't know. Okay. This notion of repairing the world. Right? Kick it. This is a provisional peace, right? I'm going to seize the moment to wrap up here. So, I mean, just in concluding, I put on the table this phrase, olam, repair the world. And I think that's a very apt way to think about what mediation does. It doesn't necessarily heal the world. It doesn't necessarily inject the world with ultimate love, but it repairs the world. It installs peace. And in this very ordinariness of what mediation often is, we can find something profound and something beautiful and something transformative. Something that might even, in its own ways, begin to give glimpses of the eternal. And maybe, just to close, maybe we can even say that mediation is an act of love. Not necessarily in the way that we might often think about that, but an act of love all the same. And just to close, CCAMI, right? I mean, the story that we're hearing today, this story that began with an act of love. And it's an act of love that began, as you've heard from the stories, that began with brokenness, with disruption, with violence, with dislocation. And into that fragmentation entered this proposition, which is at once both modest and, on the other hand, profound and transformative, that seeks to repair the world. And that, I think, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Zach. I would say that's a perfect transition. And we need to make that transition because my understanding is the clock is already at 0, is all I'm saying. This clock here is already blinking red. So let me move on very, very quickly. Zach, you've given us inspiration for what's about to come. And I would disagree only on one point, if I may, because you have said that it's a humble proposition, and perhaps not power or not the greatest proposition, perhaps profound, but still to repair the world as if it weren't a big deal. I would put to everyone in this room that any attempt to repair and to heal is quite a big deal and is a great endeavor that CCAMI is undertaking. The next panel is going to address exactly that and ask the question whether mediation can actually also deal with the big things: geopolitical conflict, conflict across borders, conflict where other dispute resolution mechanisms have failed. One of the propositions that CCAMI is also putting to you. To moderate this panel, I'd like to invite up onto the stage Somai Gandali. Where is she? There she is. And all the members of panel number 1. It's my job to introduce Somai, who I've had the pleasure to meet. She is an architect. She is an entrepreneur. She is, I would say, a cultural innovator. And I think being an architect sometimes in practical terms might help in being an architect in so many other things. I know this woman has, due to circumstances, rebuilt her life several times, and each time impressively. And now here she is to moderate the next panel. I leave the introduction to everyone else to you, Somai. Thank you. Okay, it's you or me?
Hello and good morning. Can I have my panelist, please? Could you please come? If you are here. Thank you. Hi. Feel free. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Our panel is a little bit different, and we didn't want to do the formal introduction everybody because we know that everybody knows everybody, and we decided to go the subject direct. But before we start our panel, I was just wondering to share something about our panel and our subject. It's that I had a several life in my life, as you know that, and I just wondering to share everything with you. It was in my first life, but I was an Iranian girl dreaming to becoming an architect. I grew up in a country where the woman gained a right to the vote in 1963. That moment gave the Iranian woman an empowerment. This right of the vote make us powerful and empowerment. And because of this, our Iranian women, they are one of the most powerful women in the world. I know that there is another Iranian woman also here. I'm gonna say you hi. I don't know where are you. My second life starts in Paris in 2015. I carried a culture in my heart with learning to belong to the new world. I learned as a mediation is not only a professional, it's a daily act, understanding and listening of the stand between the words to balance between two new cultures. Today, I'm in a third life, work with the refugees, people who like me, live between the homes, between the memories and new beginnings. They remind me the migration is not only about escape. It's about a dignity, courage, and the human right to seek safety and meaning. Thank you, CCAMI, for giving this voice to us, to this dialogue, for the helping and build a bridge between the borders. The borders, for the moment, it's a little bit difficult. It's closed for the refugees, but we want to opening. And thank you, CCAMI. We live in a time of the paradox. The borders are closing, but humanity keeps moving, and then moving. We build walls, while the world around us, climate, conflict, and technology, keep reminding us that we are connected together everywhere in the world. Before we starting our panel, the subject our panel it's a conflict through the migration. And I'm wondering that my panelists feel free and they tell me about this subject, their ideas first, and then we're gonna have the question. Lucas, thank you.
Thank you. It's an absolute
You have
pleasure.
15 minutes, okay?
I'll be shorter than that. I like questions more than random rambling. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, João. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in Portuguese since the majority speak Portuguese and the translation is working. I'm a political scientist. I have a political science in Brasilia with governmental strategies. We manage corporate disputes. We have an office in Sao Paulo and in the US. I would like to begin that by saying that we are living in a moment, and it has been for some decades, and it has strengthened in the last few years, of two things that are key points in the topic of mediation, arbitration, and globalization and intercultural connections. There are 2 points that, in my opinion, demand a lot of attention. The first point is that today we have a discredit of the institution. So anyone who works with mediation, be of any type, intercultural, among people, among institutions, companies, between the company and the government, between a company and several governments, has to take into account that today all negotiations is done at a table and also by the public opinion. If your narrative does not sustain, outside the room, it's not going to be supported anywhere. Today we have a widely connected world where the information are heard and in the real time. The speed of information is very quick, and this removes the power of reflection. The other day, I was watching a news program of a company. In 5 minutes they talk about it's impossible to reflect on a topic when you are flooded by information. I remember a very interesting sentence that I heard. When there is a flood, the first thing that we don't have is potable water. Same thing applies to information. When there is a lot of information, the first thing that we miss is information. So the negotiation does not have to be technical, formal, and beautiful. It has to uh, keep itself in the real world. Otherwise, it has no credibility. And now they go beyond the institutions. And this is quite dangerous. The institution that give the set stamp of legitimacy, today it removes the credibility of a decision as a result of the crisis of trust among people and institutions. And it's very temptive to reject the growth of an anti-institutional view around the world, based on our intelligence, intellectuality, to treat the votes of millions of people and of people who seek for extreme governments to deal with that as they don't know what they do. And the anti-institutional reality is happening around the world, and it's very important for people who work within the institutionality to understand how to serve this world. The second point that's worth to reflect on is the issue of the crisis of institutionality, that politics today, the social life, we recognize ourselves much more for what we are not than we are. There is a term in political sciences that is the negative partnership, partisan. That is, people recognize much more for what they are not than they are. So the political talks you have with your friends, they usually end up saying, "No, I'm not that. I don't agree with that. I'm against corruption. I am against immigration, against abortion. I'm against this and that." And it's very easy for you to join groups that are against things because it doesn't require a lot of reflection. Everybody agrees that I'm against spending money in a mistaken way. The state has to be more organized the way it spends the money. Everybody likes that. But from the very moment you are against, you are against. But if you are in favor, you have to start thinking about solutions. One side disagrees the other. The subsidy is bad, but to my sector is good. We are strategic. So these are the 2 points that we need to reflect on in the context of conflicts, mediation, and arbitration. The crisis of institutionality and how the discussions are more focused of what we are not and what it means to reach consensus, to reduce political tension, polarization. Um, that's all for the moment.
That will be all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna ask Joe.
Thank you, Ms. Gendali, the president of this panel, and thank you, Sam, too. I speak in Portuguese too because it's my language, and I think that most people speak Portuguese.
Firstly, I would like to thank Fabiola, my great friend, for this opportunity and to congratulate her for her action in this initiative and say that I'm very pleased that something so important and many women directing the show And this is very important. Particularly, I'm one of the elderly, one of the senior citizen, and we've always struggled for women participation, and I'm very happy for that. And I'm going to say why Fabiola has invited me. I'm a lawyer, and I have practicing law for over almost 50 years. I participated in government institutions and private companies. And although I have mastered, constitutional law, life has pushed me to litigation lawyer. So most of my activity throughout the 50 years, I've been devoted to litigation. I'm a litigator. So the mediation became very much present in my life. And I'm going to give my view concerning these instruments, especially mediation. I think that these institutes have become more lively and more usable in several conflicts as of the globalization. Globalization brought the need to look for alternatives to conflict resolutions that were not state decisions, judiciary, and we have to bear in mind at all times that conflict means different points of view. And you only have conflicts and conflict resolution if you have freedom and democracy, if the institutions are open and are in operation. Otherwise, you cannot arbitrate because you not know the different points of view at stake and much less the mediation. And as I'm a litigation lawyer and somebody that has been working for many years, I've seen in the beginning of my career, of my training, arbitration and mediation did not exist in Brazil, although the commercial code provided for that, it was not used. The Brazilians were forbidden, legal or corporate entity, to give up the judiciary. So it would be pointless to go to an arbitration mediation, and then any party could go to the judiciary and they had to start all over until we had a law in this regard. I participated in the group that created the legislation. It took a long time for it to be approved and be recognized. And I remember the Justice Sepúlveda Pertence thought that the Federal Supreme Court would not accept it, and it has become part of our life. What I have learned so far was first, be it to use now alternative dispute resolution, the parties have to accept and choose this path. Otherwise, it's not going to exist. You can see mediation could be an act of love, as former panelists said, but it's an acceptance by the parties to find an alternative and quick dispute resolution mechanism. And we lawyers have the defect of the making all the actions in the judiciary. So we have to avoid taking them to court. Arbitrator in Latin means that the person is in the middle between the parties. But it doesn't have only a Latin origin. It has an origin with the Phoenicians, and it meant experts. It's not, you are not going to arbitrate or mediate an issue based on the legal aspects of this issue. I had the possibility, and I cannot mention the names because of the confidential nature of them, but I participated in two major international mediations, and both were successful because both parties wanted the mediation, and the parties involving two different legal systems, common law and civil law. And we were able to do the mediation based on the mediator. It took place in England, and England has a great tradition of mediation, and they're excellent mediators in England. But the parties wanted the mediation to solve their conflict because it wouldn't be the last time or the first time that they would be together in an activity. The activity that they developed imposed that they had new actions, new contracts. So it cannot happen when both parties don't want it. In Brazil, instead of taking arbitration to the courts, and they started drafting these rules, and you lose the solution you seek with this tool. I remember, a recent example, and it was the dispute between the JBS Group and Paper Excellence. All of them use all the possibilities to frustrate the arbitration, looking for a solution in the courts, and the courts acted very well, and and they approved the mediation. So mediation, I fear it's going to be full of red tape and impose in the solution of conflicts, taking them to court. We lawyers are the first vehicle to look for the solution. We have to avoid as much as possible to throw our professional flaws into this space. So this is my contribution, and it's typical of my professional life, and I'm willing to discuss any further topic in this regard. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the star, Sean.
Good morning, everybody. I unfortunately would love to be able to address you in Portuguese, but I'm unable to do that. So I will attempt to speak as slowly and clearly as I possibly can. Yeah. Thank you, Samaya, for the introductions. Thank you to Lucas and to João. I appreciate the fact that the recognition of the institutional aspect was mentioned. I also take note of the comment regarding us always focusing on what we are not. If I understand that correctly, basically we need to exhibit the courage to stand up for what we are, what we represent, what we think we should be promoting. And I think those are very, very valuable comments. I would also like to congratulate the organizers, Fabiola, Fernanda, and their team on what I consider to be a very courageous effort on what is an extremely ambitious project. I think it is highly commendable and brave, as I've said before, to take this on. When I was first introduced to the concept, I thought this can go extremely deep and it can even become quite political. Yeah, I note the if you want to call it a tagline underneath CCAMI behind me, speaks to geopolitics and to human rights. And stuck between those two terms is dispute resolution. So that in itself indicates the tension between the impact that geopolitics is having on human rights. It indicates the challenge that lies ahead. There are many, in my opinion, potentially opposing forces that could mitigate the should I say, the effort that is being put
esse esforço que está sendo envidado nessa
iniciativa. Eu acredito que os organizadores estão bastante cientes desse desafio, dessa montanha que eles vão ter que escalar, e eu parabenizo novamente por essa iniciativa, na qual eu gostaria de continuar sendo envolvido. E talvez eu use aqui os 15 minutos que foram dados a mim, e talvez o tempo que os meus colegas não utilizaram, porque
To do when I get involved in something, and as I said, CCAMI has existed for a while. I have just begun to focus really on the goal of CCAMI, and I like to put things into context.
Falar sobre os objetivos da CCAMI, contextualizando esses objetivos também. E por que nós sentimos que existem problemas que precisam ser solucionados por entidades tais quais a CCAMI. Sem esse contexto, sem reconhecer o nosso ambiente que nos cerca e o pano de fundo que nós temos aqui, acho que ficaria mais difícil falar sobre a tarefa do projeto, sobre o que a CCAMI busca fazer. Eu escrevi aqui algumas ideias que eu tive. Eu resolvi escrever porque tem tanto envolvido, né? A gente está falando de geopolítica, de direitos humanos, de migração. E o subtópico desse
is geopolitical borderless conflicts, focusing on the aspects of power, migration, and then negotiation. Yeah. So the abstract of that would be that in a world increasingly shaped by transnational interests, flows of capital, people, and data, power is no longer contained by geography. Migration, sanctions, and global markets are some forms of the borderless activity which challenge traditional diplomatic and legal mechanisms. We've touched on that. We've touched on the institutions, the need to have those institutions be securely founded and to be respected. So this discussion will seek to consider how these tensions could impact negotiation and mediation practices. Sustainable settlement agreements, which is the aim of mediation, in a connected and crisis-driven world could arguably depend on two core ingredients. One, mediators being culturally sensitive and skilled, and two, reliable institutions operating without interference, both domestically and also across geographical, legal and cultural boundaries. Through a deep analysis of fluid, in many cases undisclosed power dynamics, migratory pressures, and evolving and flexible negotiation practices, CCAMI may be able to propose a framework for appropriate dispute management that restores legitimacy and trust amid global volatility and significant failings of existing dispute resolution mechanisms. The challenge is arguably not new, in my opinion. Maybe just more apparent due to the wider availability or dissemination of information on global activities. What is apparent, however, is that unless and until we are prepared to have the necessarily deep, difficult, and uncomfortable discussions on the obvious challenges we face, and also in many areas to become politically active, we as humanity will continue to repeat historical patterns which are often associated with the human species' unique approach to power, migration, and negotiation. So what I'm going to do now is to break it down into three components of the subtopic: power, the migration, and then go on to negotiation. Obviously, we all know what mediation is and how negotiation fits into that. So I'm not going to go too deep into that. One, power has progressed from being just territorial to something networked. States, corporations, diaspora, and digital communities now exercise influence through resource flows rather than borders. This includes flows of finance, information, and migration, As a result, conflict can arise less from boundary disputes than from intersecting systems, trade dependencies, data asymmetries, and identity politics. Power now travels through fiber optic cables, mobile remittances, and even algorithmic visibility. Traditional dispute resolution institutions, courts, arbitral centers, diplomatic channels were designed for arguably bounded disputes, clear jurisdictions, defined parties, enforceable awards, whereas today's crises are more polycentric, if you want, involving actors who operate simultaneously within and beyond the state. A single conflict may involve private contractors, displaced populations, regional authorities, and online networks. Legal mechanisms become stretched. Legitimacy gaps appear where law cannot reach or is prevented from reaching, but power still operates, if not rules. Now, so I've been put on time and I'm going to press on. So I'm going to go on to migration. So migration is a symptom and a catalyst of global tension, but also one of humanity's oldest constants. Long before the rise of states or borders, humans were a migratory species, moving out from Africa in successive waves over tens of thousands of years. Yeah? And as far as the negotiation touching on mediation is concerned, traditional negotiation theory rooted in rational choice and legal symmetry assumes parties with defined interests and the capacity to bargain. Borderless conflicts defy these premises. Interests are fluid, authorities contested, and communication channels are distributed. The new logic of negotiation, arguably, is relational rather than positional. And I'm going to conclude. Yeah. We have an hour and a half, so okay, we'll get to the questions. We can't ask questions if we don't know what we're supposed to be asking them about. Power today is and this is my conclusion. Power today is borderless, is often undetected, and it is heartless. Migration is an original human trait and remains continuous. And negotiation, which we have all learned to use since birth, may be the last resort for humanity. Having the potential to assist with mitigating the adverse aspects of both when the other mechanisms, including adjudicative options, have demonstrably failed. The progression of conflict from territorial to transnational compels a transformation in how the world understands sustainable resolution. Sustainable peace is not delivered by decree, but cultivated through culturally aware dialogue supported by credible institutions, but it does require willingness on all sides. So culturally skilled mediators may be able to humanize geopolitics by restoring dignity where policy overshadows the desirable personal human essence. Reliable institutions, in turn, provide the procedural backbone that can turn traits such as empathy into enforceable orders. Together, they can combine to provide sustainable resolution to many current crises. The new logic of negotiation therefore redefines success not as the signing of an agreement, but as a unified, maybe federal trust, the restoration of trust across diverse aspects. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you for everything. Samaya, thank you for rushing me.
Now we are gonna. Now we are gonna for our question. The question number one is that what does the power mean if it does not serve people? Question number two is that what does security mean if some must lose their freedom for the other to feel safe? Question number three is that can migration be seen not as a crease, but as a right, negotiation between survival and hope. And the question number 4 is that how can we protect human dignity when fear too often shapes our policies? Now I'm gonna ask Lucas, it's yours.
Which one should I answer?
Up to you. It depends to your experience. If you want it, you can answer. But I really want you.
Choose
yeah,
one
I know
for
you.
me.
Yeah, exactly. For you, by your experience, I want to know that how can we protect human dignity when fear too often shapes our policies?
That's a great question.
And while this is a difficult question, but there are a few points that we can touch on here. Public policies, especially here in Brazil, not one single person can call the shots here in Brazil. Power is shared in Brazil. We have a decision-making process that is very diffuse. We have the National Congress with the legislative branch, and it has become more and more influential and powerful, and that power is not going to shift anywhere else. It is going to continue to be as strong as it is right now. The judiciary branch is active. There is a phenomenon now, the judiciary activism, in which the judiciary has a role in public policies, and we have also an excessive number of cases going to court when people don't like the political decision and go to court to fight it. Any bill that is proposed and approved by the National Congress ends up going to the Supreme Court because someone from some party disliked the bill and is therefore going to challenge it. So my answer, I believe, has to do with the fact that the formulation of public policies and whoever is making that policy has to pay attention to the fact that power is shared in Brazil. To share an anecdote with you, a few years ago, I was with a person from the economy ministry, and he said that he had a great idea for a public policy. And I said, that's a terrible idea. He didn't even tell me what the idea was. And he said, what do you mean? You didn't even hear it? And I said, here in Brazil, when you have a great idea, it's actually a terrible idea. Someone is going to tell you that it is a terrible idea. If someone is having a hot shower, someone else is having a cold shower, and, someone is going to think your idea is horrible. You have to have average ideas, not too good ones, not too bad ones, because it is a country where building consensus is extremely hard due to geographical reasons, social, political reasons, due to the fact that there's a lot of fragmentation. For the past 10 to 15 years, polarization became another reason. So building consensus in Brazil is oftentimes related to comfort and not argument. You have to make the parties comfortable instead of just arguing as to why that decision is the best one. It's never the best decision for everybody. There's no public thing. There's no such a thing as public opinion. It is an abstract construct when we want people to agree with our opinion. There's only public opinion when it's a huge consensus, when the subject matter in question is absolutely consensual, and that only happens once in a blue moon, For all the rest, there's always a lot of pushback. So my answer takes me back to that idea that whoever is participating in the creation of public policies in Brazil, be it a company that is interested in that policy, be it an institution like CCAMI that is interested in participating in the debate, trying to influence the framework, be it an entrepreneur or a bank, a defense company, regardless of who you are in the public opinion, you should know that no one, not one person can call the shots here in Brazil. Power is shared. And third, creating public policy in Brazil is like a game. You need more and more people out there in the field that support your idea, or at the very least that do not oppose your idea. It is a very delicate process of building policies here in Brazil. So for those of you who want to participate in the process of creating a new public policy as an advocate, as an influencer, or someone that is just serving as the watchdog, you should understand that power is extremely shared here, and building consensus takes a long time. It is much more based on comfort than argument, and that is the way to reach public policies that can be sustainable. And you should be patient. You should know that in a country like Brazil that is so big and divided, multi-ethnical, with hidden forces all around us, we will never be able to reach a perfect public policy. Brazil walks in very slow steps, and there's no silver bullet that can solve all our problems. Very seldom do we find public policies that can really solve a problem in Brazil. And it is not easy to enter that game in a strategic way, but it is key to be able to influence the public debate in a positive way.
Economic disparities, ecological collapse, and digital connectivity create overlapping currents of movement. Yet, unlike prehistoric counterparts, today's migrants encounter bureaucratic frontiers, surveillance regimes, and polarized narratives that reframe mobility as transgression. This tension between the primal instinct to move and a modern obsession with control, in particular unopposed control, sits at the heart of contemporary borderless conflict. Migration thus becomes a symptom and a stage for geopolitical anxiety. States attempt to manage flows that no longer respect territorial lines, while individuals navigate a web of laws, cultures, and power hierarchies. Disputes arise over belonging, labor rights, asylum, and identity. These are not only legal questions, but also moral and cultural ones. What does a community owe to a stranger, and what claims can the stranger make on that community? So unlike classical conflicts, migration disputes are diffuse and relational. They involve hosts and newcomers, governments, NGOs, employers, workers, faith groups, and local residents. They blend policy with narrative. What is lawful may feel illegitimate, I should say, and what is culturally acceptable may be ruled unlawful. Such contradictions require a form of mediation that values context, dignity, and open communication as much as statute and procedure. So the answer to the question is, I would say yes, because of the history of migration within the human species, that it is a form of a right. How do we balance that right? How do we balance the survival of the migrants with the state need for its own interests is a question, and I think that is what a lot of us here are trying to find the optimal answer for. So we have this right, which we've always practiced as a human species, and at the same time we have boundaries, a lot of which arguably are man-made boundaries. How do we negotiate those? And again, negotiate is the operative term. There has to be a way, a balance to be found, whereby migrants and this historical activity of migration can be accommodated appropriately, is what I would say. Thank you.
I have just one question that can answer individually, Lucas. It's gonna be, what does the power mean if it does not serve people? What do you think about this question?
Power?
What does power mean?
I think that power, at least where we live, in the democracies we live in, is tested every few years in relation to if that public policy, if the path taken by that country is well seen by society or not. This is a way of measuring if the power is being used on behalf of people, talking or hearing you talking about migration, refugees, etc. I don't think that anyone here or somebody who is mentally capable or a human person is against migration and against people being able to choose in which place of the country, continent, of the world they want to live in. As João mentioned, we have a U.S. president married to an immigrant, the Vice President J.D. Vance married to the daughter of an immigrant. And we have several examples, but at the same time, around the world, or very shortly, this can be also a topic for discussion here in Brazil, presidents, first minister, parliaments being elected with a view against immigration. And as I said in the beginning, we need to understand and we have to know why the world is moving this direction and not remain in a room and to say how bad they are, how ugly they are, and prohibiting the entrance of immigrants. When you have a relevant portion of the population wanting something, it's not the best way to go. An example here in Brazil, as a political scientist and as an observer of our elections, I'm convinced, I have total convinced of how our electoral system works. I trust in the electronic ballots, but there is when you have a relevant portion of the population that does not agree with me, that thinks that there is fraud in the elections, and on the other hand, we have the institution that coordinates that, the TSE, the electoral court, that tries, to explain it instead of accusing those that are against it. And the part of the population that agrees with me treats the other part as crazy and conspirators. I never decide on the merit. We don't judge saying, oh, if you cross, a red light, you paid attention. When you have 40 or 50% of the population with a geometrically different opinion, how no matter how strange it may seem, and if you close yourselves in a bubble of intellectuality, books, professional journalism that's well done, it's not the problem is not going to be solved. I think that the political world that talks in with more freedom migration policy has not established a narrative with other countries in this regard. For example, migration, there is a very interesting survey, and I can share with you later on, that asks the Democrats in the US what is their public policy where they least recognize them as Democrat and they are closer to the Republicans. They say immigration. There was another survey done by a political party, and they asked a question of the leftists: what is the public policy that you least recognize as being leftist, and it's closer to what you like the least, which is the rightist, which is public security. So what we have are political groups incapable of building a narrative, which is the backbone of legitimacy. You, as a public policy, tell the people you are wrong, simply saying, oh, you're wrong. There is a famous story of a senator in Brasilia was explaining his thesis, and the answer was, oh, you haven't understood what I said. No, I did, but I only disagree with you. No, I'm going to explain it better. I understood, but I don't agree with it. So this issue, Samaya, on how power has to serve the people goes through a reconstruction of several political groups around the world, trying to understand how they talk to their people. Politics is nothing but selling of products. You have to choose at the end of the day. Tarcísio, Lula, all the potential political candidates, and you have to choose between the different types of beers or washing detergents, or choosing between going to one place or the other, buying type of vehicle or shoe A or B. And in the end, at the end of the day, the product has to sell itself. The migratory policy, the borderless world, the narrative of the closed world is communicating better than the narrative of the open world, which I reject and I don't like it as a human being. But the power has to be designed not only based on what is good for the people, but to explain to the people why something is good for them. And this is the challenge of those who work with this agenda.
Thank you. As you know that our panel, it's totally different. We have a question also from the audience. And the question is that, can we move from negotiation for the power to negotiation and the humanity? Thank you. Oh, and we are waiting for the answer from the audience, if someone to answer this question. Because we know that all of you that you are here, you have a huge experience. And yeah. Yes. Can we move from negotiation for power to negotiation for the humanity? The audience? Okay, yes, please. Yeah, we have one volunteer. If you are a very good negotiator, yes. Okay. Perfect.
My question is, it's a matter of need. Because if we remain the way we are right now, just battling over a scarce resource, which is power, everyone wants it, there's not enough for everyone, there will never be enough for everyone, the planet will just not survive. So many times, and this is something that I was going to talk in my panel, but I cannot resist to. Many times we look at a system and we criticize it because for sure it's not perfect. But we think at the level of changes in the system. And the only way to resolve the current pain, maybe with another pain, is a change of the system. So I understand your question as, can we change the system? Can we think differently? Can we really look at the whole instead of the parts? can we understand that the whole is really ours and we don't have the right to tear it apart?
Can I ask you a question in return? If, as I understand, you're recommending that maybe we need to look at changing the system again, how would you respond to the fact that we did in the past, in I think 1947 or so, we came up with the United Nations, we came up with the ICC, we came up with the ICJ, and those are all being treated with contempt today as systems, as the highest adjudicative bodies that we have been able, with all our human experience, to establish. Yeah. So what system remains based on the power dynamics that we've all mentioned, where you have what I would call maybe the rule of law versus the rule of the untouchables, yeah, where the systems and the regulations, the laws apply only to the majority of us, but not to this upper echelon of power brokers. The question goes back out to you, what system remains?
For the audience, we still have 4 minutes. That is prévu. For someone else. No, we have 4 minutes. Thank you.
So it happens that I work for the UN, and I agree with all the criticisms, but I also believe that it's a need. And when there is a need, there is a way. And when there is willingness, there is a way. And many times, and something that Lucas said, and I fully agree, like about the great idea versus the possible idea. Many times, we have to look at little steps instead of a dramatic change, unless there is a revolution or a major tragedy or something like that. Many times this is needed as well. So the fact is, we cannot change the natural law. I mean, we cannot change life as it is. And we have been trying models to deal with this life as it is because we cannot really deal with it at once. But we are evolving as humanity, and we must. So I don't know the pragmatic answer in one installment, but I believe that mistake after mistake, we become a little clever, and we're reaching, I mean, who would think of CCAMI maybe a decade ago? So this is progress.
Thank you.
We're talking about it at least. So.
Thank you very much. We're just gonna finish with one thing, is that to be borderless does not mean to erase the differences. It means to recognize our shared humanity, to see the person before the passport of the person. If diplomacy in the past divided the territories, let the diplomacy today unite hearts and the responsibility. I'm just have something in Persian, because still have 1 minute. It's gonna be a little bit hard, but it's our signature as an Iranian. Means that خانه هایمان در دلهایمان است، نه در خاک و نه در مرزها. ما از رودها، بادها و افقها میاییم و با هر گامی جهانی نو میسازیم. Thank you very much, and thank you, CCAMI.
Thank you to this first panel. I think Zhao made an absolutely correct point by saying this could have been talked about all day, not in one panel. This could have been 2 days probably. And while the photos are being taken and I wrap up, I'd like to perhaps draw a bit of a full circle, because what Lucas pointed out was that we are now living in a world that is so full of networks, so full of information overload, that it becomes hard to filter out what is true, what we can rely on. There is simply too much information out there. And too much information can lead to something that is perhaps one of the most typical triggers for conflict, and that is uncertainty. It's uncertainty and not knowing what you can rely on that triggers defensive mechanisms. If you're feeling comfortable, it's easy to be generous. It's if you're feeling scared, no. Darling, I have 2 agendas, I have to, okay? It's when you're feeling scared that you become defensive. It's when you're comfortable, you can be generous. And I think that's why one point Sean made is so important. It's rebuilding trust, because trust creates a certain reliance, a certain amount of certainty again, and a certain amount of comfort. That's why trust is what we're brokering. And I think to close the panel, there's one example I love. That's if you do a survey on politics, we've been talking about brokering politics, many people will vote on the immigration issue as something that is difficult, something that needs to be controlled, something that gives them fear. But interestingly, nobody wants their neighbor in their community who they know, who they trust, who is also an immigrant, to be sent home. And that is the essence. That's why I'm saying trust is so relevant. Because once you establish that relationship, you're no longer afraid. So thank you to the panel. And no music, no Oscar music, no playing me out. Because at this point, I'd like to welcome on the stage for a very special announcement, the wonderful Riziani and Marina. Please.
Thank you very much, Natasha. I promise I'll be brief. I'll speak Portuguese now, since we have simultaneous interpretation. I'd like to thank Fabiola Keramidas and the whole CCAMI team for such an impeccable event and for giving us the opportunity to share a very exciting news. Some of you, over the past 2 years, have been with us and were with us in an event called ICC Mediation Week. And that event, one of the side events, is the Brazilian Mediation Day. We want to make that event more inclusive. We want to bring different people from several cultures and backgrounds. And starting next year, the Brazilian Mediation Day, we will open space for something that is much bigger, the Global Dispute Resolution Conference. It is going to be curated by Brazilians, and we're going to bring the French legal tradition in the Panthéon Assas in Paris, one of the most renowned universities in the world. And I'd like to take this moment to invite all of you to be there with us on February 5th, 2026. The event will continue to be free of charge for everybody. It is being conducted in English, and the idea is to build bridges rather than walls. And I hope to see you all there with us. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It is going to be a pleasure to be there with all of you. And you can take pictures and look it up on LinkedIn and Instagram. The registration will be open soon. And lunch is being served in the room next door. Please ask for more information to the receptionist just outside this room. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, we've spent the morning getting to know the work of CCAMI, the people behind it, the passion, the vision. and what moves it forward. And you'll remember that we heard a couple of times this morning that this is supposed to be a sustainable project and a large project. And by that, we mean that it also needs to address very practical business concerns. So this is not just a project that has high ideals. It is a project that is also has its roots in very general basic needs that are part of the world we are today, and the world we live in today is driven by business and business needs. There's no way around it. It's a fact. And so, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce the second panel. And the topic of the second panel is, it's a long title, is Technical Strategic Negotiations, Local and Global Business Solutions. And to present that panel, we have an excellent moderator. It's my absolute privilege to invite up onto the stage Jean-Christophe Barthes, please. And as a few words of introduction, we've decided to disclose that we met 2005, which is a long time ago.
20 years.
It's 20 years. Yeah. And as such, I would say I can consider Jean-Christophe a friend and can easily and very warmly recommend him as a moderator of this panel. Jean-Christophe has extensive experience. He worked as in-house in one of the largest companies based in Switzerland, Bombardier. And this is now also a very long title. You're going to have to excuse me, because he also founded and is as such the executive director of the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals. It's a non-governmental organization. As such, he very much understands also how CCAMI will start to operate as a non-governmental organization that serves as a catalyst for the PPP profession and mobilizes the power of a global network of PPP units. As such, very well placed to moderate this next panel. Jean-Christophe, please invite the panelists up. The floor is yours.
Muito obrigado a Natasha pelas calorosas y generosas palabras. Antes de iniciarmos nosso primeiro painel sobre negociação estratégica, soluções empresariais, locais e globais, gostaria de expressar meus agradecimentos aos cofundadores de CCAMI por reunir-nos hoje para uma discussão estimulante e são corajoso e visionário e onde a vontade há caminho, onde há uma vontade há caminho. Nosso painel abordará como lições podem ser extraídas no mundo de negociação comercial a ambiente VUCA para encontrar paz social, promover melhores práticas ESG, Environmental, Social and Governance, e moldar futuro mais resiliente ao clima. Gostaríamos de incentivar nosso público especializado a contribuir com suas observações.
Public to contribute with their observations, remarks, and questions to have an interactive discussion. Thank you. And now, let's move on, and we'll continue in English. Então, eu gostaria de convidar os painelistas. Aqui, o primeiro é o Andy Rogers. Andy, por favor.
Joins us from the United Kingdom and is a dispute resolution and strategic communication specialist with a degree in marketing and communications. He has represented CEDAR, the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, on the Civil Mediation Council as a trustee and director since 2011, and currently serves as a vice chair of the CMC Mediation Standards Council Regulation Committee. He's also a member of the board of the International Mediation Institute, representing CEDAR. But now for the much more interesting part. We shared the ride coming from Guarulhos to the city together yesterday, and I learned that he's been here 27 years ago. So I'd like to ask him, how do you feel now?
Estou muito feliz por aqui em Brasil. Eu sinto saudade do Brasil e agora meu coração é completo porque porque é uma coisa fantástica. Obrigadão.
To be here. Thank you so much.
El próximo panelista es una persona muy conocido para ustedes localmente, pero también fuera del país, Dr. Diego Falek.
Dr. Diego Falek. Diego é um mediador e negociador de conflito especialista no desenho de sistemas de disputas, especializado em crises, em casos, então, de remuneração ou de indenização. Então, esse tipo de casos
rest with
bem
him.
fáceis.
He holds an LLM from Harvard Law School, is very involved as a professor, also as a adjunct professor, as he explained to me, at Pepperdine University in California. So pretty prestigious institutions, and we're very happy to have him today with us here today. And last but not least, I'd like to invite our good friend Gary Binberg up here. Needless to really introduce him to you because he is fluent in French. On peut continuer en français maintenant parce que maintenant Gary.
On y va.
Voilà. So Gary is a renowned international arbitrator and mediator, and he is currently serving as a JAMS panelist, a JAMS neutral, but also part of the JAMS International Foundation. And I had the privilege, I have to disclose that in all transparency, that he's a member of the board of the JAMS Foundation, which selects every year a number of talents in the international ADR space. And we have another senior fellow here with us today, Luciana, who is a 2025 fellow. Luciana, are you here? Okay. And Gabriela? Gabriela? Maybe they're both chatting still outside, but
they're tired of hearing from me.
Probably. The other interesting thing is that beyond his professional work with very well-known institutions like ICC, ICDR, CCAMI, CCBC, CCAMI, CCBC, and the CBMA from Rio. He's also very involved with another interesting board role. It's a very long name. Maybe you say it.
Okay, it's a Divided Community Project, which is a project in community mediation that is managed by a committee within the Ohio State University Morris School of Law. It's a great project. If you'd like to give a contribution, but we're it's repetitive. It's repetitive. It's the idea of values, the idea of inclusion. Okay, I'll stop.
The interesting link to draw from there is it's about community mediation, and it exactly fits the topic of our panel now. Another little detail is Gary is one of the very few mediators on the roster of the Court of Sports Arbitration in Lausanne. And he is a legendary coffee aficionado who knows the best spots. No matter in which city he is, he always has a good plan for a good coffee roaster. So with this, I think we need to get started. We have about a strong hour, and as I said earlier, we'd like to make this as interactive as possible. But to start our discussion, we have brainstormed a bit what we can maybe share with you to do the transfer between business realities from the business to business, but also commercial dispute space that could be transferred to the more community mediation space. And the first thing I'll just ask my co-panelists here to maybe elaborate on supply chain issues. So whoever wants to go first, supply chain obviously is always an interesting topic.
Okay, so I'll talk a little bit in English about the some of the disputes that my organization has seen and the fact that the UK and the EU are particularly now aware of slavery in the supply chain. And from the outside, it can seem like an issue that is very binary, that someone has done wrong and there is the need for someone to be punished. But actually, a lot of small mistakes can actually lead to something potentially quite bad happening, and then there is blame, and then there is a dispute, and the need for a mediator to come in and work with that dispute. And what the mediator will need to do, or maybe even different mediators, is look at what has happened at different points in the supply chain. The fact that maybe the big company at one end didn't ask the right question, and therefore something got through on the supply chain. They may feel quite horrified that their reputation is damaged by something potentially damaging that has happened because there was slavery at the other end of the supply chain. Maybe someone in the middle of the supply chain, they didn't ask a couple of questions. They should have checked a bit more, and then right through to where the difficulty was happening, the law was broken, or the unethical behavior was maybe there were cultural implications, things that people hadn't foreseen. A mediator can structure a process and have conversations that will help the business maybe resolve the issue it's got at its end of the supply chain, the fact that maybe it's likely to be prosecuted or sued by a trading partner. But there's also work that mediators and community mediators can do right through the supply chain to maybe help overcome the difficulty that led to this issue in the first place. So they are working to change behaviors in a community to raise awareness of the issues.
Does that resonate with you, Diego?
And I think because I think our panel brings a little bit of the business view and how it relates to ESG. I can say that we already have this kind of cases in Brazil, like the winery case we had last a couple of years ago, and I think you can see a lot of work in this area. But we see this as a global trend. You all see now the Trump's tariffs policies, and it seems that there is it is about ESG, but it's also about making competition better. So you can see a lot of action, a lot of interest in moving those types of investigations. So we can expect to see more of this, they call forced labor. Slavery is a strong term, but maybe forced labor cases happening around the world and in Brazil as well. I think there's a lot of incentives out there to go after those cases.
Okay, that's the trick. So, well, first of all, I have to say, I live here in Brazil by choice. By choice, I am American, so I can criticize if I need to the United States. And just want to pick up on your comment, Diego, that there's this anti-ESG sentiment coming out of Washington these days. But what I've seen with U.S. companies is they're continuing. They're continuing with their ESG practices. And I say private companies and publicly owned companies. Where we're seeing a rollback in the United States are in institutions which are funded by the federal government. So universities are facing this, and some of them are taking a step back. But I believe that the most private and publicly owned companies, I say publicly owned, that are being traded, whose stock is traded on exchanges, they see not only the moral correctness of ESG, but the strategic advantages of having a diverse workplace and open doors. So definitely strategic strength as well.
If I can make another comment, another thing that I see is that you have, especially in Europe, this idea of duty of vigilance. I think, like Andy says, like the company is supposed to ask the right questions, and it goes all the way up from the mother company in the national country from the company. But then it becomes an issue of the local justice versus international justice, and you see this conflict of how these problems get resolved in terms of which courts, and also which way. And you can see that there can be litigation around those topics, but maybe the best solution, as we say, and that's probably what we're here standing for, is to build mediation systems, consensual systems, is for the company to realize that they have to do the right thing when they're caught, and provide and design a dispute resolution system to compensate victims and avoid courts. But what happens in reality is that you have all those competing methods to resolve the same disputes, all groups of interests. You have litigation funds, that you have law firms. So there's a marketplace of processes and methods to resolve those issues, and we claim that the best thing is for the convener, let's say the company, the one who's responsible, to acknowledge, leave this stage of denial of the problem, and as soon as they can, do the right thing and do it using mediation or similar processes.
I'm going to challenge you, if I might, just in a friendly way. Though, I think that the best path is not just to have systems in place for when conflict arises, but to have systems in place in order to avoid conflict. When in commercial trade, contracts which are self-correcting is one thing. Smart contracts is a great thing to have, so you don't get to the point of a full-fledged dispute. And internally, there are lots of methodologies that might be, in fact, very akin to what we are looking at in community mediation, that within the workplace, to make sure that there's harmony, or the greatest harmony possible within a workforce.
I'll just add to that if I can. You do see instances in particular industries as well. I think oil and gas and mining extraction companies will sometimes take a very proactive approach to thinking about the issues that their work might have in a community. So oil companies in Nigeria can commission mediators to do some work because they know that they're either going to upset, or they're about to upset, or they have upset the local community. Mining companies, I've seen it, mining companies in Peru, hydroelectric companies in the Philippines, a jewel mining company in Mozambique. they all recognized that actually the way in which they interact with the community was likely to cause friction, and so they employed local mediators to hold a different sort of dialogue and try to get a different relationship. However, the difficulty is that this is not happening all the time, and so I'm able to quote some instances, but I think a lot of the time this sneaks up on big companies as a big surprise. Oh, we didn't realize that we were upsetting people by the work that we were doing in this area. So there is a need for a lot of forethought and for the mediation profession and industry to be able to challenge and help big companies see where the skills of mediation might be helpful.
And it's a bigger picture if you zoom out of specific industries and you look at, say, natural resource extraction, which, by the way, happens in a lot of Lusophone countries, Angola and many other, Mozambique, and many. Brazil is the biggest one, with the, not going to name specific names here, but big mining companies that have major stakes and interests in that space. And this summer, I was invited to Portugal to speak at the what's it called, Portuguese Chamber of Commerce Arbitration Conference, and the topic was multi-door dispute resolution. And I think this is the interesting part. What do the clients, the users of these dispute resolution processes, ask the arbitrators or the dispute resolution people who provide their expertise to resolve the issues? And very often, when there's Chinese counterparts involved, which happens increasingly in Latin America and other parts of the world, the Chinese counterparts ask for a interruption of the process to try a consensual form of dispute resolution. And I think this is telling because it shows that the users rather prefer to have something where they can control the outcome and the narrative. But the nice thing with mediation, nobody really loses, right? You have to compromise and find a mutually acceptable outcome, as we say, right? Follow me, I'm right behind you. That's what the mediators will tell. So maybe spinning on that question, ESG is somehow a word with a lot of flavor and very trendy nowadays, right? The UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, you have the EU taxonomy, but we do that because we understand that behind that there are beneficiaries of what we need as society for clean water, for sustainable industry, housing, clean and well-paid jobs, etc. And the question to you is, what about the governance aspect? Because if there's no G in the ESG, the E and the S will fly nowhere. So maybe you can relate to that and expand on that a bit, please.
I think about two types of situations. One is like preventive, like Gary mentioned, and one is when you have a problem. On the preventive side, let's suppose you want to set up a electric power company somewhere in Brazil. You would need to expropriate land, take families out. You need to have like a process with a just process, let's say with procedural justice and understand the community. You need to identify leadership, stakeholders, and then might come out some claims that are not, it's not an easy thing. You know, some people demanding like some loss of profit or damage to the nature that wasn't there, say this kind of billionaire claim on fishing from fishermen communities that you cannot. So even when you have preventive mechanisms, and normally companies have this, there are specialized companies that do sort of mediation type of community engagement to get the social license. There's a lot of people working, but when thing gets to a second level of conflict, that's when I think you have you may have the need to design a governance and mediate and think about. There are also always public authorities involved, public prosecutors, and so that becomes complex. So it is, especially in Brazil, it's very complex. The second part is when a problem happens. Homes are sinking, for example. You don't know if the mining is the cause of the first reaction, I would say, even with the ESG, is let's look better into it, because getting into a process of compensating communities, people, it's very expensive, takes a lot of money. You have to build a separate governance in the company, you have to build another company inside the company. I've worked with the Maceió case from Braskem. There were, I think, around really 500 people allocating in compensating people and relocating them. It was 17,000 families, 85,000 people, entire neighborhoods, and we have to design a process with governance, with different teams. It was we had a little city built to help people there, to assist people there, and it was an amazing process. We have the numbers. It's like 99.97% of settlement. We have 25 lawsuits regarding this case out of potential 80,000 lawsuits that could come out. So you can really build this kind of governance, but it's so expensive. And you can see the company is not doing well today.
What was the success formula? If I can drill down exactly, why was this so successful in finding a negotiated outcome instead of going to a court?
I think at some point the company decided that it was that they had to do the right thing. They were convinced that there was really risk.
Was it more than just financial compensation?
Yeah, I think because it's very, very difficult to compensate. Imagine you have to tell a family, like, you have to leave your home because it might sink, so you can create panic. So it's very, very delicate, and some people might not want to leave. Do you leave first or you get the money first? And you have to do a lot of analysis to say who gets what. So it's not easy at all. But I think the main thing is they build it with legitimacy. They try to make it as trustworthy as they could, behaving in a trustworthy manner, involving the public authorities, I think, and being very efficient as well. And there's a lot to say about it. You can't. In Brazil, like, people don't have documents like of property. You can some people don't have bank accounts. They don't do their IRS declaration. So it's very, very difficult to find out how much that family made or whose properties that, who lives in that property. So simplified formulas of evidence and simplified formulas of compensation were critical as well. We want to have this perfect justice, but we don't have, it will take years to find out the information. Building simplified formulas is also key.
Talking about other techniques maybe also?
Yeah, one thing that I think is worth mentioning is, okay, I'm kind of an old guy. I went to law school in the early 1980s, and when I was in law school and we studied corporate law, it was very clear. A corporation has a responsibility to its employees, to its shareholders, and to the community. And I think that this is something that this third part, to the community, is somewhat missing in our modern day mentality. Where I grew up, you already know I'm origins American. I grew up in a city which has a lot of businesses in it, Minneapolis. And one of the things that was very enlightening for me as a child is to, day by day, see corporate names, the names of controlling families of big corporations like Target, like Cargill, and others. You go to you go to a museum, and donated by, donated by, donated by, to the theater, sponsored by, and community programs to make sure that underprivileged children are able to get a full education, the incentivizing of creating what are called charter schools in the United States, public schools that have a particular focus to them. It's going off on a bit of a tangent, but among other things, it feeds to, it responds to the needs of the community. And that's something we need to see more. We need to demand, whatever our jurisdictions are, demand that companies recognize the responsibility to their communities. And one way of doing this, and I think this is a key to a lot of the things that we have been talking about or will be talking about today, is introducing mediation into the diet of young people. Here in Brazil, as of I believe last year, or 2 years, it's been recent, that law schools are required to offer a required course in mediation here in Brazil. That is great. It's a great start, but it has to be elementary schools as well, high schools as well, absolutely inundating the society with the principles of mediation in order to effect a cultural change and an acceptance of the practice and principles that are aimed toward having a more prosperous, verdant, and fair society.
I think from what I would like to add to this debate is talking about having a structure that enables not just top-down access to justice or access to mediation, but also bottom-up access to mediation, because there can be great small initiatives and mediation centers, and there can be big mediation centers. And then aside that as well, you've got the government who may or may not respect mediation. But in some ways, as was talked about in the last session this morning, you can't necessarily always wait for government to catch up and for public policy to be there. But I think if there are small community mediations, and some already exist in the world, and others there is a need for them to start, they need to tell the wider community, look, we're here, we are a resource, we can be used. And likewise, for the big, larger mediation organizations like my own, CEDA, to recognize that these small organizations exist and that there can be communication between the two. So when a big organization, like the ones we've been talking about, realizes, okay, we've got an issue, this issue is affecting communities, this issue is working in different ways, that they know, okay, there's a resource we can draw on. Yes, we can talk to the big mediation organization, we can talk to the arbitration center that can put in place something for us. But actually, there are going to be smaller organizations out there that can deal with smaller issues on a more intimate, one-to-one basis. And those small community mediation organizations can really play an important role. They can settle some of these smaller difficulties, but also be able to then escalate them up the chain. So there is a way of dealing with them. So imagine how much easier Diego's life would be if some of the small issues, maybe around the sinking homes, had been dealt with at the point before he gets given thousands of complaints to deal with all at the same time. So I think the more that we can get community mediators to stand up and say, I'm a community mediator, I'm here, I'm a resource, and that be recognized by the entire dispute resolution profession, but also business as well. It will help things to improve.
And we know for a fact that often the more intercultural and diverse the group of people that works together on project is, the more creative the outcomes. and the more growth potential at the end of the day there is for the company, but also for civil society at large. And we're talking about socioeconomic development. So maybe doing the loop to CCAMI and the really interesting idea to involve refugees into the bigger picture of transforming their professional skills into something that can serve a bigger cause in this aspect with the interculturality, reinforcing their professional skills from before into becoming mediators. Maybe we can expand on that together a bit and reflect what could be done to facilitate that in terms of capacity building, to be able to magnify a bit or augment the impact.
One thing that I advocate, I know it's a bit idealistic, but everybody in society should be trained in mediation on one level or another. Because as we know, I know from the corporate context just how much power we all know the power of mediation, the magic of mediation, and again, to the extent that we can address cultural norms, how are we going to resolve our problems as a society? As an economic society, as a social society, if we decide to do this consensually, pacifically, intelligently, analytically, the results are going to be more durable, number one. Everybody's going to be happier, and it's going to be cheaper, et cetera, et cetera. But there are a lot of advantages to this very idea of dissemination, of broad dissemination of the tools of mediation.
And mediation skills do not necessarily have to apply only as a mediation. There's so many examples of interest-based negotiation can be a big change maker, no matter if it's in stakeholder management or training people how to interpret supply chains or ESG taxonomy requirements in Asia or in other parts of the world. And this is actually happening, done often with the help of people who have been trained with mediation advocacy skills.
Yeah, it's a very, very important topic, and I think I have a different view from most of the writings I've seen about cultural differences. I agree with Gary when he started saying like everybody should be mediators. There's this saying, like when you need to address some sort of problem, you need to have a connection with that culture. So sometimes, for example, if you're going to deal with some indigenous people somewhere, you need to find someone that they trust, maybe an elder of them or someone with connection. If you go to a region, you need to have someone that speaks with the same accent. They all say these things, and I disagree. I don't see research on that, really deep research on that. But my view is, if you are very well trained, if you have hold your skills to a very high level, if you have true empathy, you can manage cultural difference. There's specific trainings for that. When I did a project in Colombia, like I was this outsider guy talking to the whole market. My Spanish is not nice, but I was trying hard, and everybody accepted me, and people were. I was hired by the government to do like telecommunication dispute resolution systems with a lot of different people, the vocales, like the consumer associations, the big corporations. I talked to everybody, and everybody was kind of telling me confidential stuff. When I was working in Mariana, we hired, which is interesting, like that a lot of women showed up, like young women, to do the compensation. And actually, we were about to compensate fishermen in very, very, isolated communities, and people saying this is not going to work. I mean, maybe they will not trust the young women, and this is not going to work. Maybe you should rethink your strategy. And I said, no, it's going to work. We will do it. We will try. We will train them. And it's going to work. And it worked perfectly. They were not fishermen. They were not from the tribe. They were not. And it worked. So I think there's, and if, I mean, everybody here, if you study the topic, you will only read about this. Oh, you need connection. You need this cultural. And I don't think there's true research on this topic.
I'll build on what you're saying, Diego, because I think trust is a huge factor in getting people to come to mediation. And in where there are cultural differences, then it's even more important. And therefore, you need credibility. So I think there is always a real advantage to having people at the top of the table who can have that credibility and can find a way to work with people. But as mediators, we are trained. A mediator is not part of a dispute, so a mediator is always, to some degree, an outsider. But I think one of the ways that you build trust and credible reassured, this is what you should expect. You start building the confidence and the cultural differences. Yes, you might still need some to ensure that there is representation, or there is at least understanding that you understand, that you demonstrate you understand the differences. But I think by talking about process, you can make huge inroads. If I think about in the United Kingdom, the problems that have historically happened in Northern Ireland, when the peace process started and we had Americans come in and lead the peace process, for a long time they couldn't sit at the table together because the differences were too fundamental. So what did they do? They talked about the process. They said, okay, so we're going to meet on these days, and these are the sorts of things that we might put into a process that we're going to work with. By the time that they'd done that, so they spent a year talking about the process, they knew each other. They knew what that one person had been doing last weekend. They knew about each other's children, so they weren't sat at the table as children. And obviously we can't afford to do that in every single case that we encounter. But I think the more that we can explain and make people feel that there is trust, the more that we can overcome the cultural differences. So yes, it's always helpful for the mediator to have insight, but when that option isn't available, I think any mediator, whether it's a small community mediation or a large mediation involving multinational companies, you can design a process to get people talking.
If I could just add on to the Irish reference, back in it must have been the late 60s or early 70s, one of the rounds, an important round of the peace negotiations to end the war in Vietnam, was dashed. Everybody left because there was a dispute about the shape of the table at which the peace delegates or negotiators were to sit. So it can be something totally trivial, but it's important. Everybody has to be sensitive. If we're going to be successful as mediators, we have to be hypersensitive to the needs and expectations of everybody around the table, and try to bring with all parties together on some sort of common view of the issues which are being addressed.
I'll just mention co-mediation. How does that resonate in that context with you?
I'll jump in first with this. But I've co-mediated a number of times. For me, I think the key thing is the relationship. I've had a co-mediation go badly because we didn't talk enough about what we thought the process should be and the issues at stake were. And because of that, inadvertently, my co-mediator revealed confidential information to one side. And it wasn't material to the dispute, but it was a real lesson for me that actually co-mediating is not halving the work, because you need to put more thought into who is responsible for this, who is, are we sharing authority on that? Where does the responsibility for this? So am I the subject expert in this area? Because I speak the language, am I the cultural expert and you are the technical expert? Or are we equally allowed to have our own views in terms of how the process should proceed? You need to have that conversation first, but you also need to be good at communicating as the mediation goes on. So I've seen and been part of co-mediations that have gone extremely well. I was a co-mediator on a mediation which did have cross-cultural elements, where it was actually a bench of judges who had fallen out with each other. And it made me, I'd never really thought about breaking the law before that mediation, but after that mediation, I thought, I never want to appear in front of one of these judges, having seen the way that they behave with each other when they think people aren't looking. But that is an instance where the process was very well designed, and I was in charge of dealing with 7 judges, and my co-mediator was in charge of dealing with the one difficult judge. And that worked very well, but it needed thought and attention in order for that process to work.
I have 2 examples of co-mediations that work beautifully in my mind. One of the 2 was with a well-known mediator. This gentleman, I was asked to mediate a series of cases, Brazilian cases, and because of the nature of the participants, I thought it was really important to have a Brazilian in the room with me, because even though I speak Portuguese, I'm not Brazilian. So Diego very graciously agreed to co-mediate with me. But there was a double advantage there. There was really a double advantage. Not only did he have some insights as to the reactions of the one specific party to the challenges that were posed to him, but we got Diego's brilliance as well in the room, which is something very interesting. We have some very complementary skills, some overlap, some complementary skills. And the second co-mediation that I want to speak about, it was between a Brazilian company and a US company. They both decided, both of them wanted a Brazilian mediator and a US mediator. And again, it wasn't necessarily needed in this case. It was a financial markets case. I mean, in fact, a case that was in the public eye, and it was December of 2019. Well, I won't go into details. We can do that over drinks afterwards if any of you like. But I was paired with a Brazilian mediator who happily, again, we had totally different strengths. I knew about the topic matter. She was great at process. My mediation style is more adaptive, more, how do you say, jazz, off score, adaptive, reactive to the situation. She was very structured, and it worked beautifully. She was able to say, these are the rules. And I was able to say, well, let's break those rules to a certain extent. And it works, it helps. And having these complementary talents, I suppose you could say, can work extremely well. And in a way, it's a cross-cultural thing as well. You can see you're talking different languages. One language may be structured and the other unstructured. One language Portuguese, the other English, or whatever it might be. So any sort, and it's that also. I just thought of this. This is brilliant. I want to tell you about this. This is access. This is diversity. This is also reflects the strength of diversity. The anecdotes that I brought up.
I have 2 comments. I think I had one unique opportunity to build, I would say, a major co-mediation systems of mediation when you have different rankings of mediators. So you would have a associate 2 level, associate 1, partner level, like, and we will go right to 4 levels. So the problem would come in within the system of compensating thousands of people. As it gets more complex, it gets to a higher level of mediator and mediator supervising mediator. So we have this, and that reflects with the governance of the company as well. So it's really an interesting structure that we have designed of being like a law firm of mediators, like something, a hierarchy of mediators, and how we co-mediate and train and learn from each other and discuss everything, and forums of discussion. So it's really, really interesting. And there's a lot of lessons there that I maybe should investigate and write more about. The other thing is let's say the regular mediation kind of case, and I have done some wonderful ones with Gary for sure, probably the best one. I've done I've done on other, but there needs to be you need to coordinate very well, because it can get very dangerous if you're not well connected or coordinated. And the bad thing about co-mediating, from my experience, in some cases is like I feel like I'm the mediator for one side and the other one is the mediator for the other side, because I was sure who appointed me and who appointed the other one. So I felt strange about neutrality, because I was always the guy working with one side and she was working with the other side, and that's weird. And actually, many cases you don't need a co-mediator. Sometimes a mediator is an extra person already. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't fit, and people insist on that. So you have to be cautious.
It depends what the shareholder agreement will say, but if partners don't come along with each other, or what the company may provide for, sometimes it's even called simply a conciliation clause, and you make it a co-conciliation, and then you can also expand on it and say, actually, it's a co-mediation. I see the advantages of gender equity also. Sometimes women can address things other women would probably detect much easier than a man. A man cannot say everything to a woman also. That can be also an advantage in being able to put things on the table that otherwise would not be possible. You know, always put the fish on the table. Sometimes, there are some cultural norms you cannot do. I'm thinking of Arabic countries, for example. That's a relatively high context collectivistic system where the welfare of the collective, and we have a friend from Dubai here who could certainly, maybe if you, come in if you wanna, if this resonates with you, the idea what the welfare of the collective will be put above the interest of the individual. And so it depends very much if it's a low context or a high context environment, because sometimes it's what is not said that matters in the room. And there again, we have a touch point with CCAMI's mission, what refugees say. Sometimes you have to read the air. You have to read the air, and that is not always easy, because you need to detect what has not been said, because this will hugely matter for the matter at hand. I'd like to come back to the topic we started talking about with dispute prevention. Proactive law, collaborative contracting are relatively modern forms we get increasingly exposed to, and I've seen something very encouraging last November at a conference of the International Contractors Association, because in the public-private partnership infrastructure world, the contractors are the ones who actually build large-scale projects. And what I found encouraging is that the contractors nowadays discuss how can we become more collaborative with our counterparts from the owners, so the state. So if there's a PPP unit, for example, in Sao Paulo that wants to procure a new railway line, a metro line, instead of doing it as a classical engineering, procurement, construction projects, they can also nowadays work on a 25-year public-private partnership deal, make it user-paid. That way you don't increase the balance sheet. And these forms of collaborative contracting or proactive law, trying to identify what might become an issue and doing that through mediation is actually a pretty effective opportunity to create more growth, avoid conflict, and thus make the contract much more resilient. And we need more resilience because if you, on average, according to World Bank statistics, right? I mean, don't quote me on that, but after an average of 3 years, all major tenders get renegotiated. And that's too much. Because if you have a 25-year program and you renegotiate after 3 years, everybody loses the faith in the validity of what has been agreed in the financial closing. And we can't afford to invest so much time in preparing these huge infrastructure deals and then they fall apart. So mediation is actually a pretty effective tool to maintain long-term viability and making sure that the economic equilibrium, which is, as we say in French, le nerf de la guerre, right? I don't know how to translate, but is essential to maintain a certain resilience of the long life cycle of such a project. And I think this is maybe a narrative we can learn from and make sure that whenever we work on contracts, we make sure that we design contracts that work long-term, that are easy to understand, visualize things. It doesn't cost anything to visualize a contract, but the big advantage is that first you learn immediately, no matter the professional background of the person, what it's about. You don't need 5 lawyers with 6 different opinions arguing over what is the most likely way to construe this. And second, you have much more precise answers because you have visualized the things. So that's a very important technique for dispute prevention. And maybe you have more.
Yeah, I think there's another aspect, and one thing that's worth really pointing out and appreciating. What I see in the commercial world in terms of mediation is that the mediation is a result of some rupture in the relationship between 2 companies. Basically that. Typically within that rubric, I see well over 90% of those are, well, let's say the mediation concludes with an agreement to make a payment. We're always searching for increasing the size of the pie, but I see much more frequently instances in which there's a payment. But even if you can increase the size of the pie through some creativity, there's an end to it. When we're talking about community mediation, we're talking about less relationships that have been ruptured, and correct me if I'm wrong, and more positive relationships that have not yet been created. And we have to look at those situations and create a long-term framework through which the tools of mediation can be used to assure and maintain positive and productive relationships between police and the community, between whatever communities we might be talking about. So there is this aspect, this forward-looking aspect that we really that's really important in my eyes in community mediation. That's not necessarily quite there in commercial mediation, but that's not to say that the tools of commercial mediation cannot be used in community mediation. And that's and one of the things that's interesting is there's so many tools that have been developed in commercial mediation because there's the money there to support a development of the mediation culture, whereas that might be whether or not it's lacking in the public sphere in community mediation. There are a lot of robust tools which can be transplanted, if I might say, adapted.
I'll try to give a bit of context. I think most sporting events since 2000 major sporting events have had some sort of mediator attached to them who can be called in at short notice. I think the same was true for Rio de Janeiro for the Olympics, certainly for London, but for other sporting events, because unforeseen things happen, but it's also how it plays out for the individual, for the communities as well who are impacted. And it's thinking about a process, as Gary was saying, where the skills of the mediator can be deployed to some degree to make life better for those who've been impacted. A big project in the UK, which is quite a congested country in terms of lots of people, a big train line was being built across the country. There was a law put in place, legislation, that said they had the right to take people's land. Obviously, people were very unhappy about that. And I think using a mediator to talk about that there was, in particular, there was a small forest that was very valued by a local community that was going to have a train line put right through the middle of it. There needed to be conversations about that. There needed to be work done. And knowing that you have an environment where people have those skills and can be called upon to have difficult conversations to help people negotiate solutions is incredibly valuable.
Diego?
What I have to say is when you talk about dispute prevention, normally there's a blur line between what is really preventing dispute and what is resolving disputes that emerged. It's a blurred line, it's philosophical. But I follow Frank Sander. He says dispute prevention is three things: identifying and attacking the root cause, whatever is causing the problem. So if you're really into the root cause, that's real prevention. Enhancing relationship, and then that is many ways, like being close to the community, having full-time people, having a mediator, by standing in a contract, like having ways to treating well your customers, talking to them. And they say that enhancing relationship is good because people tend not to fight with whom they like. so you have to be likable to the other side. And the third thing is early intervention. So whenever there is a problem, you have to come really, really quick and do something. And those three things for me, there's a lot of discussions about ways to do it, but that's what you have to try to make happen.
Relationships, as we know, can very quickly shift, especially in times of social media nowadays, or some misunderstanding or deep fakes. I mean, beware, that happens even with mediation. Last week, just to tell you that I was teaching negotiation in a hospitality business school in Switzerland. And the students had to negotiate the purchase of 3 Boeing 737 MAX, so the modern airplane, but that had a couple of security issues. And it was so interesting because I gave them the facts, and then they used abundant intelligence to actually come up with more context, to have enough material to negotiate. And the negotiation, as prepared with the help of abundant intelligence, made the whole conversation amazing. I had the feeling that these were professionals who had been exposed to that for maybe 5-6 years in the airline business, and they were just hospitality students doing an entrepreneurial master's. And it was incredible because they learned how to put the mediation or negotiation skills and augmented with the information from abundant intelligence, and this completely changed the narrative of the negotiation conversation. So there is hope out there. Of course, with these hopeful things, there also needs to be parameters to avoid there are excesses with that. Maybe your thoughts on what's happening, what you observe in that space that could affect also community mediation in the future?
The artificial intelligence space? You know, one thing that I find very helpful is just the idea of trying to find similar situations and how they were, you know, how they might have been resolved. You've got to be careful about what you find, but there can be matters of stimulus, of creativity. You know, I find mediation as a mediator to be a creativity demanding function. And so anything that can spark something different, something new in my mind is really welcome. Now, the great majority of things might not be useful, but if I have one or two useful ideas, opens my mind, I might be able to work with the parties to find a solution that they might not have thought about, or I might not have thought about previously.
I think the thing that I'm noticing in relation to artificial intelligence is a lot of mediators that I come across now are feeding in the case summaries of each party into as a way of summarizing what the dispute is about and to seeing where the overlap may be. So I guess that might be helpful in terms of making life a little bit easier for the mediator. What I hope the future holds is that people will start seeing themselves less as just a specialized mediator. So I only mediate these sorts of disputes. I'm only a community mediation. The mediations I deal with have no financial value, or I only do big commercial mediations. Maybe AI will help give some more skills in terms of the mediator understanding what the dispute's about. But I think as mediators, we can bring our skills to bear in lots of different ways, and it's sometimes not helpful to be too segmented in thinking, I am just this sort of mediator. And in the UK, most of the most successful mediation organizations do everything. So they will do some family mediation, they will do some community, they will do some workplace, they will do commercial. And for some of that work they are paid for, and that helps support them for the work that they're not paid for or not paid as well for. So that's how I hope the future will develop.
Diego?
I would look into a macro level. If you see like lots of law schools are teaching a lot about global warming, environmental, compensation, litigation, and I think that can be a problem to make it happen because the human race, we evolve, we make mistakes. The technology of mining was bad in all the world, so we had sinking homes, dam breaks there can be human contribution, but because of bad engineering strategies that happen all over the world. So we evolve. And how we use, how to blame the current players for the stage of humanity and what to do with people that are suffering. So I think the legal thinkers of the future will have to find a way to create some mechanism to, keep evolution alive and still compensate people. And that's something that is not figured out. We have some leading cases here and there, but the extreme way is not sustainable. Like compensate everybody, all the big companies have to compensate the whole world. It's just not sustainable, and it's just not right to do nothing. So I think there's a solution there that needs to be thought of.
With this, we'll retire our panel because we have to move on with the program. Thank you so much for your patience and listening to them, and let's give them a sign of appreciation, please.
So I think there's a photo shoot. You don't get it while they're doing the photo op. First, let me thank this panel for their insights. I think the takeaways are that procedure is an essential part of what we do in mediation. It gives us time to get to know one another, time to build trust,
and time to build credibility. And I think that's perhaps one of the essential points. Sometimes you go into a conversation and you have the benefit of being part of that community or speaking a language. But if we don't, we still have to earn that trust. And forming a process is about that building of trust, earning of trust. So that's what we heard. We also heard about community mediation, giving back to communities, having structures within companies, within communities, and perhaps also between the two. But we also heard that this is quite strenuous and costly. And I think now is the time to move on to our next panel, which will actually have in-house practitioners to discuss ESG within companies and how it is implemented. And to do that, I invite up the moderator of the next panel, Silvia Tirola. Warm welcome to Silvia. We are privileged to have her here. We have 25 years of experience. Well, maybe less, because she can't be that old, right? So, no, but we have a long experience, in-depth experience, many companies. Silvia has worked with national companies, multinational companies. She's worked all through Latin America, so also internationally, cross-culturally, and especially in the area of diversity, human capital, organizational culture, and sustainability, including ESG. She's a consultant in those areas. And I'd now like to give the floor to you. You invite up your panelists. I'm looking forward to the next panel.
Thank you so much. Boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everybody.
A gente está com um pouquinho de sono, né? Depois do almoço.
After
então
lunch, I'm
vamos
sure
pouquinho.
everybody is a bit
Eu vou quebrar
sleepy.
pouquinho do protocolo,
I'm
já
going
chamar os
to
meus painelistas
invite
para cá,
the panel
porque aí
members
a
to the
gente
stage so
vai
that
fazer
we
uma
can start
apresentação
right
em
away.
conjunto.
And I'm going to
Todo mundo, eu
introduce
vou
all of them
apenas falar
while
o
they are
título
all
deles
here
e
on
eles
stage
depois
with
vêm
me.
para cá para a gente se apresentar todo mundo junto. Então, acho que funcionou. Eu queria chamar a Isabela, que é gerente de relações institucionais da Azul Linhas Aéreas. Queria chamar a Bianca, que é gerente de desenvolvimento humano organizacional no RH da JSL. E o Rafael, que é gerente de relações institucionais e governamentais da Aurora Cooperativa. Bom, como eu falei para vocês, eu vou começar me apresentando com um pouquinho mais de histórias para contar. E aí depois eu vou pedir que os painelistas eles complementem a sua apresentação e contem um pouquinho das suas jornadas. A gente veio falar um pouquinho de como as empresas dentro dos seus programas de ESG podem contribuir para que a gente seja reconhecidamente um país acolhedor, um país que possa trazer refugiados, imigrantes, e que a gente possa promover iniciativas para que isso realmente aconteça e vá para além do discurso e daquilo que é possível fazer nas nossas organizações. Então, a minha jornada vem de uma carreira executiva, como a colega leu, e a gente teve muitas oportunidades ao longo desse caminho de trabalhar com a inserção de refugiadas e refugiados aqui no Brasil. Eu faço parte também do Grupo Mulheres do Brasil, num comitê, que é um comitê de inserção de refugiados, e a gente trabalha praticamente duas dimensões desse projeto. Uma dimensão de capacitação capacitação
in this project.
e a outra
One
dimensão de
related to
empregabilidade.
education,
Então,
training,
nós
and
conectamos
the other is
empresas
related to
com as
employment.
pessoas
We connect
refugiadas para que elas
companies
possam ter
with refugees so
condições de
that
trabalhar,
they
de se
can find a
desenvolver
job
e
and
de
develop themselves
e a
professionally.
gente retornar às empresas como
And at the same
uma
time,
consequência da sustentabilidade dessas empresas.
companies
Então, nessa
can
jornada do
become
Comitê de
more
Inserção
sustainable.
de Refugiados
In
do
this
Grupo Mulheres do
journey,
Brasil,
working with the
é
Mulheres
um
do
grupo que
Brasil
tem
group,
120 ou
it is a
130
group
mil
that
mulheres já
has
aqui no Brasil e
120,000
fora do
women,
Brasil. Eu
almost
queria trazer para vocês um
130,000
pouquinho
with
dos
women from
dados
Brazil
de
and other
refúgio
countries,
do
and I'd
Brasil.
like to give you some
Nós
big
tivemos de
numbers
2015 a
about refugees in
2024
Brazil. From 2015 to 2024, we have
454.565 pedidos de refúgio de 175 países solicitaram oficialmente o refúgio aqui no nosso país. Países como a Venezuela, que é em maior número, Cuba, Haiti, Angola. Em 2024, a gente contabilizou que no Brasil hoje tem 156.612 pessoas refugiadas. E o Brasil é um dos 3 países que melhor acolhe pessoas refugiadas. Esse número de 156.612 parece um número enorme, né? Mas para a população do Brasil é 0,1%. A gente anda nas ruas, parece que a gente está cheio de refugiados, ou a gente está vendo as pessoas de outros países, mas é um número muito pequeno perto da nossa população.
If you compare
E uma coisa que eu
against
queria
the
começar
entire
essa
Brazilian
nossa
population.
reflexão também
And I'd
aqui,
like to start
eu
our
tenho feito
reflections
muito
here
isso nos meus projetos de
talking about
consultoria,
something that
onde
I've
eu
been
tenho
doing a
atuado
lot in
junto
my
aos
consultancy
clientes,
projects with my
que é quebrar
customers.
esses
I think that we
paradigmas,
need
né?
to
Quais são os
really
desafios
shift
que as
the
empresas
paradigm here.
enfrentariam
Let's think
em
about the
acolher essas
challenges
pessoas
that companies would
refugiadas?
face when
E aqui a
trying
gente
to
tem 3
embrace
grandes empresas
refugees. We have
representadas
3
pelos meus
major
colegas e
companies
minhas
represented
colegas que
by the
estão
panel
aqui,
members
que vão contar um
that are on
pouquinho para a
stage with
gente
me,
que se
and
tiver
I believe that they
uma
can tell
palavra
us
que eu
a little
gosto
bit more
muito de
about
usar,
that. There's a word that I really like,
intencionalidade,
intention,
a gente consegue
intentionality.
fazer
With
o que essas
intention,
empresas
we can
estão
all do
fazendo.
what these
E
companies are
quantos
doing.
benefícios a
And think
empresa
about all the
recebe de
benefits that the
volta
companies
em ter essas
receive
pessoas
back
aqui
when they extend
contratadas,
a
trabalhando e
friendly hand
devolvendo
to
o
these people.
crescimento para o nosso país.
We can
Então, a
also help
gente
the country
tem
grow and develop
alguns
when we do
desafios
that.
que são bem
There are some
importantes
challenges,
e que
quite
com
big
certeza essas
challenges,
empresas
and
enfrentaram,
I'm
eles
sure
vão
that these
contar para
companies had to
vocês
face
ao longo do
all of
caminho,
those. They are going to
mas
tell
que
you more about that.
enfrentaram com
But
intencionalidade,
they
com
had a lot of
vontade de
intention
receber essas
in
pessoas,
tackling
com
those
vontade de
challenges. They
abraçar essas
wanted
pessoas e
to
com vontade de
embrace
fazer
those
com
people,
que essas
and
pessoas
they
com
really
tanta
wanted
potencialidade
to help those
possam
people
devolver para o
find
nosso
their
país
potential
tudo aquilo
and
que a
give
gente está
back to
fazendo
our
por essas
country.
pessoas. Então, eu queria
And
fazer um
so
convite a
now I'd
vocês para
like to
essa
invite all
reflexão,
of you to think about
pensar
that.
sobre essa
Think
palavra
about
e
that
pensar o que a
word.
gente pode
Think
fazer como
about
empresa,
what
como
you can do
organização,
in your
que
company,
está
in
aqui no
your
Brasil em
organization,
crescimento, obviamente, pode devolver
and
para essas
think about
pessoas
what
e
we
acolher
can give these
essas pessoas
people
refugiadas e
and
imigrantes
embrace
que
them
estão aqui no nosso país.
to help them thrive
Quais
in
são
our
esses
country.
desafios, então? A gente tem o primeiro desafio do idioma, obviamente, da quebra do idioma, né? Muitas diferenças culturais que eles acabam trazendo e a gente precisa administrar essas diferenças culturais, obviamente. E tem um dos desafios que a gente escuta muito quando a gente está falando com executivas e executivos de empresa, que é: por que eu vou dar emprego para uma pessoa que veio lá do outro lado do mundo e não vou dar um emprego para um brasileiro? Então, eu volto com a palavrinha da intencionalidade. Dá para você dar emprego para as duas pessoas, para os brasileiros, brasileiras e também para as pessoas que vêm de fora. Os refugiados e as refugiadas imigrantes, eles são muito gratos ao Brasil por essa acolhida. E eles devolvem isso no dia a dia do trabalho. Eles são muito agradecidos. As histórias são as mais diversas e aqui a gente tem muitas pessoas que podem comprovar isso, né? São histórias de que veio o pai, a mãe e os filhos ficaram para trás, vieram só as crianças e os pais estão no outro país. Então, são situações que a vida apresenta que a pessoa não escolhe vir para o Brasil, mas ela vem, ela cai aqui de alguma maneira e vem para o Brasil numa situação de refugiado e refugiada que tem que construir a vida de novo aqui no nosso país. Então, eles são muito gratos por alguém que abre as portas para que eles estejam no nosso país. Então, essas histórias vocês vão escutar, esses desafios acontecem. Tem muita gente que pensa que o refugiado é igual a uma pessoa ilegal que caiu aqui no nosso país, que eles nunca vão conseguir a documentação adequada. O nosso país gera documentos muito facilmente, por isso que é um dos 3 principais países de acolhida de pessoas refugiadas. Então, tem muitas coisas que a gente consegue fazer se a gente tiver a intencionalidade de receber essas pessoas. E agora eu vou passar aqui para as minhas colegas e meu colega, para que eles possam contar um pouquinho quanta coisa bacana essas empresas podem fazer. E eu pedi a eles e a elas que me falassem também das dores, né? A gente não pode compartilhar só as delícias, mas que contassem um pouquinho das dores, que não é uma jornada, às vezes, tão fácil, mas que se tiver a intencionalidade, a gente consegue acolher, a gente consegue desenvolver e consegue fazer com que essas pessoas retornem ao nosso país na forma de crescimento e na forma de contribuição para a gente também, tá? Eu vou começar com a Isabela para contar um pouquinho para a gente o que vocês estão fazendo na Isabela. Na Azul Linhas Aéreas.
Pessoal, bom dia. Bom dia não, boa tarde,
Good
a
afternoon,
todos.
everyone.
Queria, em primeiro lugar,
Firstly,
agradecer aqui
I would
pelo
like
convite
to
da
thank
CCAMI, parabenizar
CCAMI
a
for the
Fabiola pelo evento e queria
invitation
fazer
and
um outro
congratulate
agradecimento especial ao
Fabiola
Marcos, que está
and
sentado aqui na frente, que é um grande
thanks to
construtor de
Marcos, who's
pontes e
seated here
construiu
in
mais
front.
essa,
So
né, entre a
he is
Azul
an excellent
e a CCAMI,
builder
então muito
of
obrigada.
bridges. So thank you so much.
Eu tenho muito orgulho, né, e sou muito feliz em estar aqui falando em nome da Azul, que é uma empresa da qual eu amo fazer parte, e representar aí os 15 mil funcionários da Azul que fazem, né, toda a nossa roda girar, os nossos mais de 800 voos por dia conseguirem, né, pousar e decolar com segurança, transportando aí os nossos passageiros. Eu queria dar um contexto da empresa para vocês entenderem, né, como que a gente conseguiu atuar nesse caso dos refugiados, né? A Azul é uma empresa que já tem uma prática social muito forte. Assim, a gente tem um grupo grande de voluntariados dentro da empresa, a gente tem diversos funcionários aí engajados nas mais diversas campanhas, né? Principalmente agora o Outubro Rosa, que é a principal campanha da Azul, mas outras também ao longo de todo o ano em parceria com diversas instituições. Então, isso já está na nossa veia, já está no nosso dia a dia e dentro da nossa cultura. Né? A gente já tem um jeito azul ali de trabalhar e não foi diferente com o caso dos refugiados. Né? Eu vou trazer aqui 2 casos em que a gente atuou de maneira muito proativa. Acho que os meus colegas aqui depois vão falar um pouco mais de capacitação e empregabilidade, mas o viés das nossas práticas aqui, né, que eu vou trazer, ele é um viés muito mais operacional, né? Então, como eu uso a minha operação para atender aqueles que não necessariamente teriam acesso ao meu produto, né, se eu não construísse aí esses meios para que eles me acessassem. Né? Então a gente teve um caso, inclusive com os refugiados da Venezuela. Esses refugiados, eles já tinham aí um certo vínculo com o governo federal, então eles vinham para o Brasil já com uma cidade de destino, né, muitas vezes com emprego, muitas vezes também com famílias ali que iriam os acolher. Mas a gente tinha a barreira do transporte, né? Então, esses refugiados muitas vezes, né, em sua grande maioria, chegavam ali através da região norte, né, do nosso país, e dali como é que a gente faz, né, com essas pessoas. E foi aí que a Azul entrou. Então a gente fez uma parceria com o governo federal para fazer o transporte desses refugiados dentro do Brasil, né, o transporte doméstico dessas pessoas, para que elas conseguissem chegar, né, com agilidade e segurança até os seus destinos finais. Sim, é muito desafiador. A gente tem aí, né, como você falou, Silvia, a barreira da linguagem, né? A gente tem também uma barreira até emocional ali, né, de uma ansiedade das pessoas que chegam aqui como refugiados, né, até uma barreira de medo, pessoas que nunca voaram de avião, enfim. E um outro caso que a gente também participou em parceria com o governo federal foi, na verdade, de refugiados brasileiros, né, que estavam ali em Israel e na faixa de Gaza, né, durante a guerra, e o governo federal enviou aeronaves da FAB para buscar esses brasileiros e trazê-los de volta para suas casas. E novamente a Azul entrou para fazer esse transporte doméstico desses passageiros. A gente acha que, porque não tem a barreira da língua, porque a pessoa é brasileira, né, então ela já está acostumada, então vai ser mais fácil, e não é. E não é, porque essa barreira emocional, ela ainda existe, né? Muitas vezes, assim, essas pessoas tinham ido para Israel e estavam lá estudando, tinham família lá, né? Tinham seus empregos, tinham a sua vida e voltaram para cá às pressas por conta de um cenário muito adverso, né? E, de novo, a gente tem desafios nessa operação, né? A gente enfrenta muitas dificuldades, né, para conseguir colocar um projeto desse de pé, porque é muito grande. São muitos passageiros que precisam ser alocados dentro da nossa operação regular. São passageiros que muitas vezes precisam passar de um aeroporto para o outro para fazer uma conexão, né? A Azul é uma empresa com uma capilaridade gigante no Brasil. A gente hoje atende aproximadamente 145 cidades, mas a gente tem ainda uma operação que é organizada dentro de hubs, então, né, a gente precisou fazer essa conexão dos passageiros, e aí a gente enfrenta isso, né, essa ansiedade, né, esse medo, essa vontade de chegar em casa. Então, são aí essas adversidades que a gente precisa contornar. Mas é factível, Silvia. A gente gente consegue fazer, né? E assim, e nesses dois casos, o que eu acho muito interessante, né, entender o que eles têm em comum, são as limitações do poder público, né? Então, até onde o poder público consegue ir e a partir de qual momento o privado precisa assumir, né? O privado tem o dever de assumir ali, né? Para atuar numa situação como essa, seja com brasileiros, né? Seja com estrangeiros. E aí, acho que a gente conseguiu, né, formar essa parceria com o poder público de uma forma muito legal, né? De uma forma com que a gente conseguisse, de fato, suprir uma necessidade ali que eles não conseguiam atender. E como a gente faz isso, né? Como que a gente supera essas adversidades, esses desafios dentro de uma operação como essa? Um time muito qualificado, né? Então a gente teve ali noites sendo viradas para emitir bilhetes aéreos, né, para esses passageiros. A gente não tem muito controle, né? A gente não tinha nesses casos muito controle de quando essas pessoas iam chegar no Brasil. Então, por exemplo, no caso dos refugiados de Gaza, a gente tinha voos assim chegando no Brasil no meio da madrugada, né? E como você lida ali com aquelas pessoas num aeroporto que acabaram de chegar. Mas a gente tem um time muito qualificado e acho que essa prática social, né, da Azul que eu comentei no início, faz com que esse tipo de ação seja algo com que a gente já está muito acostumado, já faz parte do nosso dia a dia, já faz parte da nossa cultura, né? Então, quando a gente tem um time qualificado e preparado para atender, a gente consegue enfrentar esses desafios com um pouco mais de tranquilidade, né? Na Azul a gente tem um jeito de trabalhar que a gente chama de OPA, e é um jeito de trabalhar que está muito enraizado já em todos os nossos tripulantes, né? Assim, e nos nossos executivos também, que são grandes exemplos disso. Então, o OPA é o observar.
So, OPA, it's observe, notice, and to serve. We do that in relation to any passenger, including with clients of other airlines, and sometimes we have to deal with clients that are not ours, but we adopt the same posture. We put in practice the OPA, so the culture of the company. When we combine these teams, it's not enough for me as an institutional employee to make this bridge with the federal government. We need the entire team at the airports to be ready, and I need people to issue the tickets, and we need flight attendants to help these people. At Azul, the way we found of putting this operation in place, facing all the challenges, was to act in line with our culture and put into practice the OPA program as we do with our clients, and then to have this very welcoming stance and serve the refugees. So we are used to overcome geographic barriers. In these cases, we had to overcome cultural barriers, the fear, constraints, and we were able to do a good job. Thank you, Isabella. We are going to talk more about the OPA way of being. And now let's give the floor to Bianca so that they can tell us what you do at JSL. I'm going to ask them to show the video. Bianca brought a video of the program they have at her company that confirms that's possible, and it's possible to do marvelous things.
Já estamos presentes em 9 países e para a gente faz todo sentido também trazer refugiados, migrantes, vidas que já estão aqui no Brasil para trabalhar dentro das nossas operações.
Esse programa é tão especial que um concorrente nosso, há 2 semanas atrás, 3, entrou em contato com a gente, que eles ouviram falar do programa, se encantaram e querem trocar a figurinha para fazer lá também. Olha que legal, né? Não é bom isso?
E o mercado como um todo observe esses programas e passe também a adotar.
Vindo para o Brasil, eles trazem sonhos que nós aqui estamos, trabalhando para que eles possam realizar e criar as suas memórias conosco também.
Eu saí de lá sem saber quem me estava guardando aqui, né?
My daughter was born here.
Estava funcionário do governo.
I was a football player.
O governo do Afeganistão mudou.
Saudade, você sabe que todos gostam do país, todos gostam da família.
Eu chorava muito, porque eu falei, nossa, será que eu fiz certo?
É difícil.
Ainda é difícil, né? Eu falo com minha mãe chora, eu choro quase todo dia falando com ela.
Mãe, o saudade para ela é muito.
Primeira nova vida, primeira trabalho para fazer aqui logística. In 6 months, I got professional.
Então eles estão determinados a ter uma vida melhor aqui. A emoção que eles tinham, a força de vontade.
Como eles se adaptaram à operação, como eles se dedicam.
Continuar aqui, a gente pode melhorar no futuro.
Eu quero ficar muito tempo lá na JSL, né? Porque eu gostaria de crescer dentro da empresa também, né?
Aprender o empreendedor. Now, JSL is my home.
Entender para atender, acolher as pessoas.
JSL é um modelo da imagem que o Brasil mostra fora, né? Que é um país acolhedor.
Eu sei que são amigos de verdade.
Deu uma esperança para nós, né?
Já eu moro em um abrigo, graças a Deus que agora tenho casa.
E eu consigo ter meus filhos melhor. Eu consigo mandar um pouco de dinheiro para minha mãe.
Ou coisa que precisa para a nova vida.
Eu gosto no futuro que tiverem uma vida boa.
Eu sou vencedora, né? Aí tem muita gente que fala pra mim, você é uma princesa, né? E eu falo, não, eu sou a princesa, uma guerreira.
Conectamos gente, conectamos histórias, conectamos sonhos e conectamos fronteiras.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to join you today. My name is Bianca, and I wanted to show you this video because I wanted you to know a little bit more about the actions we've been taking towards improving diversity in our company and how transformative an opportunity can be. I've been working at JSL for 20 years now. JSL has the biggest logistics portfolio in Brazil. I'm sure many of you are acquainted with our business. We have over 35,000 employees. We have a footprint all around Brazil in all states and another 9 countries. A Brazilian company that was founded by a Portuguese immigrant has the intrinsic belief that diversity can make any place more complete. I started my career 20 years ago, and I can tell you that the company truly believes in people development. We are, as a logistics company, essential to move the world. So why shouldn't we open our doors to immigrants and refugees so that they can have a chance to develop themselves inside our organization? We have about 80 refugees and immigrants, still a small number. However, last year we decided to expand that number. Therefore, we created an affirmative program that is called Connecting Borders. This program was created to strengthen the hiring process of refugees in a more structured way. Besides hiring refugees, we want to develop their careers as well. One of the employees told us that in 6 months, he became a professional. He developed a new career. We provide them with training. They have to undergo a development program. They receive a certificate. We have a graduation ceremony. And after the development program with their sponsors, they start working in their role in the company. So it all starts much before they actually take on the job in our company. They start developing themselves, getting their education, their training, and then they start working in our company. I'm here representing the 35,000 employees of JSL. I have some of my team members here with me today. Paola is here, and we have a team taking care of the affirmative programs. We have a specific team focusing on that, especially when it comes to refugees and immigrants. Thank you very much, Isabella. And we have here the only man in our panel, Rafael, the manager of government and institutional relations at Aurora COP, cooperative. Aurora COP. Okay. Rafael, tell us a little bit more about your journey at Aurora. Well, before I do that, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It is an honor to be here in this conference, sharing this panel with such incredible experts. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be here, especially because I'm here to talk about a topic that is very dear to me and my cooperative. I'm here representing the Aurora Co-op. Aurora is a renowned brand known all around Brazil, and the co-op was created by farmers that wanted to get together to fight for better conditions and to promote social development. That's a very important part of what we do. It is a dream that the founders had, and it is a dream that moves migrants that are looking for more security and better lives. And Aurora shares that vision. When Aurora looks at immigrants, we can really see them and the reason why they're here. And it's very similar to what our founders wanted when they created the co-op. We have 48,800 employees, and over 13,000 of them are immigrants. And it is a continuous learning experience for us. We have programs to help them with social assistance, psychological assistance, and professional development as well. We don't do it alone, however. We have partnerships with universities, educational programs, and also the local governments. It is important to have the close relationship with the local governments, the city halls, to provide help to the immigrants. Maybe one of the biggest challenges here, Sylvia, and of course there are barriers related to language and culture. So we have to act fast and help the immigrants find their place in our society as soon as possible so that they can start feeling like they belong here as soon as possible. As I said earlier, we learn from each other. We learn from them. They learn from us. We provide them with guidance so that we can make their lives easier in becoming part of the society. Aurora has facilities and plants all around Brazil in many states. And in our facilities, we promote active listening opportunities. Those are meetings where we can establish a dialogue with the immigrants. We learn from them, and we also take that opportunity to share guidance, information, and also to take down that language barrier. We have people that are fluent in many languages that can help them integrate a little bit better with the company. We have Brazilian employees, of course. We work with them so that they can also welcome the refugees and immigrants to make things more harmonious and help them feel that they belong as soon as possible. And I agree with you, Sylvia. I'd like to mention also, piggybacking on what you said earlier, about the challenges that immigrants have to leap over and overcome when they get here in Brazil. For us, entrepreneurs, and as members of the Brazilian society, we all have a role to play in making them feel welcome. I think that's some good food for thought for us. It's something that we need to reflect on all the time and work together hand in hand towards that goal. And we are a cooperative, so cooperation is part of our DNA. And we are here to help anyone that's willing to lend a hand to the immigrants and help them feel integrated into the country, helping them with language, culture. We also have some programs geared towards professional development, and this is what we have been doing at Aurora. Thank you, Rafael. Now, can you tell us some more about the 13,000 refugees and immigrants that you mentioned? How many of them are refugees? How many are immigrants? Do you have the breakdown? I can't tell you for sure the breakdown between immigrants and refugees, but what I can tell you for sure is that all of them are looking for better conditions and better lives. They usually leave a very delicate setting and they come to Brazil, especially to the southern part of Brazil. And it's important to mention that Aurora every year has people coming from other regions of Brazil, especially the north and northeast, that migrate towards the south, trying to find more security and better quality of life. And what I can tell you for sure is that all of them come from delicate, vulnerable situations. And you mentioned something that's very important, Sylvia. When we stop to listen to what immigrants have to say in the active listening meetings, we always hear them talk about how their families were split up during that process. And I think we should all think about that, how and what we can do to remove the red tape in the way so that they can get their documents in order as soon as possible and really pave the way for immigrants to have a better life here in Brazil when they decide to leave their countries, so that they can really see a bright future ahead of them when they establish themselves here in Brazil. So here, as I said earlier, we have 3 incredible, successful cases. And of course, it was not a cakewalk that they had in front of them to get where they are right now. But we are very happy about CCAMI becoming more established here in our country, because it can be used as a resource by your companies, and you can also share cases and projects with the other companies that already have a contact with CCAMI. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are many people who are already doing this, and this is one of the principles behind the Mulheres do Brasil group. Maria Helena is one of the leaders, of Mulheres do Brasil. She works in the refugee committee. And I like to also thank CCAMI for being here and spread the word about what can be done. One thing that we have been doing very frequently at Mulheres do Brasil is a mentorship program. We provide mentorship to immigrants and refugees, and in our mentorship programs, we learn about all these incredible life stories. I, for one, have been the mentor of over 60 people, not only immigrants and refugees. And I hear those stories every single day, very complex stories, delicate ones. I can still remember one girl that I was a mentor of. She became paralyzed in a car accident with her alcoholic father, and she became a person with disabilities, and she came as a refugee to Brazil from Venezuela. And in her journey to get to Brazil, she actually broke 3 wheelchairs in her journey to get to Brazil. And she established herself here. She got married. She had a daughter. And she was very successful professionally in the companies she worked for here in Brazil. And last year she went back to Venezuela after having a consolidated career here in Brazil. She worked for major companies. So that allows us to believe that it can be done. It is possible. Now that we have talked a bunch about the challenges, I'd like to know from you if anything else comes to mind in terms of roadblocks and challenges. Think about the nature of your businesses. It's very different one from the other. And think about how your business had to adapt to the scenario that is put in front of us. And that's what makes that process possible, I think. When you think about Azul Airlines, when you look at JSL, think about how you can create an education program, and think about what Aurora does in the farming and food industry. These examples shows that you can do the same in your specific businesses. So I'd like to hear from you what the main challenges are, and then I'd like to address the people in our audience and ask you to think about it, to reflect on it. If it can be done in a company with 40,000 employees, smaller companies can do the same at a smaller scale, of course, and it can be done in every single segment or sector. We all now have a commitment, and CCAMI is here to strengthen that commitment. We can make things happen if we work in partnership, if we work hand in hand. Before lunch, we had a number of non-governmental and organizations. Some of them are still represented here, and they work with helping immigrants and refugees, each with their own specificity, but all making it possible for these people to feel welcome in Brazil. Now, Rafael, I'd like you to start, and then I'll turn it over to the other colleagues. Okay, Sylvia, to talk about the challenges, I believe that the first one that comes to mind is documentation. Many immigrants get here with incomplete documentation or any documentation at all. And we know that the Brazilian army is helping welcoming the immigrants from Venezuela. That helps a lot. When we welcome the employees at Aurora, it is very common to see Venezuelan immigrants with more documents to help us fulfill the legal requirements. But when we look at other immigrants from other countries, that is not the case. I don't know if I mentioned that, but the 13,000 immigrants that work at Aurora currently, they come from 28 different countries. And it is very common for immigrants to have documentation problems in some of those nationalities. And we need the support of the government to make their situation regular. And sometimes we have to go to court to expedite that process. So that might be a situation that we should think about a little bit more and find a way of joining forces so that we can have a more favorable environment with less red tape. So that's my food for thought for you. And we're here to help in any way we can. There are some challenges that are a lot easier. For example, helping immigrants acclimate to the local culture. That's not hard to be done here in Brazil. Brazil is very rich, and our richness is not really the beaches, the nature. No, it's our culture. And we are, I believe, used to diversity, and I think that we we are very good at helping immigrants get used to the culture, the language. As I said, we have materials in a number of different languages, and we also promote programs and courses to teach Portuguese to them. Because it's not just about the workplace. In their everyday lives, they need to be able to speak Portuguese to integrate to the community as soon as possible, the community that they chose to be a part of.
In addition to the language barrier, we also have the cultural aspect that we also deal with internally, and something we do in all editions. That is to work with the unconscious bias and the communication of those who are going to assist the refugees, both in the onboarding of the company and also with the leaders. We use the S system. Ours is the Senat. We offer training courses not only to the refugees, but also for the sponsors, the leaders, and these courses extend from Spanish and conscious, a welcoming environment, precisely to work with the cultural challenge. Brazil is a very welcoming country, but there is the unconscious bias, and we deal with that before we receive this group internally. You asked me if I remembered some case, and in the first edition, we interviewed a couple from Cuba. They had just arrived in Brazil with a 4-year-old daughter, and they were facing the major challenge because they were looking for jobs, but the schedules did not match. For example, one had a different schedule than others, and we said, no, we are going to hire the two of you in different shifts so that you can always have a parent at home. One will take care of the daughter while the other one is working. And they've been with us for a year, and now she brought her family, her parents from Cuba, and we have already hired her father. And as I said, we cannot change the world, but we can change that person's world. Today, she has been working with us, and I get very emotional. She brought her mother and father from a reality where they would split a chicken and eat it throughout 13 days. In Cuba, it was one chicken, for 13, 14 days for 7 people. And with their first salary, they were able to take, their daughter to eat pizza. And so chicken is something, a premium food. And we eat pizza on weekends. And she was able to take the daughter to get to know a new reality. The kid is in school, and she told us about her experience, and we have already hired her father. So there are 3 members of the family who work at us, and we really highly value having the whole 3 people working with us from the same family. So the major challenge that we faced in our operation was that it may not be clear, but there are many other companies behind the operation of an airline company. For example, we have from the company that provides the handling services concerning luggage, and the catering company, the airport manager, and they will probably hire facility companies, and there are other companies that are allocated to that airport providing products, services, food. And when we look at this airport setting that may seem sometimes chaotic, we should also engage the third parties involved in this operation indirectly. So we felt responsible for caring for those people inside the airport setting, and also vis-a-vis the third parties that would have contact with these individuals. So it's also a challenge to make other companies to buy your idea. And we do that by establishing a partnership over time. So as I mentioned in the beginning, that to us at Azul, to participate in a social initiative is something natural, since it's part of our routine. And to have this relationship and availability of the companies that provide services to us or have contact with passengers is something we have to build. So then with that, on a day-to-day basis, we practice the attitudes we want to have with our business partners and suppliers. So when we need them, we are sure they're going to join us. This was a challenge that we were able to overcome with this major partnership with our suppliers. Perfect. So now I'm going back to what I said in the beginning, the word intentionality. All of these companies had the intention to contribute to this cause, to welcome and to receive the refugees and migrants in their company. So now I'll return to you the invitation. We are coming to an end of our panel, and we would like you to continue thinking about this topic and thinking about what it's possible to do inside your organizations. Look for information in these entities that are your partners, Keynote, Caritas, and several organizations that are here to help us with this welcoming process. Look for information at these places so that we can break these paradigms and the myths that prevent us from offering the best possible welcoming process depending on the context of each organization. So this is the tip I leave you with. And I'm going to ask the panelists to give you some other tips. So concerning what you can do to welcome these people. CCAMI has a commitment, a mission, and today we are in the first conference of many, and I thank Fabiola for this invitation and this space, and I would like to leave you with the tip to have the intention to contribute, to open your doors, to help, to receive and welcome. All of us here in Brazil already have this ability to welcome these populations. So, and I'm going to ask the panelists to leave us with a tip so that we can wrap up our roundtable. So, Sylvia, I think I'm going to be a bit more pragmatic and tough concerning the tips I want to give you. Firstly, ESG is no longer an option of any company. It's a duty. It has to be in the company's agenda, in their routine, in our constant practice. We no longer have the option of failing to look at the social practice. It's everybody's duties. For the most skeptical entrepreneurs who think differently, it's the result. So the social practice or initiative is an outcome. We have data from the survey, the best ones for Brazil, that show this clearly. So companies that have ESG practice presented a growth of over 150%, according to Bovespa, and companies that have ESG have an engagement of their employees of 86 versus 33% of those companies that do not have it. The consumers are willing to pay 5 to 10% more for your product if your company is committed to ESG practice. In addition to a duty, it also offers good results. So we no longer have the option of failing to do it. And how do we go about? Not always we are going to have a very well-structured project, PMO, with a budget, a working group that's going to have the beginning, middle, and end. Sometimes the opportunity is in the urgency, and companies need to be alert to what's going on around them and to the opportunity they have of acting, and they have to be ready for that. And how do we get ready is with the practice. I go back to my initial comment. It's a duty and has to be in our routine so that we can put this into practice and engage our employees. And when there is an urgent need, or will be ready to do this, I would like to supplement. It's urgent and it's a way of no return. So we have moved more slowly or faster. You cannot go back. Those who haven't started need to start it somehow. There is always an opportunity. I have had examples of simple things that sometimes we don't think about, and in simple things we get wonderful answers. So it's pointless to have a huge initiative when that becomes impossible. We have to give a step at a time. Taking upon of what you said, you have to begin. What is simple can transform the life of a person, and that's what we believe at JSL. We started small. The first program was launched in 24, and in 1 year we are in the third edition. And we've seen it works. We have an ongoing program for Arujá in the state of São Paulo, and so we have more openings. It's the third experience of connecting program. Get ready, but much more to open your hearts to receive these individuals, because in terms of work and productivity, they are able to deliver. You have to worry about capacity building, development, welcoming, but above all, welcome them and give them opportunities, and give them actual opportunities, and not to hire people. It's our concern. We started small. We want them to enter, develop, and grow. And we have examples of individuals that have already been promoted. They started at a lower rank position, and now they are holding a more strategic position. Start and generate opportunities. Rafael? Now, taking upon what Bianca said, I would like to encourage the companies to create programs to receive immigrants. Brazil has had several waves of migration, and by analyzing the numbers of the migration that took place during some crisis of war, and we are living through a humanitarian crisis. And by saying that, I want to mean that these migrants leave their countries in search of better quality of life. When they come to Brazil, they want to build a new life. The companies can receive these migrants. It's not so complex as you may think. And there are several companies at Aurora. We are willing to help you, or those who don't have a program to welcoming immigrants. But I can state to you that once you receive them, you're going to see it's a very invaluable exchange. The company grows culturally, and they deliver a lot. They are hardworking people. They are willing to learn and make Brazil their new home. And I would like to encourage the companies that have not started a program such as this to begin it. So we would like to thank CCAMI for this opportunity to share your initiatives. Count on us on your journeys where you have the intentionality to do something. Count on us. We are willing to exchange information, ideas, and build bridges with other organizations and companies. And we are very pleased to be here today. So we can only thank CCAMI for this opportunity.
Thank you. No, thank you to all of you, Sylvia, Raphael, Isabella. And of course, Bianca. I think that was impressive. And it made me aware of the fact that when I started the introduction to this panel, I asked the wrong question. Because we came into this discussing from perhaps a more academic perspective, you know, how do we build bridges between companies and communities? What is the connection, and is it worth it? And I think we received the answer today, not only in terms of the rewarding stories that we've heard. And stories is perhaps the wrong word. Biographies of people we have heard for whom this has been life-changing. But there's another point. Is it worth it? And I think we heard that answer in terms of engagement. I'd like to remind you all of the one number I think, if I'm right, Isabella said, terms of engagement of employees under these programs, the difference is 50% points. I think the difference was something around 30 to 85, correct me if I'm wrong here. That's 50% points more engagement from your employees. So this is not just the right thing to do, it's also something that's worth doing. Imagine what high engagement means in terms of higher productivity, what it means in terms of retaining your employees with your company, keeping all the intelligence, all the institutional knowledge within your company. So it goes to show that you not only gain by diversity, but you gain on other levels as well. So I do think that my question was wrong. Is it worth it? Because I think that has been more than clearly answered. Yes, it is. At this point, I understand we still have people who are not with us in this room here today, but are bravely online with us. And I'd like to give them a huge shout out, because I think after so many hours in front of your screen, if you're still with us, a big thank you. Thank you for staying with us and sharing the experience with us as well. We have one more panel for you. We are not finished yet. We're going to move on to perhaps the final act of this session. And I'd like to ask Luciana Drimeldias, a good friend, to come and join me, who will be the moderator of and she's running, here she is, the moderator of the next panel. May I introduce you as a friend? I met Luciana not so long ago, but we connected very quickly because we discovered she has Austrian roots. So that made us connect very, very quickly on that point. Luciana has so many things that speak for her, apart from her brilliant academic career. Everything she has done to organize conferences from New York to Paris to everywhere else. I've been privileged to see her work there. She's also a senior fellow of the Weinstein Institute. She brings everything to the table to discuss what we need to discuss in the final panel, which will look at the intercultural aspect and the justice aspect. It's something that our keynote this morning, Zachary Kalo, talked about. How important is justice in dispute resolution? What context does it play, or what role does it play when we look at mediation, where perhaps there is no ultimate right or wrong, and when we discuss about access to justice as well? To discuss all of these points, Luciana, thank you. The floor is yours. Please introduce the panel.
Eu vou pedir a gentileza dos senhores de falar em inglês, porque os nossos painelistas são todos estrangeiros, então eu vou me dirigir diretamente a eles. So I'm asking them the permission to speak in English, because to address to them in English, because all of them are foreigners, except Gabriela. But Gabriela it's not a foreign person, but it's a global person. So I'd like to invite to this panel my dear friend Gabriela Smar. And also my new friend, Ati Alipur, whatever you want. Where's Ati? Okay. My friend, Thomas John. And again, my new friend, Zudi Yakan. And if someone could call Ati. I would love. Okay, so we are waiting for Ati. Meanwhile, I will introduce my panelists here that are amazing people with this amazing intercultural backgrounds. And I will quickly talk about their bio, their mini bio, but it doesn't, of course, translate their importance and their meaning for the field of ADR and for the humanity. So let's start with Gabriela Asmar. She has over 30 years of experience in conflict resolution. She is the mediator at the International Labour Organization from the UN, Weinstein Fellow, my colleague that I'm so happy, and co-author of the Brazilian mediation law. She has mediated in several contexts where different cultures challenge coexistence. And now, Zudi Yakan. Zudi is a mediator, arbitrator, and a legal professional with the diversified experience across various areas of law. With his ADR background, rooted in California since 2002, he's a trainer with ADR Center, serves as on the advisory council of the Mediation Hub, MENA. MENA stands for Middle East and North Africa, and sits on the rosters of several mediation and arbitration institutions. Originally from Lebanon and based in UAE, for the past 18 years, he plays an active role in promoting the growth of advancement of mediation in his region. And Thomas John. Tom is an independent mediator, arbitrator, and international legal consultant who is common and civil trained. With more than 20 years now resolving disputes, he regularly serves as mediator, mediation advocate, counsel in arbitrations, and as advisor to international businesses, institutions, and organizations. Tom has lived and worked in and with many countries with very diverse cultures. Combined with his extensive constitutional and international law background, questions relating to human rights, global order, and cross-cultural issues are central to his practice. So welcome you all. And we are waiting for Ati, but meanwhile, we can continue, right? Okay. So, okay, she's coming. This panel, it's really a pleasure to mediate this panel. Not, yes, also, not not just because I have wonderful people here, some friends, but because it's about it. It's about intercultural dialogue that we are here. So I want to, first of all, thanks Fabiola Keramidas and CCAMI for this opportunity, because Fabiola has been always supporting our projects, and now I'm so happy, so honored to support your project, Fabiola. You deserve that. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for being with those amazing people. So this panel brings together mediation professionals and experts to discuss fundamental role of intercultural dialogue in dispute resolution, with a special attention to contexts involving refugees and culturally diverse communities. Intercultural mediation will be presented as a real, effective, and legitimate practice for conflict transformation. That's what we're going to discuss in this moment. For contextualize this theme in Brazilian context, of course, it should be by our friend and wonderful global, with the wonderful and global experience as Gabriela Asmar. Please, Gabriela Asmar, bring us the Brazilian context and what it contributes to intercultural dialogue. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity of this exchange. As I was asked, I will speak English. I obey. Some people, very few people. But I changed my intention, my content, a zillion times this morning. And I always do that. I plan something just to change at the moment as the energy flows, because of course I'm here for you, not for myself, for my panel colleagues. So the important thing is that it makes sense. And of course, the most inspiring start couldn't be different from Fabiola. And she started saying, well, this landmark is happening in Brazil, although CCAMI is already in many different countries. And I thought, I have to start by saying, why Brazil? I say that to many of my visitors. I practice workplace mediation and ombudsing. And I wonder why my predecessor was Brazilian, and I am Brazilian, in a role of people from all over the place. It was a coincidence, they guaranteed me. But being Brazilian means something. And it means something that CCAMI, with this specific purpose, is headquartered in Brazil. Brazil is the only country, as far as I know, and I always say that because I know I don't know everything, but Brazil is the only country in the planet, as far as I know, that as a colony became independent from the colonizer without one drop of blood, which is in itself almost a miracle. Of course, the person who declared the independence was the prince from Portugal. So just one step behind, the Portuguese king and a lot of noble families fled to Brazil during Napoleon occupation of Europe. And at some point, the king, although they were very happy in Brazil with all the climate and the fruits and the nice neighborhoods, they had to go back to Portugal. And he left his son, at the time 5 years old, and his son grew in Brazil to become the presence of the crown in Brazil. And when he was 18 years old, he was a little pressured by the noble families who stayed and didn't want to be treated as a colony. So he made a peaceful transition into freedom. Of course, paying taxes to Portugal, but that was part of the transition period. We don't have a transition like from zero to perfect in one generation. So, but the point is, that remained very deeply in the Brazilian culture. It's nice to be Brazilian, although we know about our internal wars, but we normally are not seen as a warry country. People normally see Brazilians as nice people. When they don't know everyone. But anyway, from inside, no one is perfect, right? So anyway, not even Brazil. But the point is, our constitution, and I'm talking here just beside my constitution specialist, our constitution is also the only one that brings in the preamble. So the first paragraph of the main legal document, the main reference, a reference to, and I wrote down because I wanted to be precise because constitutional lawyers are very picky. So the expression we use in our constitution is peaceful settlement of disputes. So in the main paragraph of the main legal reference in Brazil, we honor peaceful settlement of disputes. This is not by chance. It is indeed a country, as it was said before, that really welcomes everyone. And I'm very proud to say that. When you immigrate to Brazil, and I'm also a child of forced immigration from both sides of my family, when you come to Brazil, you don't have to justify where you're from and why you're here. You are Brazilian. That's so important. Thank you. So just, I know I have a short time. I also wanted to say why this inauguration of CCAMI is so timely. We live in a world that, well, after the Cold War, the sociologists came up with an acronym to define the world we live in, and it was VUCA. VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. But that was not enough. So after COVID, actually during COVID, the world we live in was reclassified as bunny. And bunny stands for brittle. Anything can break at any time. Anxious. Non-linear, meaning whatever is going on may be completely different when you blink your eyes. And incomprehensible. It's not just complex. Forget about understanding. Forget about rationality. Of course, we need it, but it's far from enough. It's just not enough. And if we don't find, and here, of course, we have to contextualize with conflict resolution. Many times I say I am a doctor of relationships. So conflict is a symptom, just like we have in our bodies a pain. It's a gift no one wants. But it's an alarm system to give an early warning that something is misplaced or excluded from where it was needed. So, wrapping up, in a world that is bunny, we don't forget, we forget understanding everything. Conflict is just the most common thing we can face, and we face it every day, consciously or not. And when we talk about forced migration, we are always talking about people who feel misplaced anywhere they go, because no one left their home country by choice. Anything we do that is not by choice can never feel comfortable until you find the safe place within yourself. And this is indeed the only safe place anyone can have. The difference between someone who was born and remained in their country or migrated by option and someone who migrated by the lack of option is that they are more aware that the only safe place comes from within. And this is where any mediation should start, especially when in my practice, I deal with people from all over. It would be impossible to know every culture. So I always start by the knowledge that I don't know. This is what I call the tool of intelligent ignorance. And I'm very proud of it. So with that, I stop and back to our host.
Thank you very much, dear Gabriela. As you see, this is just the beginning of a beautiful journey here. So I want to now introduce our friend, Ati Alipur. Ati Alipur is an attorney and the founder of Hudson Law and Mediation PLLC in New York City. She serves Cornell University as a certified organization ombuds and has worked with the United Nations Ombudsman and Mediation Services on complex institutional disputes. As an Iranian-American mediator with cross-cultural experience, she focuses on identifying systemic issues and resolving the root causes of the conflict. Welcome, dear Ati. So now we are going to pass to our friend Tom that will tell us about access to justice, and cultural polycentrism, and what it contributes to intercultural dialogue. Please, Tom.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bom dia, everyone. And that is about as much of Portuguese that I can actually speak. So I leave it there. I will not attempt anything further than that. And before I start, can I take the liberty and thank our simultaneous interpreters out in the booth. I have worked with simultaneous interpreters for many, many years now, and you are my heroes. What you do on a daily basis in these kinds of settings, it is incredible. Yeah, thank you. Exactly, thank you. Wonderful, thank you. Over the last couple of days, I have, so I'm German and I'm Australian, and so I have two cultures in me somehow in the meantime. And over the last couple of days, we've been comparing notes. Why Australians and Brazilians are so friendly with each other and can really do well with each other. I think I add another point because I think we also are a country where the constitution was established from colonialism to an independent nation without a shed of blood. But I say also immediately, I think if we were here with indigenous people, First Nation people from Australia, they would probably come to a very different conclusion on that point. And I pay my respect to the members of our First Nations. Indeed, I want to talk about access to justice and what mediation does in this context, and with a particular focus on culture in this one. I conceive mediation as part of alternative dispute resolution, ADR, but let me point out immediately, I usually do not use the term alternative dispute resolution. For me, it is appropriate dispute resolution. I think, Sean, you also made the point. This is an integrated system, and mediation is part of a holistic justice system in which we have more formal and less formal elements, and mediation is part of that. That way, mediation is essential to access to justice, at least in my view. And it's probably unsurprising that the world starts waking up to that. Many states start waking up to that. And I've been working on promoting mediation back then in 2007 in Australia in order to overcome barriers to access to justice. And it had to do with the classic elements of barriers to access to justice: costs, resourcing of courts, time, rigidity of system. All of those were usually sort of the obstacles that were rolled out by the attorneys at the time. But one thing that we never actually came really across in this work was culture. We never looked at culture as a potential barrier, and yet culture actually has a lot to offer in that regard. It's actually a really big barrier overall. Now, there's three propositions I want to put forward today in the interest of time. The first one is a bit shorter. It's just access to justice is a good thing. And access to justice is a good thing because it promotes a whole lot of things that we really, really nowadays cherish, from democracy right through the protection and the enforcement of human rights to a peaceful and orderly society. For these kinds of elements, access to justice is important. And when I make the point that mediation is an important element of access to justice, and then I would say mediation is also very important to all those elements that we cherish so much today. The second proposition is a little bit more involved, and that is that our traditional justice systems, to which mediation often is not counted as part of it, are inherently what I call culturally monocentric. So they are really a reflection of the culture prevalent in the jurisdiction that gave itself that justice system. And here we again have a whole range of issues that are considered in that regard, whether it's costs, whether it's resources. We have issues relating to values, the attitudes in that society, belief systems, behavioral elements, etc. It has something to do with identity when we talk about culture. And that is very strongly reflected in every justice system. Our justice systems are a reflection of those elements of society. They are society, and they are our culture. That's what a justice system is all about. But as I said, it is a reflection of only one culture, and with that it becomes monocentric, culturally monocentric. And we see that in language. I don't know exactly what a Brazilian court would say if I turn up and try to speak English there. I'm sure that the judge might understand me, but he would never allow that. You know? We see this, how customs, how traditions are translated into our justice system. We see this, how we organize our society, maybe how we understand familial relationships, which differ so vastly from culture to culture. Yeah? So what we can actually say is that when we look at individual justice systems, they are not permissible of foreign cultures. They are permissible of their own culture, but not necessarily of what goes on elsewhere in the world. And that brings me to my second proposition. My second proposition is that by embracing what I call cultural polycentrism, mediation can actually bridge here and improve access to justice. Now, when I go around promoting mediation, and that has happened more and more over the last 2 years, the cynic in you could say, well, Tom is an entrepreneur, he's marketing mediation. It's a criticism that I definitely appreciate, it's not a problem. Then what I do is I usually tell people about, hey, you can reduce costs that way. You can reduce time that you spend, resources that you spend on settling disputes. You are in control, you are empowered. Yeah? So these are the normal kind of arguments, but rarely do I actually use culture as an element in this promotion. And that is surprising because, look at me. I traveled the world. I lived in many different countries by now. I'm curious about different cultures. I thrive on understanding different cultures, and if it is only food, yeah, so that might be already a start there. But in a way, the interesting thing is that even though I was most of my life a foreigner, I never use culture as a point of differentiation when I promote mediation. And so when I looked at this, I was like, that is really, very, very strange, because mediation offers so many opportunities in that regard. And I had quite a few, but I just pull out in the interest of time one, and that is, because we spoke about it, and Natasha, I don't know where she is, make this point so perfectly, because it's process, it's procedure. Yeah, the process of mediation can be shaped to make it absolutely culturally polycentric. And there is a lot of ways in which mediators can do that. You can start exploring different cultures in the exploration stage. You can use emotions and explain emotions and look at emotions and what things trigger in terms of emotions. You can look at co-mediation, and we looked at that very nicely. Private meetings, not as a way of talking privately about issues, but providing a safe space for someone from another culture who finds maybe a situation very confronting, even though for us, maybe as a Westerner, it wouldn't be. Yeah? Overall, we can create a process that is just simply non-confrontational, non-adversarial, and far more open and conducive to actually engaging. That way we can foster understanding of another culture, which we don't do in court or in arbitrations. And we can establish trust among cultures. And that's a very, very important point, because this is about recognizing another culture, which we don't do in a normal justice system. This is about respecting another culture, which we simply do not do when we look at litigation and arbitration. We are creating an environment where we foster the equality among cultures. We are not going into a mediation and say your culture is less worth than mine. We are saying I acknowledge your culture, I respect your culture. Yeah? And ultimately, it is about appreciation of diversity and equality. I leave it here. This for me is a really, really important event. These points are poignant to the point that I'd say CCAMI, you refer to it as a project, I think what we see today is the start of a movement, and I really commend you guys for doing that. Thank you.
Now we're going to move to this side of the panel. So let's talk to Ati. Ati, could you tell us about your trajectory on an ombuds at UN and Cornell and what it contributes to intercultural dialogue? Can you explain the role of as an organizational ombuds and what's the significance of intercultural approach in mediation?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. By show of hands, how many of you are you familiar with the concept of ombuds, ombudsman, or ombudsperson? Okay, awesome. So I'm a mediator and also an ombuds, organizational ombuds. What we do within an organization is that besides mediation, we also try to identify what's happening within the same organization over and over and over. Because sometimes some issue that may sound very much like an interpersonal issue is just because of the way that the system is designed, because of the way that you're defining the roles. So an organizational ombuds tries to catch those issues as systemic issues, identify and address the root cause of problems. And by addressing, I mean reporting to the upper management so that they're aware of what's happening. In this role, we work as confidential, impartial, independent, and informal resource. And it's also important because we design systems. For example, at Cornell University, we do have multiple bodies who conduct mediations. And what we do in our role is that we try to also see who else is mediating, how are they doing that, how are they engaging in conversation, let it say even if it's facilitated conversation, conciliation, whatever that may be, and how can we design a system that is working efficiently. So that's as to the role of the ombuds. The second question was about intercultural dialogue, and I wonder how we define culture in the first place. I ask this question a lot, and sometimes I see that people try to define culture, and in my opinion, and I think a lot of other experts, there is no real definition for culture, because what we are doing is that we are talking about culture as if like there's us and then there's a them. So what we are trying to do is that to bring that them, the minority within our kind of country, within our community, and make sure that they're integrated. In my opinion, culture can also be within a diaspora, within a community. And without really understanding and demystifying that, it's very hard to address the issues. When I conduct these trainings on cultural dialogue, and I heard high context, low context earlier today, a lot of times people come to me, and what I hear is that this was so helpful. I am having better conversations with my in-laws. Because you can be from the same even family and still have a different culture. So I think that's very important to understand that culture can also be socioeconomics. So when we bring an immigrant, it's not enough to learn the language, really. Because if they have different hobbies, if they have different experiences, it's harder to integrate that without really looking into all of those. And I heard today from someone emotional barriers. And I think those socioeconomics can also be another barrier that we need to address. So while we bring parties to the table, which is extremely hard and important, I think it's also important that sometimes when we see that people are growing and moving forward in mediation, they are moving, but not in the same direction. Because they're really growing apart. And we see sometimes even after mediation, someone gets so angry. And I've seen in my own cases that, especially when it's, let's say, a major corporation and an attorney from a major corporation, and then we have these tribes or these groups, part of the reason is that they don't really feel connected. And I think that connection is partly because of the way they communicate, not necessarily because of who they are, not because of their values, but it's about the how, not about what they're saying, which will be addressed later.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for your academic and professional, corporate experience. And for us, it's very important to say that we really have the opportunity to tackle interculturally, intercultural issues in everywhere. Our last panel, we saw it in corporations, and it was very interesting to see how the corporations are dealing with that. And we can address it a little bit later. So now let's talk to Zudi. Zudi, based on your multicultural background, could you please share your insights on the applicability and the practice of intercultural mediation in your region? I'd also be interested to know how intercultural mediation is approached and practiced in Lebanon, given your background there.
First of all, I'm delighted to be present among you, all of you, and I cannot but bend to the fabulous achievement and motivation and mission which has been accomplished by CCAMI and by Fabiola. And all the team members, which they have, each of them is playing an eminent and impeccable role in advancing their mission. And this is something which I've witnessed throughout the short period of time which I have get to know each and every single one of them. But frankly speaking, they are all impeccable, and this mission and this drive is gonna reach elsewhere and beyond Brazil, and it is going. They're starting with Paris, and this is something which I can maybe disclose, and they're going beyond that. And also I come to know about the Shei Institute and Fernanda, and how the interrelationship among CCAMI and Shei, and what they are intending with their vision to achieve within Brazil. And this is something, they have a long vision, which hopefully I wish you the best of luck in achieving it. And I do know that will be achieved, especially with having the women as leaders. Nowadays, we see that the way women are tackling things and the way they think, they have proven to be leaders among us, among all of us. That's one thing. The second thing, before we enter into the our experience in that part of the world and in the MENA region and Lebanon, maybe all of you as Brazilians, you know that I'm of Lebanese origin, and I am purely Lebanese, and there is maybe double the population living in Brazil, double the population in my country, who are of Lebanese descendants. So that's something which I'm proud of, because all the Lebanese living in Brazil and who are now Brazilians, they have never complained about the life and how they have been treated and how they have progressed through the Brazilian system. That's something which lead us to defining culture, and in order to actually, because as you mentioned, culture is very difficult to define, I came across one of the articles by Carrie Menkel Meadow, which in one of her legal studies, research paper in the University of California, Irvine, she has actually defined culture in a very nice way, make it easy to understand. She actually mentions that it is said about culture that as we are the fishes who swim in it, it is like the water we swim in. It is all around us. It governs how we breathe, eat, interact with others, communicate, and live. While in it and of it, we are hardly aware of it. It is so much a part of our environment, beliefs, and actions. But we are humans, not fishes. Though like fish, we come in many different kinds of groups or schools. And we do observe others and ourselves, communicate with each other, most often to survive and flourish together, but sometimes producing disputes and conflicts as we often process the world through our own cultural lens. I think this is a very beautiful definition to illustrate to us how we visualize concepts, culture. And going beyond that, then we are, from a cultural aspect, divided into maybe groups of different practices, beliefs, norms, behaviors, and customs. Also, within these, we are also on, we can actually divide those into race, nationality, ethnicity, religion, gender, and social groups. These are the core, the core elements which migration, refugees, immigration, those are the key elements where disputes arise, because they form the foundations or the needs for humans. And those needs have been classified by Abraham Maslow in his pyramid for the hierarchy of needs in 1943, whereby the humans, they have the most physiological needs. The physiological needs, actually, where are the air, warmth, and those needs are an essence for each of us. And those are the types of disputes which each refugee or immigrant will face at the initial phase when they have left their own countries and are being in a different country. And the hierarchy of needs is classified under the Abraham Maslow into 5 elements, which is the psychological needs, the safety needs, which is security, safety, employment, resources, such as health and property. So sometimes when the migrants or the refugees, they achieve a certain, the first physiological needs with their shelter, food, and everything. So there is different types of disputes may arise, which are the safety needs. And then we have the love and belonging amongst each other, the esteem, and then the self-actualization. I don't want to go in depth into that, but that would bring us back to maybe what we face in our part of the region, and having the wars in place, and having the refugees coming into countries. For example, in Lebanon, we have over 2,500,000 Syrians coming from the borders into our country, and all the Lebanese population is around 6 million. In a very small country, 10,542 square kilometers. So imagine the density, the interaction among the refugees coming into Lebanon, and the necessities which us as a hosting country would have to secure to those coming to the country. Now, do I have time? Okay, I can continue on the next, yeah. I can?
You can continue.
Yeah, okay. So, when we host, or when a country hosts the refugees or the immigrants or the migrants, depending on the how we want to classify them. For example, in Lebanon, it's very extremely, actually, not very, it's extremely difficult or a structure whereby you have 18 sects in this small country. You have two main religions, Muslims and Christians, but each one is divided into sects. And those sects each have their own affiliations and political affiliations, and they have their own traits, habits, norms, and needs. So when the refugees come into the country where we all share the common culture that we are welcoming them, and then each sect maybe would be looking at the refugee case or matter in a different approach because of the, say it bluntly, because of their religious affiliation. And religiously, so this plays a role how are the disputes resolved when we come into having different religions. So we have within each sect, the elderly, let's say, or the leader of the community, they are the ones who actually resolve the disputes. However, resolving those disputes, is it in the form of a mediation, which we now currently know and we advocate for, which is the process and structured mediation? No. But it is there. It is to be respected. How can we have the system influencers like CCAMI, for example, having it elsewhere, having a model in my country or elsewhere, whereby we can actually train those people and mediators, have them understand the structured process, and then develop it and train the mediators in order to take part and role in resolving the internal dispute, intercultural dispute, and the disputes between the refugees and the welcoming country.
Thank you very much. And when you talk about the refugees in your country, and that's what we are talking here, I remember when I went with my daughter, she was about 10 years old, and we went in New York to Ellis Island. In Ellis Island, you have a museum of immigrants, and there's something that impressed her a lot, because you can hear the sounds because you go to the museum, you are in that exactly place where people used to arrive, and you can hear the sound of the people who were arriving, and you can hear the testimonies of the immigrants later, the ones that could enter in the country, because most of them, they couldn't enter. And the two lines, that the ones that enter and the ones that cannot enter. And you see the hospital that they used to put sick people. And you can feel the fear, because in the testimonies, you can feel the fear, you can feel the pain, you can feel the sickness, you can feel in that testimonies. And that caught her a lot. And it's about it. It's about the way those people feel, because we are generations that are welcomed. So when a person arrives in a country, the person doesn't know. So that's why the importance of this work, and we are the importance of discuss it. So it's not about me, it's about you guys. So I want to hear Ati about the cross-cultural communication challenges and the main barriers. You talked a little bit about it. I wanted you to tackle a little bit more about the main barriers in communication across cultures. And how does cultural dialogue help mediation in practice and in different contexts?
Yeah, sure. So in a lot of mediations, we hear keywords like trust, and we list trust as an issue. Or we hear that the other party doesn't connect with me, and it's about care. They don't care. They're just here to get the deal done. They're here for a deal. They're here as a corporate. Actually, I was in a training. I was training a group of Brazilian federal prosecutors in the state of Amazonas. And one of the things we heard is that it's very hard to build this trust because they're not really understanding each other so well, even when they have an attorney kind of representing them, when they have people who understand the language fully. And I say, first of all, when we talk about language, it's about facts, right? And then we talk about facts in a way that I heard it. I know exactly what the other person said, but there are not even two exact synonyms in the same language. So we hear something, it's partly about the mechanics, right? We see something, we may not see clearly, but it's also that we hear and we interpret that. So a message, when the message leaves the person who is talking in a mediation or negotiation to come to me and be understood, it may be totally something else. Because I'm hearing it differently, because I'm using words differently, now because I'm understanding differently, because I have my own past trauma. So we see that, we're dealing with totally different understandings, and that becomes the issue of trust. But I'm going to touch on two very recurring issues in mediations that I see. One is when we are dealing with a party who says, as part of why they are not really trusting the other person, because they're not honest, they're not open, they're not direct, they're not saying it, they're beating around the bush. And a lot of times I say, although we don't really care about the facts that much because it's about what they care about, not what I care as a mediator, I say, can I see the example? Can I see the email that you said? And I realize that the party who thinks they don't trust the other one and the party who thinks they don't care, they are from high context or low context culture. The person from the high context culture talks like in round and round and round to get to the main point. It's a very Eastern way of talking. It's very Middle Eastern as well. And the person from the other side who may be very low context is a straight shooter. That's the person who is like cold, doesn't care. I had a mediation where this became an issue. And I went to the party who said, I don't trust the other one. I'm like, why don't you exactly say what you need? It was about a compensation with a corporation. And they said, because the other party is not connecting with me, because they don't care. They are here talking about a person who got, hurt physically and was so important to me. And they're talking as if they're talking about the sale of a used car. They're talking about numbers. And then I go to the other attorney, and as probably still that's the case, that 1/4 of, a quarter of all global law firms are headquartered in Manhattan, which makes it a fact that a lot of people have to deal with New York lawyers who are extremely fast-paced, who are extremely, to a lot of people, cold or sometimes even rude, to be honest. But then I go to the other party, to the lawyer, and I say, why didn't you talk about any details before you get to that point? And guess what I heard? The most sympathetic thing. I am a lawyer, and I know there's nothing that can be done to fix that. I thought this is the least we can do, to talk about the money so they can get by. Then we get to the emotions. So there was no bad guy here. There was no liar here. There was no rude person here. There was a high context communicator talking to a low context communicator. And then we have collectivism and individualism. That also manifests itself in the one side of mediation, not even two different parties. One side. Example, we have mediations when we get to a deal and the deal seems fabulous, and the mediator proposal for the big mediations, we're so proud of ourselves and everything seems, going well, and then you offer, the other party immediately rejects. But only one of them. And the other ones love it. And in multiple caucuses in a multi-party mediation, I went to the party and say, why do you think they reject? Because they're crazy. Because they want vengeance. Because it's not about fixing it anymore. They just want to be difficult. And I go to that person, I say, the compensation that was offered seemed very logical. Why didn't you accept it? Because I'm at the end of rope here. I am almost retiring. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. I want a policy to change. It's not that that person was crazy or difficult. That person simply was talking about what they want as a collectivist person. And I said, why do you not talk to your colleague to the same party of the mediation to fix it? Because they're extremely selfish. They just don't care about anyone. They care about the money. And I go to that party and say, why don't you talk about policy change? They say, because I have a sick spouse and the student at home, and I have to pay for college and hospital bills. I need the money. So again, that person wasn't as selfish as we thought they are. Because I got here a minute late, I forgot to bring a gadget. That's right here, so I'm going to bring it and tell you what I do as a mediator. I hope I have it here, yeah. So when people tell me, what do you do as a mediator here? How do you fix it? Because a lot of times it's about facts. And I show them this. I say, I have one party who is looking at this, is swearing to God, it's pink. The other party is looking at it, is swearing to God, it's yellow. And the other one is saying it's blue. And they're all looking at the same object. And we're all talking about facts here. We're not talking about emotions and how I interpret it. You're talking about facts, basic facts. And I say, let me tell you what I'm going to do with you. This is your world. I'm living in it. We're going to go for a walk. We're going to go walk to the other angle. We're going to go see it from their perspective. We don't say they are right. We don't say they're honest or not. I just want you to see the other side. That's all. And after that, you want vengeance? Go for it. So that's like one of the, again, like most recurring issues that we deal with, facts. So I believe a role of a mediator can be a lot of people come to me and say, oh, I don't know why they think I'm that wise anyway, but they say, oh, which one is right or wrong? I say, I'm not an expert in the data, I'm expert in the metadata. I'm not expert on what you're supposed to say, I'm expert in how you can say it. And I think a mediator can do magic by making sure that they're translating, even from the same language, in a way that people understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This explanation with the gadget, it's very clear to make people understand a little bit more about these differences. I'll tell you very quick that I was shadowing a mediation in San Francisco, and there was a person who was Chinese, and the sons of the Chinese people that we were talking about the succession of the, I mean, all the how can I say? Patrimony. Assets, the assets. So the Chinese person, she was preserving. Yeah, well, she was preserving. She didn't want to stay with the house because the person that has died said that used to be her husband, but the second one, he said that he would leave her for her daughter, that was just for her daughter. He said he was leaving her 4% of the whole asset, and his children wanted to give her the house and not to give her the 4%, but they wanted just to have the house. And she didn't want to stay with the house, but live in the house until she dies, but the 4% for her daughter. And the mediator didn't understand at all, because it worth much more to have the house instead of the 4%, because it was less. And we didn't understand that. After 9 hours, we finished that. We didn't go to an agreement. And we said, okay, we can't understand why she doesn't want to stay with the house. And then talking to a friend who has this Eastern culture, she said, because for Chinese people, it's very important to have the safety of their child, their children. So it was more important for her to have the safety for the children than the house. But we, as Western people, we didn't understand that. So that's the importance of the culture, communication, and aspects in the mediation. So, Gabi, could you please tell us about how can mediation help resolve divides that cross generations or life-changing tragedies? So I want you to talk about life-changing tragedies, forced migration, and misplacement and conflict.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I think I need to slice the gorilla in smaller monkeys. That's a very Brazilian expression. I think first we need to understand what is mediation in that sense, in that grandeur. It's huge. And maybe what we think about when we think mediation is a more structured process that can fit in rooms and with a given number of parties. When we're talking about all of that, so forced migration, of course, it's a gigantic issue, but you mentioned misplacement. No, something else. Life-changing tragedies. Life-changing tragedies, when they are like an earthquake or something, a natural cause, of course, that destroys many livelihoods. It destroys the way of people need to adapt. But there is no sense of someone did it on purpose, which in many forced migration, refuge situations, that adds a lot to the suffering. The feeling that a group expelled another group from motherland, that is a mother of all, but held just some, and others were let go. It's like giving children to adoption, when you keep some children, and others have to go. No matter how great the foster family is, the adoptive family is, I have dealt with many adopted children, and most, not to say all that I have dealt with, of course I don't have the whole, I don't have the testimony of all of them, but most feel, why me? And that feeling is something that crosses many generations. And I can say because I am third generation Lebanese in Brazil. And I went through a lot of processes in my life and conflicts in my family that I could only pacify, that I could only really reach something that felt like peace to all of us once I went back to the causes, to the roots, to understand why us. And that doesn't come from an intellectual point of view, and an intellectual function, an intellectual process. It comes from a place that we cannot touch. We normally think of conflict resolution as something that reaches a decision. But many decisions, and someone said about culture, the definition you used, which was perfect, I would use the same definition to talk about systems. Systems are something I always compare to the fish in the bowl. You cannot ask a fish to imagine how life would be in the desert. The fish may go to university and post-graduation and PhD and believe that they know what the desert feels like. But of course, it's just an imagination from one point of view that doesn't feel like the desert. The same thing happens when this trauma passes through many generations. We don't have the recollection of the root cause. We don't have the real knowledge of what our ancestors went through to bring us to where we are today, thanks to their lives and deaths. We only know that the pain remains. So it's not about decision making. So this is why it's not exactly what we would call mediation. But it's an enlarged sense of mediation where we search for peace and for that peace that comes from within. And I wanted to mention a sentence by Bert Hellinger, the person who became famous for like spreading family constellation throughout the world. And in Brazil, it's very big. It's very big now in other countries as well, but in Brazil, it grows so much. There are many things that we need Germany to create so that we can expand. It's a great partnership. So Bert Hellinger was German, and the other German that creates another methodology that I'm very fond of is called Matthias Varga von Kibed. I owe them a lot. But the sentence is, it's in a book called Conflict and Peace from Bert Hellinger. And he says, after a certain level of cruelty, of suffering, peace is only possible when the dead lie together. And many times it takes many generations. And many times it's run over by a lot of economic interests that block the way back home. The way back home doesn't mean that the family that has been in Brazil, for example, for 3 generations, will move back to Lebanon, although it would be interesting. It means that we need to feel that we are entire wherever we are. And in the divide that is caused by cruelty, it's almost impossible to think that you will shake the hands of those who remained and just feel like home again. That will not happen. But what may happen is this meeting at the lowest level of lowest in the sense of the pyramid. And I was thinking about Maslow's pyramid. And now with the constellation understanding, we know, and there are some, I'm not denying Maslow, I'm just maybe updating Maslow. And there are many experiments showing that, proving that belonging is even more essential to life than water, air, food. Belonging is not an option. I know I have to be brief, but I would just mention one experiment that was done during the Second World War when babies were taken out of their mothers in the concentration camps and taken to nurseries where they had everything, materially speaking, that they could need. Water, they had food, medication, warmth, everything. But the nurses were forbidden the nurses that took care of them, were forbidden to take them in their arms and look them in the eyes. And 100% died within a month. So belonging is not an option. Belonging is the most basic need. And the divide caused by extreme cruelty, by divide that shows that the us and them prevailed and they prevailed, not us, is only, the only bridge is to really see them as humankind. And then we go back to your question, why we need to go from power games to human needs. And at the human level, we cannot be different. We cannot be expelled from Earth. We cannot be in a place we don't belong, because we belong to Earth at this moment, in this life at least. And I believe that Earth needs us, not as much as we need it. So we can only not destroy the planet if we understand that we are the human family. And with that family, there will always be a place for everyone. So I'm not sure if I answered about anything about mediation, but in this process, many times I deal with people that are displaced, and I can help them find motherland inside of them, even when they cannot step on that soil for a while. But they can wish well so that their children eventually will be welcomed back. And that in that hope, they can make a good life.
Gabriela always teaches a lot, especially about life. And when she was talking about belonging, I'm so happy to have this perception that we belong to that tribe, that beautiful and wonderful tribe, that we are striving to make a better world. And we are here in this purpose in this life, in this earth, to make things better and more soft for so many people. And yeah, we are happy to belong to each other. And thank you very much, Gabi, for this insight. So let's talk about with my friend Tom. One thing that is very important for us, to the sense of not just belonging, but to know what to do with this sense of belonging. Because when you feel it, you have to translate it somehow. So we need to understand better the role of education and training. And I'd like to ask to Tom, how can programs such as CD or CVN, Mediation, Mood, help in utilizing mediation to its fullest potential in overcoming access to justice issues that are rooted in culture? So, Tom, could you fill us in with these thoughts? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I immediately disclose, of course, this is a question that I carefully placed, because I'm also the director of this MOOC competition, so it's something very, very dear and close to my heart. I had a few flippant remarks prepared in order to lighten the mood when I'm talking about it, or before I start talking about it. But Gabriela, to be very honest, I will actually refrain from doing that, because what you said was so profound and so deep that I do not wish to detract from that in any way, shape or form, by sort of trying to almost do impromptu comedy now in order to introduce this brief answer about the CDRC. But in a way, this issue of belonging is also something that we try to achieve at the CDRC. And that is because we're building through this competition a global family of next generation, predominantly lawyers, although not all of them are, but predominantly lawyers who get to experience under the wonderful guidance of incredible experts from all around the world, the possibility to act both as mediator as well as a negotiator in this competition. It is about shifting minds and showing alternatives. It's about ensuring that generations of lawyers that go through law school and learn the art of adversarialism understand that there is more to this than just adversity. And I have to say, when Diego Falek earlier today said, we're teaching environmental law, which essentially is environmental litigation. We're teaching other subjects based on litigation techniques. Why not having environmental mediation, which is much, much more successful than litigation, and it's, you know, far less costly, etc. I only can say that is absolutely true. So we show an alternative. Now, the CDRC is based in Vienna, and I have actually can you put this up somehow? Because we just actually recently had the dates for the next competition. So I did an impromptu slide just to put these up. There will be a conference, a mediation conference on the 2nd of July, and the actual competition will be from the 3rd to the 7th of July 2026. And there's also some impressions on there. And as I said, it's a competition that allows the next generation of lawyers to use this as a sandbox, to practice, to train, to have a go at mediation and experience actually how it works. And very glad from PUC Sao Paulo, some team members over there and the coach of this year's team representing that university in Vienna. I'm glad to see that. It's a competition where we aim to enable people to understand that there are different ideas out there, different ideas about mediation, different ideas about negotiation, dealing with that. And we're always amazed. One of the most talked about things in this competition is when we afterwards speak to students. So how did you find that? What was the most complicated thing that you encounter? No one has said it's the case, and it's very complex because it's the VIS case. Nobody has said, I couldn't remember the facts anymore. These kids have absolutely spent hundreds of hours preparing. They know this thing back to front without a problem. It was always the answer, dealing with foreign dialects, dealing with other approaches to negotiation that we were not used to. This is where culture all of a sudden plays in, and we give a platform for them to experience that. But we also give a platform for our experts, I have to say, very experienced experts who use this competition to exchange on how do you do that and how do you deal with that situation. And a lot of these conversations go about or are about also experience different or dealing with differences in culture. So very happy about that indeed. Before I wrap up this answer, it's absolutely wonderful to see some people very closely connected to it. Natasha and Sean both are members of our organizing committee, so it's wonderful to see you here, of course. Gary, former member of the organization committee, fantastic. And a big shout out, Fabiola and her team, to CCAMI, one of the amazing sponsors that we have. You're sponsoring our reception. reception by CCAMI, and a big, big thanks from us all to making this possible. It's absolutely wonderful. So with that, it's about changing minds, and that is very, very important, and we're proud of the work that we're doing there.
So thank you, Tom. Most of us, we participate in this beautiful gathering, that CDRC meeting and competition, and we can say that it's life-changing to participate in events like that, this multiculturalism and this gather of people of peace, and to see those students growing in this environment, it's something that it's priceless, and congratulations for your work on that. Zudi, our friend Zudi, I would like to ask you about the how you are structuring the processes of ADR in your country, considering that you are in a certain because is intercultural mediation typically is not is conducted in your region as a structured process. So I'd like to, we are curious to understand how do you structure the processes of mediation in your country, and what it has to do with the cultural context.
Okay, let me maybe, if you may allow me to rephrase it.
Sure.
In a way, actually the intercultural mediation is practiced in a non-structured manner, not in a structured process, and that's what is actually required for the time being. So to give you an example, now in the UAE we have, where I currently live, the UAE is currently has given all what they can to advance and progress into mediation. So they are trying to, from different angles, as we call them, the system influencers, whereby from whether the Bar Association, the Legal Affairs Department, they have actually mandated the mediation advocacy courses, for example, for the legal consultants practicing in the Emirate of Dubai. And this is something of utmost importance in order to create awareness among even the lawyers who may play a role which is against or harmful to the process if they are not aware of it. Introducing that to universities, as Gary was mentioned that a couple of years back, maybe Brazil has actually mandated that in the universities. That's something is also of utmost importance. Before we come to the intercultural, if you have all those in place, all those systems, and you have the institutions, for example, such as CCAMI, whereby also catering from a migrant's perspective or from from commercial disputes, so and having mediation rules, all of those are a mandate as a step to structure the approach to resolving intercultural disputes and creating a new generation of mediators well equipped in understanding the process. Understanding the process is one aspect, and the other aspect is having the cultural background or knowledge. And as Andy mentioned, that a mediator, you can mediate if you have the skills and the knowledge and the know-how. You can mediate any type of dispute if you elect so. However, you need to prepare yourself as a prior to the initiation of the mediation. You need to understand the culture, the parties involved. So all of those aspects will be strengthened if you have a system which caters and promotes mediation. Intercultural differences may also arise among having probably systems like the UAE having catering to types of civil and common law systems. So having that in place in itself creates a diversity, different mindset, different laws, regulations governing the exchange and the commercial relationships among parties. And that in itself will create intercultural disputes because as a hub, you have different people from all around the world having set up their businesses there. So as a mediator, if you have those nuances and you have the knowledge and the skills and understand culture and the root causes of a dispute, going back to the needs and beautifully said by the sense of belonging, where it goes to culture and the migration aspect, all of those play a key element in advancing the mediation and resolving the intercultural disputes in a beautiful manner.
Okay, thank you very much. Zudi. In fact, Dubai is so intercultural. There are people from around the world. This is an amazing place. So now we have time for the audience questions, and we would like to invite you to join us in this beautiful conversation with these amazing people here. Do you have questions?
So I'll do it. So what do you think about the role of CCAMI in this international dispute and intercultural and this idea and what we can do? So that is, I want to know your ideas about how we can do it. Thank you.
Well, actually, it is out there. You have laid the foundations. The vision is there. You're just asking the question as a question, but what you have in mind and how you want to expand on that, because as an institution, in our modest opinion, probably having the mediation rules in place, and those will create will attract disputants from, let's say, from a commercial aspect other than the migrants. Maybe you integrate a certain types of rules dedicated in particular to the migrants as well, and that would cater, and that would actually, this system, this method will be implemented elsewhere, and you will be implementing that elsewhere. So that's one of the key things which I think is of essence for CCAMI to have, and alongside the work which you're doing in order to have more than that as a system influencer in having the mediation progress in a different manner.
So very briefly, one is that I want us to remember that immigrants, especially refugees, always come with a survivor's guilt. Just because they survive doesn't mean that they don't feel bad, you know, down there, that some people died, some people lost families, and I haven't. Sometimes they feel even guilty about being alive. And we want this community to move forward. So the key word to me is forgiveness. How do we help someone to forgive another person who killed their family members? And it's a very, very challenging work to do, but it's possible by shifting the lens that we are not thinking about that person and what they deserve. We are not talking about the closure. We are talking about you and what you deserve. You deserve this burden to be shifted. You deserve to live without thinking that you owe to so many people. You owe to the people you are in their country because they have accepted you, and also you owe to the people from your own country because you survived. So I think it's very important to, like with dignity, when we're talking about dignity, and like then they want to be part of the peace talks, right? And they want to move things forward. And without forgiveness, and again, not forgiveness in the traditional sense, but in the moving forward, we can't change the past sometimes, that's a reality, but we can move forward and helping them with the forgiveness.
So a lot of what Ali just said, I mean, it was in my bucket list to express, but I'm thinking very practically about a chamber that is a service provider of mediation, specialized in geopolitics and human rights for people who went through this process of forced migration. So the two things that I wanted to highlight is, one, forced migration doesn't end in the first generation. It's just I use my own example, right? So we're talking about transgenerational trauma that you will have a lot more expertise in dealing with than most mediation service providers. And the second highlight is, in our bunny planet, forced migration is something that only, the tendency is that it will grow until the point that it will become normalized. Because a lot of, not just by wars, but also by political divide, by natural tragedies and so on, make this movement happen more and more. Also, this is also, of course, related to globalization, to telecommunications that make it a lot easier now than it was in my 3 generations ago ancestors' time to know where to go, where there is a better market to work, where there is, I mean, an open door to migrants and so on. So this is becoming more and more common, and you're being a pioneer. Being a pioneer is tough. It gives you a lot more responsibility to set the standard. So this is also about setting the standard and then helping. I mean, I don't know how much you want to expand planet-wide, but helping others build similar business models that will help not just in the advocacy that welcomes people from other cultures, but also in how to serve them with these very complex mediation types. So welcome to the jungle.
Oh, I know jungle it is, isn't it? And I think it seems to be thicker and thicker by the day. Fabiola, you get a very personal answer from me. And to an extent, that personal answer is rooted in a common love we share, tax law. We can talk to each other because we're both tax lawyers. I have a tax law background, and you work in it, obviously. But yeah, so you get a very personal answer from me. Now, CCAMI has become an absolute inspiration for me. I was impressed in our first call, which is almost 2 years ago now, by the vision that you were laying out in front of me. And I could, at that particular point in time, not 100% fathom where this would be leading to. Certainly not that we would be sitting here today, I have to say that. I'm glad that we do. But I was already sensing that there is more to it than what we discussed at this point in time, and that it was an evolutionary kind of process that we're going through, or that you were going through. And what I have seen since, and our conversations since, have opened my eyes to, yes, this cultural element. And I was talking about it's missing from our conversations in domestic justice systems, that there is a world out there that is not our culture, but there are other cultures, and that we have to integrate one way or another. And that's what you are about. And yes, you have a particular slice that you're looking at with refugees, with migrants. But I said I've been more a foreigner in my life than I have been actually in my home countries. And so my sense of belonging is a very different one. So I do not see myself as belonging to one particular culture. I often refer to myself as a global citizen, so I belong to the world. But you have brought that in me to the fore, and certainly in terms of my own advocacy, I have changed my approach, not talking about it's the cost for the courts, it's the cost for the state, but we need to integrate culturally in order to avoid the kind of things that we see currently playing out, where people with vested interests seeking recognition and awards run around and say, I'm a mediator. That cannot be right. Yeah, we need to understand that there is a high skill set involved in all of that, and it requires fundamentally that we understand other cultures as well. Yeah? And it's not something only in the international scene. I mean, we do a lot of international work, but earlier today I was reflecting on when we talk to our indigenous people, our First Nation people in Australia, that's a cross-cultural communication, of course. When a Victorian goes to Queensland, they have very fundamentally different cultural approaches, even within Australia. And I'm sure that's true for Brazil as well. Someone from the southern states and the northern states, they might be very different. So we have that also in a domestic setting. So it's not just limited to international mediation, cross-border mediation, but it's even within national systems where this is important. So CCAMI, yes, you are an inspiration to me personally, and I'm really glad that we had that phone call 2 years ago and that we're sitting here today. Thank you.
We still have 4 more minutes, but I want to add my 20 cents in this conversation, because I saw Fabiola since the very beginning and talking about this hard call, and it impressed me from the beginning, because a very well succeeded tax lawyer like her, and she wouldn't need to do anything else in her life than proceed doing her with her clients, and okay, life is okay. But she insisted and resisted and was so strong in her beliefs that she told us, yes, we can do it. So when you say, how can we do it? So I would just say, keep on being so generous, so genuine, so amazingly a peace person, because tax lawyering just brought you here, just make it possible to bring you here. But this is really your mission. And I want to finally say a prayer that I love a lot, that I think that fits in this moment, that This is a Ho'oponopono. It's a prayer. It's a Hawaiian prayer that we have 4 human feelings and words that are very strong in this moment. I would say this prayer says, I'm sorry, forgive me, I love you, and I'm so grateful. So that's what I want to say to you, my friend. And if you want, anytime you feel that it's difficult, think about it, to say to the universe that I'm pretty sure that the universe will bring you what you need. So I think we could give her and to CCAMI team a round of applause, because that's what they need. Thank you very much. With that, we finish this panel. So thank you very much for you all. And let's
This is a
move
tough
out.
one. Luciana, that was brilliant. The whole panel, this was brilliant. What am I supposed to do now? While I was listening, what I would usually do is I would try and recap. I would try and remind you of all the thoughts that we've had in the course of this day. But ultimately, this last panel has done that recap for me. They've touched upon all the aspects that were discussed, aspects of power imbalance, uncertainty, importance of trust, importance of process, visions, and also the concept that if you have an idea, and forgetting.
I was so, yeah. I just wanted to, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. I just wanted to say that Fabiola and all those, most of those beautiful people that are here, they are supporting us in our trajectory too. And we used to do, I'm sorry. We used to do international missions. We had some of them in New York. We had this year in Paris. And next year, we are going to make our mission in Buenos Aires. And those missions, we have a mission too, that it's to bring acknowledgement and this experience of these peaceful environments all over the world. And we take people, we have people from the ecosystem, and our next mission will be in Buenos Aires. And I want to make again, but it's an invitation to make this dream come true with us, Fabiola, the fabulous Fabiola. And now I think our bonds are more and more close and strong. And I want you people to invite you to be with us in those missions, because they are to bring this piece of peace for you and for our country. So this is an invitation, and now a very official invitation for our friend Fabiola and CCAMI to be together in this project next year. So this is it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to abandon every last bit now of an attempt to close this. But perhaps one thing I would like to share, and I think it's appropriate. While I was thinking or listening today and thinking about the processes we're talking about, I was reminded of a conversation I had quite a while ago, but which was inspirational, and it's about a Japanese art technique. And you may or may not know kintsugi. But for those of you who don't, it's a process where you mend broken pottery. And you mend it by filling the cracks with gold. And after that process, when that piece of pottery is complete again, it is more valuable, more unique, and perhaps something completely new that has been created through a careful process. And I think maybe, just maybe, that is what mediation can do. And it brings me back to what we heard this morning in the inaugural keynote speech, that maybe we can repair the world just a little bit. Now, this is my last moment here, because all I have to do is to thank you before I pass the floor. Don't worry, it's not over yet. It's just my last moment, not your last moment, just mine. I'd like to thank again the CCAMI team. I'd like to thank the translators, the whole team here who has been organizing timekeeping, which is not easy with us. And everyone who has come, traveled to share this moment, to build this community. And I would add from my point, Luciana just offered a prayer, but I would say, Fabiola, don't send it to the universe. Send it to everyone in this room, or me. You have our WhatsApps. I think what I'm trying to say is we're here for a reason, and in dreams begin responsibilities, and let's take that responsibility, because also that is part of mediation. When we say the parties own the process, it's not just a gift, it's a responsibility we give to them. I think we also have responsibilities, and let's take them. With that, it is my sincere pleasure to introduce the last keynote speaker of today, the wonderful, amazing, I don't know how many adjectives I can give her, Denise Shaw.
All right, that's the kind of energy that I like to hear. Thank you so much. One of the things that I'd like to do, I have rewritten my comments so many times today, and I realize that you're the soldiers who have stayed, and you have stayed, and I appreciate you staying for the duration of what we have. And I think that in appreciation for you staying, I'm just going to talk about some of my comments, but there's something that I really want, there's some people I really would like to introduce you to. And I think they have some information that they really need to give to you. But in the meantime, let me just talk about why this is so important for me. First of all, I've spent most of today thinking, why wasn't I born in Brazil? I mean, it's like, you know, I'm a little disappointed. Everybody who knows me, because I think at this point I've done about 10 years worth of working with Brazilians on projects, and it has been a complete delight to take my expertise and give it to them. One of the really beautiful things about today is that we've seen the entire roster of people who mean a lot to me because they're professionals. And one of the characteristics of professionals is that they tend to share the information that they have. And it has been really pivotal for me to have so many people who are so generous and about how to do mediation. Because one of the things about mediation that is a takeaway is that it is complicated in ways that you can't even think about. But if you want to do mediation, there's certain things that you have to have. And that is, we've heard the word trust many times today. You have to have curiosity. You have to be a person who listens, and not listens superficially. It's about learning how to listen in a very deep way. That's what's required. It's required more today than it was yesterday, and when it was almost 50 years ago, when mediation was, some say, created. We're all at the point where we know, we know that we need help to resolve all of the issues. And we can't go forward unless we pay attention to all of the places where conflicts really do need to be corrected. One of the things that all of the experts have really focused on is in all of the ways that they've talked about their different areas of expertise is, what does it take to unlock the facts for people who have conflict resolution issues? How do you help them with the data puzzles? How do you create hypersensitive issues for clients? And then how do you create protective strategies? And how do you help them to come to resolve, or to get as close to resolving as you can for people? Because sometimes you are knee deep in the process and they can't quite get to the point that they really need to be. But at least as a mediator, you have the consolation of knowing that you've helped them move toward the resolution that they're seeking. And it may not be possible to get them to that finish line for you to do it for them, but it makes it possible for them for another mediator to help close the gap. It's really difficult to custom design and make a form-fitting ending for clients who've come and want some kind of resolution. We are trying to come up with solutions that are as form-fitting, as appropriate as effective as we can possibly make it. What I would like to do, because I think what I have to share with you is something that I think is it's very important to understand about the cohort of mediators who I'm only going to say for now, I would describe as extremely talented persons of interest who are not quite professionals. So if you would bring up my first slide, and this is a video, so.
Hi everyone, I'm Taraka Jayasinghe from Sri Lanka, and I'm really grateful to Denise for inviting me to share a few thoughts with all of you today. Denise and I first met through a mediation competition, which feels very fitting because that's exactly what shaped my journey, both as a competitor and later as a coach. Actually, while going through the posts about this CCAMI International Conference, I recognized so many familiar names. Mediators, assessors, and coaches I've met over the years, sometimes online, sometimes in person. And it reminded me of how these competitions build connections that go far beyond the competition rounds themselves, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. The power of dialogue across cultures and how opportunities like these can change the outcomes for both individuals and larger mediation community. When I joined my first mediation competition, I had no idea how life-changing it would be. I still remember sitting across from teams from completely different countries, listening to accents I'd never heard, seeing new approaches to conflict, and realizing we were all there for the same reason, to understand before we respond. Later, as a coach, I got to witness this transformation from the other side, watching students grow in confidence, learning not just how to negotiate, not just how to mediate, but how to listen, collaborate, and most importantly, lead with empathy. Those experiences shaped me. They taught me that mediation competitions are not just exercises in problem solving, but they are spaces where we learn how to connect, how to respect, and how to communicate across difference. But the harsh reality is, as much as these experiences change lives, not everyone gets the chance to have them. In many parts of the world, including mine, the biggest barrier isn't interest, isn't talent, it's funding is limited, travel is utterly expensive, and visas can be very uncertain. In my case, my university was generous enough to cover the registration fees, but travel, accommodation, and visas were often left to the participants. And that's where many talented students who could do so well lose the chance even to participate. That's why I believe it's time we rethink how we structure opportunities. And we need to start talking seriously about bridging this gap. Because competitions should be a platform for learning, not a privilege for those who can afford it. If law schools, law firms, and even organizers themselves could work together, perhaps pooling small resources, offering travel support, or creating inclusion funds, maybe we could open these doors for many more people. Don't get me wrong, I am a huge supporter of hybrid competitions because they allow more people to take part, but I've also seen that it's inherent that the online teams have an inherent disadvantage over the in-person teams, because there's something about the energy, the conversations, and the networking that you just can't recreate virtually. And for coaches, I believe I speak on behalf of many people when I say this. For coaches, it's not easy either. Most of us volunteer our time because we believe in this process. We are here because of this process. But if we really want to keep this culture growing, keep it sustainable, institutions should think how they can support the coaches too. Even if it's something small like funding travel or even mere recognition. In my opinion at least, inclusion isn't just about having people from different backgrounds. It's about giving them the means to participate fully. And I think that that's something the mediation community can lead by example in. Because at its core, mediation is about dialogue, cooperation, and empathy, the very values we are trying to build into the world. So if we can create more inclusive competitions where geography, finances, or even background don't define who gets to participate, we'll be building not just better mediators, but a more connected and a complete global community. So thank you, Denise, for giving me the chance to share these thoughts and for continuing to create spaces that bring people together. And to everyone at the CCAMI International Conference today, I hope we keep building bridges between cultures, between generations, and between those who are already part of this world and those still waiting for their chance to join it. Because every time we make a space more inclusive, we don't just create better mediators, we create a better world for dialogue itself. Thank you so much for listening, and hopefully I will get to see at least many of you in the next year's conference.
One of the reasons that I really love working with students is because they have the energy, they have the interest, and they really, with the competitions, they meet people that they wouldn't otherwise meet. And I think that's really important because what we've talked about from very early this morning is all of the ways that mediation can be incorporated into wherever it is needed. And I think in the instance of students who want to learn more, who want to come to places that they've never been before, and there are many who don't apply at all, who are as talented, but they don't have the financing so that they can come to these places. And for me, I feel that it's important to know that there are students who want to be and want to learn and want to come to these places. And there has to be, as she suggests, more opportunities for them to participate. And it shouldn't just be based on students who have the financial capacity to come to Sri Lanka, to come to Delhi, to come to Singapore, to come to Vienna, Paris, all of the places all over the world where a rising number of students want to learn. And I think there are ways that all of us can think of ways to incorporate that kind of energy. I have another person I'd like to introduce you to, and I will just introduce her as somebody who, after she completed her trip to Brazil, she wrote a very long letter of how she felt and a letter of appreciation for what she experienced in Brazil. And as far as I'm concerned, the reason that I wanted her to write and to present this is because it really doesn't have anything to do with me. I love to create things that are exciting in new kinds of ways. But this, to me, is what Brazil really deserves based on what we have heard today. I would call it a love letter to Brazil. And I think it's one thing that I'm delighted to present here, because I think Brazil and all of its forward thinking and all of the work that Fabiola has done on behalf of our women refugees, I think this is the a way to really talk about how important the work is. So if you'll put up the second video.
Good evening from Kenya and good afternoon to everyone watching in beautiful Sao Paulo. My name is Naifina Jim Omar from the University of Nairobi, and even though I'm thousands of miles away, I feel so honored to be part of this incredible gathering, the first CCAMI International Conference on Geopolitics, Conflict Resolution, and Human Rights. When the lovely Miss Denise Shaw reached out and invited me to share my experience, I felt deeply moved, because this moment is not just about speaking, it's about reflecting on how far a dream can travel when it's given a chance. I still remember meeting her for the first time in Sao Paulo early this year during the CPR competition. She was one of my judges. And I remember her mentioning after that I belong in these global spaces, and her words stayed with me long after I left Sao Paulo. Because sometimes, as a young Muslim woman, especially one from Mombasa, it's easy to feel like you're always standing on the sidelines, watching, listening, waiting to be invited in. And I'm speaking today as a young Muslim woman from Mombasa with African, Arab, and Pakistani background, a proud Kenyan, someone who never imagined that she would one day find herself all the way in Brazil, standing among brilliant minds from across the world, representing the University of Nairobi. When I think back to that moment often, arriving in a completely new country, hearing languages I barely understood, I had to use Google Translate, walking into a room full of teams from every continent, from almost every continent, I felt both excitement and a little fear. And I remember thinking, would my voice be heard? Would I fit in? Do I belong? But that's the beauty of mediation, especially global mediation. It reminds you that every voice matters and every story deserves space. And the theme of this conference, intercultural mediation and its global impact, speaks to that so deeply, because what we do as mediators often goes far beyond solving disputes. We become bridges between worlds. We learn to listen, not just with our ears, but with empathy, with openness, and with respect for difference. And allow me to share a reflection of my participation in the CPR, Conflict Prevention and Resolution Competition in Brazil, which is a leading international mediation competition held in Latin America, in Sao Paulo, that demonstrates CPR's commitment to promoting mediation across the globe, while also showcasing the leadership of the Brazilian community in hosting this amazing event. And the competition convenes students and distinguished ADR professionals from around the globe, providing exceptional networking opportunities. And it was not just about the practice of ADR in the global north, but the converging of different continents across the world. Need I not mention about the Brazilian hospitality? It is one of the countries I want to keep coming back and back to. To our friends that welcomed us ever so warmly in Brazil, your hospitality, your kindness will forever be impactful to our lives. And I hope that they can visit Kenya and we can attempt to try and return the hospitality. Because I had the incredible opportunity to mediate between two Brazilian teams. And even though we came from completely different cultures, languages, ethnicity, I found myself deeply connected to their emotions, their energy, and their drive. And I realized that I did not need to understand every word to feel their passion. What mattered was that I listened with presence, tuning in to what was behind their words. And that experience taught me something profound, that mediation is not just about agreement or settlements, it's about humanity, about seeing each other, really seeing each other across languages, cultures, and worldviews. And it wasn't just my mediation session that inspired me. I watched as my teammates, Randy and Owen, negotiated with a team from Jindal, from India. Then I saw the same team engage with another from New York, being mediated by a woman from Uzbekistan. And that moment was so powerful to me. It showed the true meaning of intercultural dialogue, that they're different worlds meeting, different accents and perspectives, blending all in the spirit of understanding. It was there that I truly understood what global mediation means. It means that even when our histories, religions, or experiences differ, our shared humanity connects us. That we as humans speak the same language of the heart. We value the same things: kindness, understanding, reflection. And what Brazil showed me is that even in spaces designed for peace, sometimes hierarchies can still exist of language, of culture, of confidence, and who gets hurt often depends not on wisdom, but on accent, not on insight, but on familiarity with global professionalism. And I realized that listening, empathy, and inclusion are not just soft skills, they're transformative skills. They build trust across difference. They create safety in dialogue, and they make space for the whole person, their story, their faith, and identity to be seen and respected. It's how I felt in Brazil. And when I came back to Kenya, I knew the journey was only beginning. And I wanted to train others, to open door for young students, especially girls who never imagined their voices could echo on global stages. And I want every little girl from Mombasa to know that her voice belongs not just in local classrooms, but in international boardrooms, mediation tables, and global conversations. And I realized in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, during the CPR competition, that ADR has the potential to be a bridge, not a bulldozer, but only if we stop measuring success by conformity and start valuing the courage to be authentic. Brazil reminded me that the world is not exactly an equal field, but we can level it through mediation, through listening, empathy, inclusion, and courage. I went there to compete, but I left transformed. And that is the heart of conflict resolution, especially from a Muslim woman's perspective. It's not just speaking peace, it's not just seeking peace, but embodying it. It's not just finding voice, but helping others find theirs. For me personally, it was a deeply empowering journey. So often we grow up with invisible ceilings, told that certain spaces are not for us, that our voices must be quiet, that our paths should stay safe. But mediation broke that for me. It gave me a seat at the table, not because of where I come from, but because of what I could contribute. And this is why I'm so inspired by CCAMI and the work being done for refugee women in Afghanistan. Because they're not just helping women survive, they're helping them to be seen, heard, and recognized for their talent, for their wisdom, and for their resilience. Because talent truly has no nationality. Brilliance does not belong to one region. It can rise from a small coastal town, from a refugee camp, from anywhere, if only we give it a chance. That's what this event represents to me, a global movement where empathy, dialogue, and diversity come together to create change. When I think of mediation now, I don't just see it as a legal skill or a professional tool. I see it as a language of peace, a way of saying, I hear you, I respect you, let's find common ground. And maybe that's what the world needs more of. Not louder debates, but deeper listening. Not division, but dialogue. So if there's one message I'd love to leave you with, it's this. Wherever you are, whoever you are, your voice belongs. Your story matters. You have something to contribute to this global conversation. And if a girl from Mombasa can stand in a room in Brazil, mediating between two teams in a language that's not her own, then truly there's no limit to where courage, compassion, and faith can take you. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a lovely evening.
You know, when you have a student who has that kind of energy and authenticity and really command over what it is we do, how can you possibly not share something with them and help to put them in a position where they continue to have the kind of experience that makes them of the professionals that you saw today such experts in the field. I think one of the things from my standpoint is that I've taken my instruction from students like this because one of the aspects of mediation is that it's difficult and it can be disappointing sometimes and rigorous and tedious and take long periods of time. But when a student shares that kind of interest and has that kind of energy and really has a sense of service and generosity and authenticity and is wonderful enough to share her feelings about what it means to her personally, I think we have to pay attention. And I would hope that everybody in this room, and Fabiola, I include you in this, would look at this kind of talent and see the ways that they can be incorporated in some of the work that the movement is going to do going forward. Because I think this kind of energy is what gives you an open door to have 7 judges this time and many more the next time around. We have that capability. You've certainly seen nothing but a demonstration of the strength and the creativity and somebody mentioned earlier today, the to-do aspect of how you deliver the product to the community. I'm really certainly proud of you because it really was only 2 years ago that we were sitting at dinner and the whole subject of the Afghan judges came up. And I said, well, I could support you on that. I said, let's talk about it. We talked about it when we were in Sao Paulo. We talked about it when we were with the Brazilian judges in New York. We talked about it recently in Paris, and you've made the dream come true. I'm indebted to you because if there's anything I like personally is to take the high road and be a part of people who are creative, because I think the creativity is where you really serve people. You work on projects where other people see it's like a blank area. And what you do by using your talent is building a structure that everybody needs and wants. And I see, given everything that you've put into this, there is only a future going forward that'll be much bigger than it is now. And I must say that I am proud to be a part of it and proud to be your colleague. Thank you. That is, thank you for staying for this. I really felt it was important that you see this. And what is our next step? I think she's going to.
Bom, olá, queria pedir mais uns minutinhos da atenção de vocês.
To ask for a few minutes more of your attention. My name is Katia Ramos. I am the executive director at CCAMI. This was a very special day for us, a very emotional one, a day I am very grateful for. And it was indeed an honor to have your participation and engagement, each and every one of you who joined us today. It was not just a Congress about geopolitics, dispute resolution, and human rights. This was also an opportunity to bring together and connect people from all parts of the world and different profiles, people who are different from each other, but who believe that diversity is part of what we have best, and things that can lead to vulnerability merit our attention. Earlier today, Benazira said, Benazira, is she there? Oh, she's there at the back. And she said something that really resonated within me, and that's very closely linked to what I had written here for my closing remarks. She said that all people who live outside their motherland, they are all vulnerable. With this backdrop, I would like to read an excerpt from a book by Gabriel Garcia Marquez that relates to what we talked about today. Gabriel Garcia Marquez is one of the main writers in Latin America in the 20th century. He was a Nobel laureate. He was born in Colombia. And as many of us here, he was a foreigner for most of his life. And he knew the feeling of being in exile. And as Clarice Lispector would say, he experienced the loneliness of not belonging. In the prologue of Strange Pilgrims, one of his books, when he explained the origins of the short stories, he said that over 20 years I had a dream that when I woke up, I would try to turn that story into short stories. I managed to do that in some cases. Others are just notes on a notebook. But what they had in common is the fact that they took place outside Latin America. And then he proceeds to explain that dreaming with people from his continent going through strange situations in foreign lands led them to realize how lonely he was and how he was in exile, far away from his roots, and those dreams were a way of reconnecting to his origins. Writing about them was an attempt to go back. And he said that he then understood that the pilgrim characters were also displaced spirits that had with them the weight of longing and language and memory. And I've been involved with the CCAMI project with my blood, sweat, and tears because I truly believe that together we can play a critical role in the recognition and embracing that pain. Embracing, first recognizing and then embracing that pain is essential. It is critical if we are to build peace in society. This is our dream. And let's move ahead, press on.
It's very hard to speak after Katya. I think that's it. It's a dream, and we are very proud, and we want to thank each one of you for this project. So when we started it over 2 years ago, it was a major challenge, and we were seated in a meeting, Fabiola, myself, and Marcos, and we did not understand where we were and where we are heading to. And our mission and challenge was literally to go around the world and try to understand what was the mediation and the possibility of combining Shei Institute with CCAMI so that our projects and our dreams could become a reality. And 2 years ago, this was sheer madness to imagine what's happening here today, to bring together so many people and to obtain, highly qualified panels. It's not so easy. It's not a matter of just sending an air ticket and inviting the person to the event. We need connection, and we have to believe, to have competence, and to make dreams a reality. We have to work. And in these 2 years, I took this so seriously that even I had problems with my feet ligaments. And if we need to use a wheelchair, we can do. So I didn't want to announce but she told me to do so. And in another conversation concerning our dreams and the dreams that she has in a talk to Marcos and Fabiola, we are beginning a project that is financially going to help universities located in the African continent to participate in the competitions we've been participating in. It's another challenge that is starting, and I have no idea how we are going to go about, but we will. But that's the way we make our dreams become a reality, as we are doing today. Thank you. Okay. We have really come to the end of it. I'm very happy to see that you are still here, and I'm now going to give the floor to my father, who has seen all this movement and would like to give his contribution. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to say a few words because I told Fabiola I'm an example. I'm also a son of immigrants. And she said, no, you are not the son of immigrants, you are an immigrant. As I came with my parents, I came along them, and I did not realize I was a refugee, an immigrant, or a fugitive. Uh, uh, I came to Brazil in 1949. I was 7 years old then. And today you only talked about me. I became very moved, but I would like to add just a little comment, which is my own experience. I came when I was 7 years old. Undoubtedly, the language is a barrier. There's no doubt about it. I don't know how I learned how to speak Portuguese. There was no CCAMI at the time, and many of you were not here yet. But I learned how to speak Portuguese. But the phenomenon you have not mentioned here is bullying. I was a strange person, and you know, children are cruel. And probably you were worried about that, but I did not notice anything that was said here specifically in relation to children. I have the impression we are worried about adults, and children are piggybacking. Somebody mentioned that it's not a generation that is absorbed because we continue being immigrants for a longer period of time. I admit that although, my mother was Brazilian, but I was born abroad, but I still feel I'm a bit immigrant. I solved my problem by saying I'm a citizen of the world. Uh, Lebanese, my other father was German. That's how I solved my problem. But although I still feel I'm a Brazilian and I sing the national anthem frequently, so then I'm a Brazilian. I have no doubt about that. But even so, I feel this influence or this problem of not having been born here in Brazil. So this is a part of the story I wanted to tell, and that's why I asked Fabiola. I was able to arrive at 83, and I have participated in several congresses in Brazil and abroad. And I want to say that we have witnessed something very good. And if we are to look at the content, I think it is surprising. And this was born out of an idea that I participated a little bit with my daughter without really understanding what was going on and what she meant. And today, I learned a lot of things from you. And I want to congratulate all the father is very proud of his daughter, and there is a strong reason for that that is justified. So that's about that. The ancestrality is exactly that. I have no further words to say, and we have dealt with so many things, and I'm not going to keep crying. Again, I would like to thank, I begin this conference thanking you all, and I would like to end also thanking, and that's why we searched for you wherever you were. You are awesome. The first mediation event I went to, it was a landmark, and so much so that I became passionate about law again. I was a bit disappointed the way you mediators see the law and the possibility of restore relationships and give the law what I learned in the law school made me think that there were people doing things that were worthwhile. CCAMI is incredible. It's a daily challenge of governance, of being able to discover what we had to do. We took 2 years thinking about a format that now is well structured, and we are going to put that on paper. So each one of you was essential and necessary for our trajectory and to keep on going. And that's why we are here. And I would like to call all the members of CCAMI and Shei Institute. We want to take an institutional picture, and everybody worked very hard to make this happen. Thank you so much.